Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It seems that this time the harvest is not small. Qin Xiao looked at the fallen dark elf battleship with a slight smile. In fact, he was not talking about the battleship in front of him. What he said was the cursed warrior who was taken away by him, because the cursed fighter can match the devil fruit. In other words, Qin Xiao could even bless and curse the strength of the fighters. Then let him fight the abomination. The upper limit of the shaking fruit of hatred seems to be almost unlimited now. It's just that he couldn't meet a suitable opponent, so it was a bit slow to develop. But if the cursed warrior is strengthened, it will definitely be a strong enemy of hatred. All he needs is the cursed warrior as a sparring partner. I never thought about subduing the other party. All of the warriors of the curse put their heart and soul into appearing for the Dark Elves. Except for the Dark Elves, no one can subdue each other. Moreover, because it is cursed by the dark power, this warrior possesses great strength. But these powers do not come without a price. The price is that they will be assimilated by darkness. In other words, the cursed warrior will eventually become part of the darkness. Then, Qin Xiao has no need to subdue the other party. Just let the other party become a qualified sparring partner, and Qin Xiao was able to verify one thing. When a fruit ability loses its life, what will happen to that fruit in the end? Whether to return to the system, or to reappear nearby like One Piece 607. If it is a return to the system, then Qin Xiao will not have to care about other people's life and death in the future. Anyway, things come back when they die. But if you die, the devil fruit will be precipitated near the decedent and become a devil fruit. Then this kind of situation really needs his attention. It is impossible for him to intentionally kill the fruit ability holders around him to experiment. Then the cursed warrior is the best experimental subject. Cursed warrior is a qualified training partner and also an experimental subject. This is why he said that the harvest is not small. Another point is that this wave of dark elves directly wiped out the Asgard group. This matter of the 9 worlds and 1 line can be regarded as a simple celestial movement. Other circles do not need to be affected by TIE particles. Between Invisible, another world extinction crisis was eliminated. Next, Asgard warriors began to search and capture the Dark Elves. One after another, the Dark Elves were gradually found by Asgard's warriors. These captives were imprisoned again in the Asgard dungeon. Thor has repressed the rebellious prisoners in the dungeon. In this round of suppression, many prisoners were killed directly. Just now there are Dark Elves to add in. Loki in the dungeon looked at these prisoners coming in and out. He still looked calm at the moment. But only she knew the anxiety in his heart, especially watching Thor constantly busy while he himself can only wait in agony. Such a sharp contrast burned his chest with anger. This feeling almost suffocated him internally. But no matter how they searched, Melkith never appeared. Idle and doing nothing, Qin Xiao directly brought Abomination and others into the mirror dimension. It happened to be a good time to train the cursed warrior now. As soon as he entered the mirror dimension, the cursed warrior rushed towards them. "Ha ha ha, haven't you played enough yet? Then let's continue." The voice of disgust and excitement echoed in the mirror dimension. This militant character left both Logan and Yuriko speechless. But this is also in line with the character of hatred. There is no need to worry about damaging anything in the mirror resource. The abomination does its work here, and it doesn't hold back at all. The ability of the cursed warrior is indeed very powerful, but it can't fight against the full-strength abomination. He was pressed and beaten all the time. Cursed warrior, although I don't know your name, you are willing to become a cursed warrior just for the sake of the Dark Elves. And over time, you will eventually be assimilated by the darkness. But with your current strength, it seems that you can't do harm to Odin or anyone else at all. I have something here that will make you stronger. I wonder if you are interested. Qin Xiao is like a demon. His voice keeps echoing in the ears of the cursed warrior. Roar tilde. Curses count as angry growlers, but hatred left him alone. The fist with the power of the shaking fruit landed on the cursed warrior one after another. If you have such strength, then fighting will be boring. Hate and even dislike the power of the cursed warrior at the moment. Because he heard Qin Xiao's words, if the warrior of the Lord can become stronger, his battles will be more enjoyable. After a mess, he threw the cursed warrior aside. The cursed warrior's body began to recover rapidly. "Who the hell are you? You helped the people of Asgard. Now you say you can make me stronger. Who are you?" The cursed warrior knew exactly who the opposite person was helping. It is unbelievable that such a request is actually made now. Even the anger from the heart is not so deceiving. Actually, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you believe that I can improve your strength, because now you have been imprisoned by me in this place. You will not be able to leave without my permission. In other words, you are now my prisoner. I can choose to kill you directly, or I can choose to do as I said. You can choose to believe it, or you can choose not to believe it. Qin Xiao didn't have a very good attitude towards the cursed warrior, because he knew that the cursed warrior couldn't possibly be like the others. This is a bunch of lunatics willing to sacrifice their lives for their race. Although from their race they are indeed heroes, but for all other life this is unforgivable. The rise and fall of the universe should be the gradual evolution of the universe itself. It's as if the Dark Elves dominated the entire Dark Age. Now the world is full of light. That is the stage of evolution. When all these burning energies are exhausted, the whole world will still turn into darkness. That's when the Dark Elves will rise again. Although this time is a bit long, the Dark Elves originally had a long lifespan. If one generation fails, the family will be passed on from generation to generation. One day, they will be able to wait until that moment. But Melkith didn't want to wait so long, so he prepared TIE particles and wanted to turn the whole world back to darkness with TIE particles. It seems to be for the Dark Elves, but in fact, fighting the entire life race with one family is obviously hitting a stone with an egg. The final facts also proved that the Dark Elves could not succeed. But they already had that idea under the leadership of Mahler Geyser. Pull the entire universe back into darkness in a violent way, and this belief has been planted in their deepest hearts. Therefore, this Dark Elf who is willing to become a cursed warrior cannot be persuaded. Qin Xiao saw him as if he was looking at a tool man. If you are willing to try the devil fruit, then the next step is to constantly fight against the abomination. If you have the power to break out of the mirror dimension and escape, that's really yours. But if you can't, then you are a good sparring partner. Definitely you can also choose not to be a fruit ability. So when will he be beaten to death by the government? Yaomu was assimilated by the darkness before being killed. These are all acceptable to Qin Xiao. If the other party believes in him, he will become a devil fruit ability user. If the other party does not believe in himself, then he will face death directly one day. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the cursed warrior clenched his fists tightly. Qin Xiao couldn't see his expression under the special mask, but the eyes that were only exposed were full of resentment and unwillingness. The cursed warrior has a mind of his own. There is no turning back when you become a cursed warrior. The end result is a return to the embrace of darkness. And in this process of assimilation, he will be getting closer and closer to the darkness. Even if someone wants to control himself, he will eventually become a member of the dark. So if the person in front of him wants to deceive himself and control himself in this way, it will definitely fail. Then even if I become what he said, what's the problem? If it fails this time, the Dark Elves will disappear in the center of the stage of history. Even if there are still Dark Elves left, they have lost their history and pride. In this case, it is better to fight. Although I don't know the ultimate purpose of the other party, but so what? I will eventually dedicate myself to the darkness. Very well, then I agree to your request. What kind of promotion can I get? The cursed warrior asked his question. Qin Xiao's body squirmed and 2 devil fruits appeared in his hands. Here are 2 devil fruits, one named Tanya fruit and the other named Thorn fruit. Tons of pressed fruit can make you change your weight. The heaviest can reach 10,000 tons. With your weight and your physical condition, what can you imagine yourself becoming? And the thorn fruit is a thorn that can make you stretch out thorns all over your body and even pierce rocks. Even seeing this stimulates your body and makes you stronger. Qin Xiao talked about the power of the 2 fruits, the crushed fruit and the thorny fruit. The 3 people who were listening were a little surprised at the moment. Thorn fruit has limited effects. This is just another kind of fast-cut fruit, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't match Logan's adamantium. So although giving this fruit to the cursed warrior can indeed improve his strength, but this 1.4 increase in strength is absolutely impossible to exceed the ton of fruit. The frivolous fruit of the Death Girl has shown her strength to everyone. The changes in strength that can be brought about by constant weight changes can surprise everyone. And she only changes between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. In other words, her upper limit is only 10 tons. But the cursed fruit can reach 10,000 tons. This gap is astonishing. Moreover, the strong physical fitness and resilience of the cursed warrior gave him the capital to withstand the side effects of the fruit of the suppression. The crushed fruit brings damage to his body and the self-healing ability is restored. And hatred turned to excitement in an instant. Wolverine and Death, he's had enough fighting. Wolverine can't do anything to him and he can't break the adamantium. And the dead woman is obviously not his opponent. There is a big gap between the two of them, whether it is their original physique or their subsequent fruits. If the Cursed Warrior can have such a powerful force, then future battles will be very interesting. The Cursed Warrior seemed to understand these things too. The power of the Fruit of Thorns is really too weak, and it hardly changes him. But if this ton-pressed fruit can really become 10,000 tons in weight, he still didn't believe anyone could catch him as he gained weight. Then I want this ton of pressed fruit. Then I want this ton of pressed fruit. The Cursed Warrior made his choice. After eating this fruit, a strange force gradually flowed in his body. Suddenly, he ran towards the hatred. Boom. Boom tilde. Boom tilde tilde. His steps became lighter and lighter. His speed is getting faster and faster. Good time, I just want to see how your strength is now. The hatred is true and his hand is shining with white light. Boom tilde. The two huge figures collided directly. But before the two collided, the sound of footsteps that became obviously heavy sounded in the mirror dimension. That's the Cursed Warrior putting his own weight on at the last moment. The two figures collided crazily. The abomination at the moment, who had always had the upper hand in the duel, flew out like a cannonball. After the abomination bounced off, it bounced far away like a ball on the ground. Hey tilde tilde ha 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 tilde tilde mortal, you are too naive. The Cursed Warrior flew the abominable bomb to the end of his sight. This time his whole body became excited. Immediately afterwards he turned his gaze to Qin Xiao's first area. Boom. Boom. Lighter and lighter footsteps sounded in the mirror dimension. You guys actually dare to improve my strength. Now is the time for you to reap the consequences of yourselves. The Cursed Warrior became more and more excited. But Qin Xiao looked at the other side and shook his head. Several transparent ghosts suddenly appeared in his body. Negative ghost. For this kind of guy with special beliefs, negative ghost is the best way. Chinese letter tilde 4, Chinese letter tilde. Negative ghost passes through the opponent's body. The Cursed Warrior, who was still excited just now, fell to his knees in an instant. I'm just trash, we dark elves should disappear into history. I shouldn't be a Cursed Warrior, how could we dark elves dominate the world again? Let me be a quiet salted fish. The Cursed Warrior fell to his knees and muttered constantly. Qin Xiao walked up to the Cursed Warrior. No matter who you are anyway, you are going to be assimilated by the darkness, and before that you should be an abominable opponent. He finally stated his purpose. No, I'm not worthy to be an opponent, I'm just a salty fish. Let him ravage me to his heart's content. The Cursed Warrior of at the moment is a real salty fish. No matter what Qin Xiao said, he was unwilling. Haha, interesting, interesting, this kind of battle is interesting. At this moment, hatred came rushing from afar. His footsteps pounded in the mirror dimension. But just from the sound of footsteps, several people could hear the excitement of hatred. Fighting, this is his favorite, but when he ran over, he saw the Cursed Warrior kneeling in front of Qin Xiao. What? He's going to trouble you. The hatred can be seen at a glance, what happened at the scene. Her body is Bronski but a special soldier of the military. His brain is not stupid, it's just that he has become aggressive now because of the injected serum. That's right, he didn't understand the problem a little bit, and he didn't think about who gave him this ability, so he dared to do something to trouble Qin. The dead girl Yuriko looked at the Cursed Warrior, kneeling on the ground with some sarcasm. If the Dark Elves all have heads like this, then there is no way for them to fail. Okay, hate, now I have found the best partner for you if you want to fight. In this mirror dimension of mine, both of you can do whatever you want. Don't worry, I will play with him well. With his presence, the power of my shocking fruit will definitely increase again. The abomination was confident in his power. It's a pity that she always felt that her original opponents were too weak. In other words, they are all opponents who cannot give him a sense of oppression. Originally, there was a gold tie playing bomb fruit. But Qin Xiao didn't let himself go to him. If he could keep training with Jin Bing, his current Zhenjin fruit power might become even stronger. But fortunately, now came another opponent full of infinite possibilities. A Cursed Warrior with super vitality and self-healing power, as well as powerful fruit power. Qin Xiao also knows that as long as he hates an opponent and doesn't need to supervise him, he will train constantly. At this moment, Qin Xiao saw some confusion outside the mirror dimension. Looking carefully, it turned out that Melkith, the king of the Dark Elves, was found. Seeing Qin Xiang's case, a portal directly came to the main hall of Asgard. Here in Odin, they wait for Melkith to be escorted here. Qin, thank you for helping the father to stop the main ship of the Dark Elves this time. Otherwise, if the Dark Elves escape, there will still be a big trouble in the future. Thor saw Qin Xiao come out and thanked him immediately. It's hard to say something about Odin because of his individual strength. He can kill the warship of the Dark Elves by himself. Even Thor getting the Storm Axe can easily destroy Thanos' small battleship. Odin definitely can too. But it's always good to have help. It's just a small problem, and only stopping the Dark Elves can stop what happens next. Melkith was able to use TIE particles thousands of years ago to pull the entire universe into darkness. If he succeeds this time, the entire universe will return to darkness. This matter is not only about Asgard and things, but also about our Earth. Without light, we will all lose our lives. You are right, if the Dark Elves succeed, all of our races will gradually lose their lives, and this universe will become dead. But now that Melkith is caught, it depends on whether he can take out the TIE particles from Giant's body. Thor was still a little worried when he said it. What if it fails? In case even Melkith can't take out the TIE particles that have entered into other hosts. So in the end, will Jane be directly killed by TIE particles? For a moment, in Thor's worry, Melkith was escorted before Odin. Odin walked up to Melkith with the eternity in hand. He looked at the snow-white dark elf very seriously. Hasn't my father, King Bor, already eliminated you? I never thought you would appear in front of me thousands of years later. Baal is your father. As the king of God of this generation, what is your name? Melkith faced Odin, and although he was a prisoner, he still maintained his arrogance as the king of the Dark Elves. And if it wasn't for them sleeping in the universe, maybe he also died like Bor. Speaking of which, Melkith is still Odin's elder. He was, after all, an enemy of Odin's father's generation. I, the king of God, Odin's. Odin officially announced his name. Odin, now that I'm captured by you, what are you going to do? Actually, I personally don't want to, but obviously my son has his thoughts. She's going to save her girlfriend, a mortal from Midgard, so next you need to take out the TIE particles from her body. Need my mortal strength to take out TIE particles. What if I don't agree? Melkith seemed disdainful of helping his opponents save those around them after becoming a prisoner. If you can't take out the Aether in Simplified, Asgard's free dungeon will be your permanent home. Odin looked indifferent. Father, he must save Jane, otherwise he can't stay in dungeon safely. Thor came out this time with a different opinion. For him, saving Jane Foster is the most important thing. If it can't save the other party, then the existence of the Proxima Midnight Elf is unnecessary. It doesn't matter, I don't care about these things. Anyway, he is dead, and your little girlfriend is also dead. Odin really didn't care at all. If it weren't for the fact that Jane was with Qin Xiao when she came, Odin might drive Jane out of Asgard just like the original. For him, the mere mortals of Midgard were no match for him. Haha, one of you doesn't care and the other wants me to save you. It turns out that Asgard is not as united as imagined. Well, I'll tell you my answer, I won't make a move. What Melkith said was categorical. If you can't, then you and your people will be completely destroyed. There will be no more dark elves in this world. Have you thought about the fate of all your people? In a rare instance, Thor uses the entire dark elf clan to threaten Melkith. Melkith's complexion changed, but he firmly believed in the next moment. Since the dark elves cannot embrace the darkness, then there is no need for us to exist. Melkith, who doesn't get in, makes Thor feel huge amounts of trouble. Maybe I can persuade him a few words. Seeing that Thor was out of tricks, Qin Xiao took the initiative to intervene at this time. How much advice do you give him? Thor is a little surprised. As the devil's messenger, the other party seems to have the power to confuse people's hearts. Whether it's a deal or something else, it's always possible to turn someone else into a demon believer. If Qin Xiao helped to persuade, maybe the other party would really agree. That's right, I'll help persuade you. Qin Xiao confirmed again. Melkith glanced at Qin Xiao, showing disdain. You think you're the only one who can persuade me to change my mind. Qin Xiao was not angry after hearing Melkith's words. Instead, he glanced at God King Odin. I took him to my mirror dimension for a few words. Obviously, this is the rhythm of whispering. Odin didn't stop, though. The Dark Elves have all been captured. Even if Melkith escaped alone, it would be useless. It is impossible for any Dark Elves to follow him to attack the 9 realms. The Dark Elves have almost disappeared from the universe. Okay, you can do whatever you want. This kind of punch, a punch with shocking force, hurt the cursed warrior's internal organs. Even it was this titan that smashed down their Dark Elves' main ship, and Melkith seemed to see the difference in the cursed warrior. Melkith paid no attention to this. Odin directly agreed with Qin Xiao's words. This titan was also at the end of Bifrost at the time. Even if I admit it and fail, I will drag others to die together. Just entered the elephant dimension, Melki saw a scene of surprise. Because he always felt that the whole space was constantly vibrating. Melkis, you Dark Elves are doomed to fail, you won't deny it. But the cursed warrior always approached the yellow monster constantly. It seemed to be caused by the white light on the big yellow man's hand. Be close to each other even when you are hurt. The mirror dimension opened, and Qin Xiao directly brought Melkith into his mirror dimension. But what if you still have a chance? As long as you live, will you still have a chance? The cursed warrior is fighting a yellow titan. His footsteps on the ground are sometimes light and sometimes very dull. Looking at the battle inside, he obviously felt that something was wrong. But what if you still have a chance? As long as you live, will you still have a chance? Qin Xiao gave another answer. A chance? What chance do we have? After this failure, we Dark Elves have almost disappeared in this universe. With the few remaining Dark Elves, it is impossible to revive the glory of Proxima Midnight Elves. Instead of this, we might as well just die here. At least, you can also get a reputation of being killed in battle. Melkith shook his head mockingly. He could see clearly it would be fine if he could get TIE particles this time. If they don't get TIE particles, their remaining Dark Elves can't be opponents at all. You have studied Asgard for so long, haven't you heard of a legend that the Shendu of Asgard will perish? Qin Xiao was surprised. Could it be that the legend only arose in the Odin era? Legend? You mean Ragnarök? Melkith was taken aback. Qin Xiao felt relieved. It's good that you have heard it, otherwise there is no way to explain it to you. That's right, since you know Ragnarök, if you are alive and wait until the day of Ragnarök, will you still have a chance to see the light of day again? Qin Xiao was like a demon, his voice kept echoing in Melkith's ear. This thing is really possible. Because Qin Xiao knew that when Odin passed away, Ragnarök began. However, this world seems to be changed a lot by myself now. How much longer Odin will survive is anyone's guess. No, it's impossible. Ragnarök has been rumored for a long time, but it has never appeared. Maybe it was originally just a legend. Even this may have been a trick used by the people of Asgard to paralyze other people in the 9 realms. Let everyone think that the gods will die, and let everyone gradually lose their vigilance during the waiting. Melkith was filled with disbelief in the legend in an instant. He even thought it was originally a trick. An Asgard plot against the rest of the 9 realms. The point is, this statement still makes sense. Immortals like Dark Elves and Frost Titans lurk in wait, and short-lived species like humans have forgotten the past after a few generations. Many facts became legends at that time. In this way, it can be convenient for the people of Asgard to operate. Is it their scheme? Don't you want to see it with your own eyes? Since you have waited for 5,000 years, can't you wait any longer? There are actually 2 choices before you now. One is that you die now and never have a chance. The other is to choose to live and wait for the opportunity that may exist. You who have been waiting for thousands of years, can't you wait longer? Moreover, even if you can't see hope and future at that time, then it shouldn't be too late to end your own life. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Melkith fell into deep thought. If you simply look at these 2 options, this person is right. One is that there is no chance, and the other is to gamble on the future with yourself. One is to let the entire Dark Elf family perish immediately. The other is in the long future, waiting for the glimmer of hope that might exist. It is also possible that it is a deeper despair. Why are you helping us? Melkith asked what he most wanted to know. He didn't believe that this person would help him for no reason. Because, in fact, the other party is obviously on the side of Asgard. Qin Xiao pointed to the 2 people who were fighting in the distance. The cursed warrior will only obey your orders. As the price for my help, you need to make the cursed warrior obey my arrangements. If one day you really escaped from the dungeon in Asgard, the cursed warrior hadn't been fully assimilated at that time, then I will return the cursed warrior to you. Qin Xiao made his request in the blink of an eye. The cursed warrior is a formidable fighting force, a super soldier who can crush Thor's hammer. He doesn't even care if he gets stabbed through by Loki. Accepted by the darkness, he really wants to gradually become one with the darkness. If you can make the other party obey your orders for a period of time, I have one more super combat power under my command. This combat power can not only accompany the abomination, but also do other things. This is the most reasonable use. Moreover, Qin Xiao has a bold idea. Since the Dark Elves want to return to darkness so much, then throw them directly to Dormammu when the time comes. Let's see what happens to them. Hearing this request, Melkith thought for a while. If I want to help them take out TIE particles, I can directly agree to their request. Why do I have to go through your lair? Melkith thought of this in a blink of an eye. Under his own initiative, he can make a deal with Ding. Why do you need this man in your midst to intervene? It's okay, you can make deals with them, but what will happen to your people at that time is not certain. For example, what will happen to this cursed warrior who will sacrifice himself for the Dark Elves, maybe? Qin Xiao at the moment is like a devil. If Melkith didn't think about continuing to survive, then he wouldn't care about the life and death of other Dark Elves. But once he wants to survive and rebuild the glory of the Dark Elves, then more Dark Elves need to survive. As the last cursed warrior among the Dark Elves, if it can persist until that day, it will be the most powerful fighting force. But it's more likely to be the day when the cursed warrior can no longer hold out. But these are hopes. I agree to your request, and I make such a promise for an ethereal future. Melkith finally chose to agree. Since the last time, in order to pull the universe into darkness, he was able to sleep for 5,000 years for this. This time, he was willing to wait forever. If they can wait until Ragnarök, then maybe they still have a chance. If you can't wait until Ragnarök, at best you will be waiting for that period of time in vain. You made a wise choice. I believe that it won't take long before you will find out how wise your choice is. I hate it. Please stop for a while. Qin Xiao stopped the two big men who were still fighting. When the cursed warrior saw Melkith, he was extremely excited. Melkith. The cursed warrior came to Melkith's side. This time we failed, I still choose to hide. But it is impossible to escape and sleep like before. This time I'll be waiting for Asgard's destruction in the Asgard's dungeon. During this time, you first listen to his words and follow his orders. If your assimilation lasts until the day of victory, then the glory of the Dark Elves be with you. If we don't wait for that day in the end, then we will all go to darkness together. At that time, we are still with you. Melkith issues new orders to the warriors of the damned. Obey Qin Xiao's orders. The cursed warrior glanced at Qin Xiao. I know I will try my best to wait until that day. If that day does not come, we will see you in the dark. The cursed warrior made his choice. After dealing with these matters, Qin Xiao directly opened the portal and returned to the main hall of Asgard. Thor at the moment is full of anticipation. Thor, Melkith will take out the TIE particles next. But you have to ensure that their clansmen can survive well in prison. Qin Xiao had a formal face. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Thor's face was full of surprise. Jane Foster beside him also had a look of surprise. Only by taking out this unstable bomb in her body can she feel more at ease. Problem, as long as he can do it, we Asgard haven't abused captives yet. Thor makes his promise. Hearing Thor's assurance, Melkith turned his gaze to Jane Foster. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. An invisible force directly made Jane Foster float in the air. Immediately afterwards, a red liquid-like thing constantly seeped out from Jane Foster's body. This is TIE particles, reality gems from infinite gems, the only remaining substance in the universe that can exist in a liquid state. When all the TIE particles are expelled from Jane Foster's body, Jane Foster fell to the ground without force. Thor grabs her by the side. In the main hall of Asgard, TIE particles are constantly changing forms under the control of mares. It's these things, can't even Grandpa Pole destroy them. Thor watched the TIE particles wandering away. Mjolnir in his hand seemed eager to try. He doesn't believe that there are indestructible things in this world. Looking at the thing in front of him, he had an urge to try it. Yes, the original matter of the universe appears to be truly indestructible. Otherwise, my father King Bol would not have buried him deep in the ground. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Odin originally thought that his father had destroyed TIE particles in some special way, so he has never doubted it. But in the current situation, things are not like this. Hai Wang, this made him more firmly aware that those things must exist everywhere in the universe. Thor heard the words. Mjolnir in his hand frantically flashed the power of thunder. Boom tilde. The force of thunder directly hit the TIE particles in the air with Thor's divine power. Powerful forces continue to pile up inside. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion occurred in the main hall. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. A sound of crystals falling to the ground kept coming. Everyone looked at the ground and found that the original red liquid at the moment had all turned into red crystal-like things. Is this destroyed? Thor looks curious. No, this substance is really indestructible, it's just transformed into a form. Melkith interrupts Thor's reverie. The crystallized complexion gradually floated slowly. Then they turned into TIE particles again. Contain these TIE particles. Odin gave new orders. A purpose-built container was brought to the scene. All the floating red liquids were filled into containers. Send all the Dark Elves to dungeon, and then let's witness the celestial phenomenon that can only be seen in 5,000 years. After Odin finished speaking, he took the lead towards the viewing stand. Since the abomination appeared in London, Thor also came to London. The whole of London has become the focus area of SHELD. The demon messenger brought his team, and the whole team appeared in London. The significance of the original representative behind this is very debatable, so they shifted their attention here when they received the information. It didn't take long for Thor to fall from the sky again. This completely made SHIELD nervous. Not just Shield, but even Tony's eyes are on London. If necessary, he will rush here as soon as possible. Although Thor and the Demon Messenger went directly to Asgard afterwards, however, London's defense has not relaxed at all. Dr. Eric was captured by Shield after running naked at Stonehenge. At the moment, he is telling everyone about the upcoming astronomical phenomenon. You mean the 9 realms and the first line. Hill agent reconfirmed with Dr. Eric. 9 worlds and 1 line, this is a legend to them. But now Dr. Eric told him that this is the fact that will happen soon. This kind of thing is difficult to accept even for a professionally trained person like him. That's right, it's the line of the 9 realms, and there will be a channel between all the celestial bodies to connect them together. In such a case, our world will be exposed to other worlds. If Asgard that Thor speaks of is also one of the 9 realms, then it means that Asgard will also be connected at the front line of the 9 worlds. It would be a little better if the other worlds were like Asgard, because they will know restraint. But last time you also heard Thor said that there are still many ferocious races in the 9 realms. If these races attack us, how can we resist? Dr. Eric is a pessimistic person. The things he told were also more dangerous. If it weren't for this incident, he wouldn't run naked at Stonehenge. Thor, as the Asgardians of the 9 realms, they should protect the safety of the 9 realms. Why? Phil Coulson, agent, I think things might not be that bad. Judging from the quality Thor has shown, he is very responsible. Asgard is the master of the 9 realms. They should be able to take on the responsibility of maintaining peace in the 9 realms. Everything is unknown now. The point is that even the Demon Messenger has entered Asgard. Maybe even Asgard couldn't handle this on their own. This is another joint event between Hell and God's domain, and such things are the most terrifying. Natasha Romanoff directly speculates about this with the most horrific thoughts. This is something that even Hell and God's domain need to unite to deal with it. How else could they have come here in London? Hearing Natasha Romanoff's analysis, everyone became more and more perturbed. Such an analysis makes sense. And as they mobilize more scientists to come, it is found that some strange celestial phenomena are beginning to appear on Lun's side. There are even teleportation spaces that appear inexplicably in various places. 2 members of their research team disappeared in the teleportation space. This made everyone feel even more afraid. Where did the teleported go? Can they ever come back? If they continue to study here, will they be sent to other places like those few people? How dangerous is it in other worlds? After this, researchers found similar physical phenomena and reported them directly. Afterwards, combat members will block the place. After the blockade, they will arrange remote-controlled robots to enter these transmission points connecting different spaces. In these studies, they did find many even scary things. Some worlds are almost completely dark, and the entire sky cannot see light. In that part of the world, there are even wreckage everywhere. It was clearly a big battle, leaving behind the wreckage. In some spaces, they found that kind of burning flames everywhere. One after another, things like fire demons spread throughout the world. There is also a cold world in which countless blue-skinned weirdos live. As they explore more of the world, the more dangerous we feel. If the monsters in these worlds really invaded the Earth, it would be another disaster. Afterwards, Shield began evacuating people from London. Countless people didn't know what happened, but they were almost forced out of London. This has caused a sharp drop in security and order here. Time ticked by and there was no waiting for Thor to come again. I didn't even see the Demon Messenger bring his team back to Earth. This made everyone in Shield feel the crisis more and more. The local troops are constantly marching and stationed here. Not only that, countless troops are gathering at a distance from the overseas of the Big Island. If London can't stop it, then this island is their final front to stop the attack. The entire Big Island is directly isolated. This is the unified arrangement made by all the countries of the Global Security Council. It is equivalent to abandoning an island country to save the security of the entire planet. It's best if nothing happens in the end. If it really happened like that to the most severe time, it will be like last time. Nuclear bombs are in their consideration. During such an agonizing wait, a large-scale space door-like thing began to appear in the sky above London. These empty homes seemed to appear out of nowhere. Compared with the empty doors that were forcibly opened in New York, these spatial doors are more colorful. These space gates are intertwined, and they are still moving slowly, as if they are about to be connected in a line. Dr. Eric looked at everything in the sky and muttered to himself constantly. I didn't expect to see the scene once in 5,000 years in my lifetime. Pray that no more danger is caused by this. Everyone in Shield was looking at the sky at the moment, and they couldn't stop the situation caused by the movement of this celestial body. If this is really what caused the final trouble, then perhaps it should be called a natural disaster. In the face of natural disasters, all manpower is extremely small. This sense of powerlessness is what makes them helpless. Hopefully, nothing will happen this time, right? Captain Rogers looked helpless. This kind of thing is really not something they can solve. Look, is that world the dark world we see? That's right, the dark and dead worlds. That one, a piece of blue, is it the kingdom of the legendary Frost Titan? That's right, it should be the one over there, it's all red. All the world seems to be on guard, so there shouldn't be any attacks on each other, right? Hey, look there, isn't that Thor? Really, they seem to be calm now. Does it mean that there is no crisis this time? Perhaps is Thor specially here to pick up the demon messengers, and the others to watch the grand occasion of this celestial body? Phew, it's fine, it's fine. At the moment when they saw Thor and Qin Xiao, he was finally relieved. Qin Xiao was shocked by the grand occasion of the Nine Realms. Sure enough, only the movement of this kind of celestial body is the most shocking. It was a powerful visual impact beyond normal understanding. The 9 space gates are completely connected to the city. If at the moment Melkith makes a move, the entire 9 realms will really turn into darkness. Now, though, Melkith is waiting in the dungeon of Asgard. Without him to cause trouble, this time the 9 realms will directly become a feast for astronomers. Even ordinary people can feel the horror of this celestial feast. Between the 9 realms, the gravitational force of the whole world has undergone drastic. The messy gravitational force and the space gate make the 9 realms congiame nearby become extraordinarily chaotic. I don't know how many creatures from all walks of life have entered other worlds. This time, it may be a journey through time for them. It is very likely that there will be a journey of no return. This feast ended with the end of the 9 realms. But the astronomers' revelry had just begun. All kinds of research will start again with this. This will be their research topic for a long time to come. Moreover, apart from the New York War, now they know that there are more alien life forms in this world. Beyond this world, there are many more habitable planets. Even if they know it, it turns out that gods are just extraterrestrial beings. In New York, the portal opened directly to this side. Qin Xiao returned here with Abomination, Logan, Lily, and the Cursed Warrior. Asgard and his party generally gained a lot. 2 powerful fruits were sent out, and a powerful Cursed Warrior was harvested. This is not a world without sunlight. Although you don't like sunlight very much, it's not like you can't get sunlight, so I won't prepare a place for you. Qin Xiao said to the Cursed Warrior who had just arrived. Now his requirements for residence are getting lower and lower, because many times he will choose to enter the mirror dimension. There are a lot of things that you can't do on a normal day. I see. The Cursed Warrior spoke in a loud voice. Their dark elves have undergone long-term evolution, and now they can survive in both darkness and light. In fact, if they really had to wait any longer, maybe they can really wait until the dark elves rule the world again. Because they have a long lifespan, they can wait forever. It turned out that Melkith wanted to shorten this time with TIE particles. In the end, it was attacked by all other races instead. Wertheim is the abode of their dark elves. There they have powerful technology. If it wasn't for the alliance of other races in the 9 realms, their dark elves would not have failed. They still can't do such a thing against the entire 9 realms with the power of one family. Now that he has agreed to Melkith, he will do as he wants. Ha ha ha, follow me, I will take you to have fun on Earth. Hade at the moment actually took the initiative to bring the Cursed Warriors together. Is it possible that this is a typed emotion? If these 2 guys appear in the city, it will definitely be a disaster. When they appear, they will be watched by countless people. But Qin Xiao didn't bother to take care of these things. Not long after returning to New York, he received a call from Shield Qin. Will something bad happen in this celestial body gathering? It was Hill agent on the phone. Qin Xiao knows that this is Shield wanting to know more news. This time London can be regarded as another event to watch aliens up close. For this reason, they also dispatched so many troops. It also evacuated so many citizens of London. The turmoil in the whole society is very serious, so she wants to hear Qin Xiao's professional advice. Temporarily speaking, it has been resolved. This time, God King Odin personally took action to prevent the possible crisis. As for whether there will be more problems due to this in the future, I don't know. Qin Xiao let out a haha. All this he pushed to Odin God King. You have the ability to ask yourself. Seeing that Hill couldn't get the desired result, she was also helpless. Okay, I get it, but Consultant Qin, can you come to the Shield branch? Someone wants to see you. Someone wants to see me. Who? Minister Pierce. Qin Xiao heard a name that surprised him. Minister Pierce. Hydra is the biggest boss in SHIELD, one of the most successful Hydra. They used the paperclip program after the war to directly turn former Hydra members into SHIELD members. Like Dr. Zola from Hydra, although Qin Xiao always knew that the other party would come to him eventually, but he didn't expect it to be this time. Okay, see you soon. Qin Xiao also wanted to see each other. Because behind him there are fighters like Winter Soldier. Not surprisingly, Winter Soldier is also an existence that can match Devil Fruit. I just don't know if I can see each other in advance. If they can meet each other in advance, maybe Captain Rogers can meet him in advance. Not long after, Qin Xiao appeared in the New York branch of SHIELD. In the branch, Agent Hill seems to be giving Minister Pierce a tour. Behind them, Crossbones Rumlo accompanied them all the way. When they saw Qin Xiao appearing, all eyes were on him. Qin, you are here, this is Minister Pierce. Hill agent directly introduced Minister Pierce to Qin Xiao. Devil Messenger, I am glad to meet you. I have always received information from the New York branch. Those who know the fruit ability here know that there is a Devil Messenger offering devil fruits. I've always wanted to come and see it but never had the time. Ask for flowers. This time I finally found an opportunity to meet the legendary Devil Messenger. I hope my presumptuous visit doesn't make the Demon Messenger angry. Minister Pierce took the initiative to reach out his hand to shake hands with Qin Xiao. And after he saw Qin Xiao, he took the initiative to explain these things. It sounded as if he really cared about the Demon Messenger. It's more like SHIELD attaches great importance to the relationship with Qin Xiao. If Qin Xiao didn't know his details, he might really be deceived by him. Look, such a passionate person should be easy to get in touch with, and once it is really touched, it will enter the Hydra nest. That's not true anyway, SHIELD has many demon apostles. I am a consultant here again, so naturally I want to come and have a look. At that time, I didn't expect that Minister Pierce would care so much about the fruit abilities. This is far more enlightened than Director Nick Fury. That guy, even if I offer him a devil fruit, he is not willing. Looking back, you have to be persuaded him. Qin Xiao is also talking nonsense. Talk to Hydra people, don't take it seriously. When Pierce heard Qin Xiao's words, he had other thoughts in his mind. I also heard that Fu Rui can become a fruit ability holder, but these things cannot be forced, he may have his own considerations. I came here this time just to ask, is there anyone in our SHIELD who can become a fruit ability holder? There were some conditions last time, that is, to provide more candidates for the envoys. I have a batch of candidates now, and I don't know when the envoy will be free to take a look. In case there are those who can become fruit abilities in the middle. This may be a good choice for SHIELD and for the messenger. Minister Pierce came up with the last transaction request. SHIELD provided Qin Xiao with more candidates. These candidates, if possible, will directly become demon apostles. This can expand the number of demon apostles. If you want to talk about fruit ability, you don't need to meet me to know someone who can match. Qin Xiao had a strange expression on his face. I don't know if I don't see someone who can match me. Agent Hill had some doubts on the side. With such a thing, could it be that Qin Xiao has become more powerful? Can devil fruit matchers be found remotely? Who is it? I don't know if I recognize it or not. Minister Pierce didn't care about that. What he cares about is whether this person is a Hydra person. Minister Pierce also knows this person. Qin Xiao made a fool of himself. I know you too. Pierce began to scour his mind for possible candidates. Finally, a name came to his mind. If it was him, then he did know it. The opponent and Captain Rogers are of the same era. He is also the most special one. Who the hell? Hill asked. Qin Xiao smiled. It's Minister Pierce's corpse. It's Secretary Pierce. Qin Xiao said a name that no one thought of, Minister Pierce, but immediately afterwards everyone felt that it was definitely taken for granted, since Director Nick Fury can be a devil fruit match. Why can't Minister Pierce? You know, Minister Pierce is Nick Fury's old boss. His original ability is also quite outstanding. The most important leader of SHIELD these years is not Nick Fury. A few years ago, Pierce was the most important guy. In the eyes of others, he abdicated entirely for Nick Fury. Such an excellent person, there is no problem in being able to match a devil fruit. When Minister Pierce heard this, his eyes changed. He thought about many situations and definitely thought about becoming a fruit ability user himself. But I was really told that I can become a fruit ability person. He was still a little excited. Now that I can become a fruit ability user, maybe I can do some things myself. The only question is what kind of power you can get. Moreover, if he really becomes a fruit ability user, will he be subject to the devil messenger? But judging from all the situations we have obtained now, It seems that none of the fruit ability users are subject to the appearance of the devil messenger. Definitely, except for force value. The opponent can use his own power to make corresponding countermeasures against everyone. This point is that the opponent has more abilities and is stronger. 060 is worse than the other party in terms of hard power. There is no way to do this. From the beginning to the end, it seems to be laissez-faire for those who have fruit abilities. The only question now is whether he wants to become a fruit ability holder. Fruit ability users are indeed much more powerful than ordinary people. Many of their abilities are also envied by Minister Pierce. It seems that the existence of mutant has brought extra meaning to this world. Definitely, it also made the world more dangerous. Or first look at what fruit ability you are matching. Pierce knew what to do next in the blink of an eye. I don't know what kind of devil fruit can I match. Hearing Minister Pierce's inquiry, Qin Xiao's hands began to ripple. Qin Xiao also admired the system at the moment. The fruit ability matched by the system to Pierce is really unique. Memory fruit, pet fruit. Memory fruit can read, take out, replace, and tamper with the memory of the specified object. This ability is really a bit too heaven-defying. Ability users can reach into the brain of a designated subject by reaching out, pull a certain memory out of its body like a film, and read it. Subjects whose memories have been withdrawn will be in a coma state for a short period of time. Ability users may create other memories. By editing and inserting into the brain of the designated object, the effect of memory modification can be achieved. It is also possible to create a special thread to sweep over the specified object. Causes the subject to recall a memory for a short period of time and become confused. If this terrifying ability is given to Pierce, the next time he brainwashes Winter Soldier, he can directly use the power of this fruit. Let the Winter Soldier forget that Captain Rogers is not the main thing. Most importantly, he was able to make up memories for the Winter Soldier. For example, Captain Rogers is made up as Winter Soldier's father-killer-mother enemy. That way, the next time Winter Soldier sees Captain Rogers, he won't have to go all out. And the opponent can also mold the memory of the Winter Soldier into a hero. Everything he does is righteous. He is creating real peace in this world. That way, Winter Soldier wouldn't even have the psychological burden to kill someone, because it's all just, not just brainwashing super fighters like Winter Soldier. There are so many things this fruit can do. Inside SHIELD, Pierce can even use this ability to gradually turn those who are loyal to SHIELD into their Hydra. He can make everyone fight for Hydra. When everyone becomes Hydra, then this world will directly become the world of Hydra, take over the whole world without bloodshed. This is much higher than hypnotic ability. It is much more high level than the keywords implanted in Winter Soldier. In this way, even Pierce can completely modify the insight plan, turn certain enemies who need to be eliminated but are useful to become their own people. This fruit has a more terrifying place. If a person is dying, all his memories are taken out and put into another healthy body weight. So is this somehow accomplished immortality, with the memory just live on like this? All that is needed is a young and healthy body. Is this just like the legendary possessing other's body? Another soul occupies a fresh body. As for the pet fruit, it is also a terrifying fruit. Just get caught by the green pet ring made by the abilityist. Then he will transform into an obedient pet when he hears the order of the fruit ability user. Do what you tell him to do. This fruit was given to Pierce, and all disobedient people will put on a pet ring. In that way, he alone has a powerful army. Maybe even Nick Fury couldn't escape his grasp. If he puts a pet ring on the fruit ability user here, then he has an extra powerful army of fruit abilities. With such power, what else can he not do? If these two fruits are given to Pierce, they will have to do a lot of things with Hydra's urine. However, the two fruits are not without their shortcomings. When the memory fruit tampers with the memory, the opponent hardly resists. As long as the opponent resists, the fruit ability user cannot use it. In other words, this ability doesn't play much role in battle. However, the special method used to disturb the memory first seems to be able to work at any time. And the green pet ring of the pet fruit is the biggest exposure. Moreover, this fruit has another biggest disadvantage. That is, if the controlled person does not hear the other party's voice, then he will not be controlled. A ripple flashed across Qin Xiao's body. Two fruits appeared in front of Pierce. These two fruits, one is called memory fruit and the other is called pet fruit. Their function is. Qin Xiao told Pierce about the functions of these two fruits. And hearing the ability of these two fruits, everyone at the scene felt unbelievable. There is such power. Immediately afterwards, they remembered who these two abilities most resembled. This power is like a weakened version of Professor X's mental ability. Professor X's spiritual ability can easily make others forget him. It's as if he made the woman who liked him forget him. This is equivalent to deleting the memory of the memory fruit. When deleting, he returned some new memories to the other party for self-reconciliation. This is equivalent to the tampering memory of the memory fruit, and he can even use his powerful mental power to directly make the other party act according to his own ideas. This is equivalent to the power of pet fruit. The devil fruit matched by Pierce is a weakened version of Professor X still being divided into two forces, but even in their diminished versions, they are powerful enough to terrify anyone. Professor X is called a fourth-level mutant, known as the most dangerous existence. Even not so long ago, the other party almost killed the mutant in the world in one shot. Definitely, it is also possible to kill all normal humans in the world at once. All this depends on who wins at that time. Such a terrifying power is actually matched by a devil fruit. Although it is a weakened version, its power is still beyond doubt. Hill Agent at the moment is somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, this fruit is a match for someone from SHIELD. If it is given to other organizations, then this world will be in danger. She still doesn't know that she is surrounded by the most dangerous organization. And Minister Pierce heard that he matched these two devil fruits. At the moment, he was constantly thinking about the relationship. If he matches other fruits, he may also consider whether to eat them, but he doesn't need to consider these two fruits. This is an absolute must. The only question is which one he will eat. Only he himself knows how much the memory fruit has effect on him. With it, he can completely look for opportunities to gradually turn all fruit abilities of SHIELD into his own. Can even turn Nick Fury into him. Throughout SHIELD, there was no one who could stop him at that time. Hydra will really become a colossus in this world. Hydra breasts dominate the world. No one can disobey his existence. The power of the pet fruit is obviously much weaker than that of the memory fruit. The only thing that could count as a better pet fruit is that it can be directly thrown into battle. When you are in danger, you can directly use the pet ring to turn others into pets, and thus fight for yourself. However, he is Pierce. He doesn't need to fight at all. All he needs is to issue a few orders. As soon as the order is issued, someone will naturally be able to fight for themselves. Pierce thought of this, and he already had a decision in his mind. Devil Messenger, as you said, the pet ring of the pet fruit is green, right? He identified a problem. That's right, a green pet ring. Then I choose the memory fruit. Minister Pierce made his choice directly. Qin Xiao nodded. He guessed that Pierce would choose the memory fruit. The green pet ring of the pet fruit is really too big a flaw. If Pierce chooses this fruit, anyone who notices the green pet ring around their neck will know Dr. Pierce is in control. This undoubtedly created a weakness for him. Therefore, memory fruit is the best choice. Bureau, can you offer something as a transaction? Qin Xiao did not hand over the fruit to Minister Pierce. Instead, a question was asked. Trading is always what the devil has to do. Minister Pierce glanced at Qin Xiao and then at Agent Hill. I offer you a temporary authority as a SHIELD level 8 agent. During the valid time of this permission, you can browse everything that level 8 permission can browse to your heart's content. I know you have a special need for information, and you seek intelligence transactions from many people. These intelligences are constantly intersected, making you the biggest source of intelligence. Perhaps. 1.1 This is also why you are able to make certain judgments without all of us knowing. For example, the first line incident in the 9 worlds in London. None of us know what the press stands for. You go right there, even waiting for Thor to arrive. We have investigated for a long time and know that you have many sources of information. So now, SHIELD can also be a temporary intelligence base for you. You can joke now, and in a moment you're just vomiting. I've always heard that this food is terrible, and now I can finally taste it myself. But everyone else who has eaten a devil fruit at the moment looks at Pierce with a smile on their faces. Qin Xiao handed the memory fruit directly to Pierce, so they formed a misunderstanding, thinking that Qin Xiao did a lot of things ahead of time because of his information. Even Crossbones Rumlo is no exception. Gulu ... and now they are still exchanging information for Qin Xiao's devil fruit. How do you feel about this condition? The unpalatableness of devil fruit can only be known by personal experience. It was a deal that seemed to pay off for both sides. He knew that Qin Xiao had reached a deal with many people to exchange information for devil fruit. Crack ... Well, I still underestimated how unpalatable this fruit is. Pierce made a full investigation on Qin Xiao. Very good, the deal is concluded. Here is your devil fruit. Before Pierce ate, he kindly cheered up the atmosphere. Well, I still underestimated how unpalatable this fruit is. Minister Pierce took a long time to catch his breath. He was already prepared. This stuff, even if it's canned herring, it's almost the same. As a result, there is almost no limit to how unpalatable this thing is. After eating the devil fruit, he guessed that he would find it delicious in whatever he ate in the future. After all, this is the devil's taste. Qin Xiao answered with a sentence that he didn't know who said it at the beginning. Then, Devil Messenger next, why don't you go and see the batch of candidates we have prepared for you, and see if there are any people who can become fruit ability users. Pierce now has more ideas about whether there are any people under his command who can become fruit ability. Even, he began to want to pick these people in the entire SHIELD. The entire SHIELD expanded from the people of Hydra, even if some people are not originally from Hydra. As long as the opponent can match the demon's story, then he can use the memory fruit to turn the opponent into a Hydra person. And there is almost no need to worry about the existence of a change of heart. With such power, all the plans he had prepared could be implemented. He even wondered if he could use his own power to test this demon messenger now. With one's own strength, one can completely control certain people. Then let some people test the devil messenger so that they can know the details of the devil messenger. For example, the general's person 4 is under control. In that way, it might be possible for the devil messenger to leak his flaws. But then he threw the idea out of his mind. Now is not the time to do this. All that needs to be done now is to infiltrate the SHIELD completely. At that time, the Insight project was activated and everything returned to Hydra's control. After that, it's time to gradually clean up more opponents. Moreover, the Insight plan started, and the Demon Messenger was also among the targets of elimination. There is absolutely no need for me to go overboard and try again. It's also easy to expose yourself. Besides, the Devil Messenger gave himself this ability, maybe he himself will also. Maybe even the other party can restore the other party's memory. The most important thing now is low-key development, even to prevent Professor X's shot blocking. Qin Xiao didn't know what Pierce was thinking. I don't know that Pierce will test himself after getting the fruit. It's just that in the end I suppressed it again. And he himself already has a new plan. If someone like Pierce wants to make trouble, he can just find a good old man to stop him. Professor X, go back and tell Professor X that there is someone with a weakened version of his powers. Believe that Professor X will naturally know how to do it. As for whether SHIELD will be infiltrated into a sieve by Hydra. Anyway, Hydra and SHIELD fell in love and killed each other like that. Nick Fury has always been prepared. Otherwise, when Captain Rogers said he wanted to destroy SHIELD, he would have agreed so easily. Whether it is SHIELD or the 3 Helicarriers, they are not all of him. He has more chips besides SHIELD anyway, as long as he doesn't die himself. Extremis has been configured partially for them. Qin Xiao did not believe that Nick Fury would not use it. Although his suspicion is great, it should not be so great that he doesn't even believe that. If his suspicions are so great, then he deserves to die. But now Pierce proposed to meet the selectors. I really want to see it myself. What if you can find 2 people who can match the devil fruit? Several people came to the selection venue, Pierce said. Here are the talents prepared for the devil messengers, all top talents in SHIELD. Pierce introduced you here a bit. Qin Xiao looked around Tilda. I don't know anyone, or rather no one who has a face in the film. He felt that the harvest from this trip might be 0. He walked around the crowd. The final result was exactly as he had expected. No, none of them are suitable for synthesis as the fruit of Zulidu. Qin Xiao informed Pierce of the news. Pierce was disappointed but held back. It seems that I need more and better personnel to meet your needs, but it doesn't matter, there are many people in SHIELD. This time you are given a temporary permission level 8. You can go to SHIELD to see for yourself. Maybe you can see the devil apostle you want there. Pierce directly asked Qin Xiao to go to SHIELD to see for himself. Okay, I will go and see. When I find suitable people, let them report to you. Qin Xiao naturally wanted to visit the famous headquarters of SHIELD. If you don't go, maybe SHIELD will be destroyed. At that time, there was no way to think about it. Then I won't bother the devil messenger today. I still have some things to deal with. See you next time at SHIELD headquarters. Pierce's intention to come here has been fulfilled. At the moment, he is going to start a new plan. Some plans that could not be implemented in the past can now be implemented. Back at SHIELD, Pierce called Agent Hitwell. The next thing I'm going to do is start a check on our internal staff. Also, make a plan outlining the people who might influence our insight plan. According to the degree of difficulty of judgment, select the objects that we can quietly capture now. These people will be in our hidden base. Next, I will brainwash them myself. Pierce assigned the task directly to the Sitwell agent. Agent Hitwell was surprised to hear Pierce's plan. Is something wrong? Now it's going to break the original plan. Minister Pierce, is it really okay to disrupt our plan steps now? Moreover, with regard to the brainwashing of those people, our current technical level is still unable to fully do it. All our original plans would be wasted if it were brought to the attention of others. Hitwell agent offered his idea. Pierce glanced at Agent Hitwell. I know, but this time I changed a history from the demon messenger, can modify and delete other people's memories. I'm going to use this ability to brainwash anyone who might influence our plans. Definitely there are some people we just can't help, but as long as we can deal with it now and have certain abilities, they will all be ours. Minister Pierce explained. Fruit ability, you have become a fruit ability user and this ability sounds so amazing. It's like Professor X. Stuell immediately remembered that ability is similar to Professor X after all. One of the biggest enemies they have always faced is the district teacher. That's right, it's very similar to Professor X's ability. I now have the equivalent of a weakened version of Professor X's skills. Those are as long as you can bring them, I can recalculate their memories. This will make our subsequent actions more smooth. Pierce briefly told Hitwell agent about his ability. A weakened version of Professor X, just such a name can make Hitwell agent feel at ease. This is really a powerful deterrent from a level 4 mutant. I see, I will arrange the next plan. Ever since, under the influence of Pierce's ability, many people began to appear in Shield, whose memory was changed by him with the fruit of memory. Definitely, all this was done in secret under their cover. Not even Nick Fury noticed anything unusual. But when Nick Fury got the Hill agent's report, he still felt shocked in his whole heart. Pierce, his immediate boss, would actually give the ability to those who have become fruits. Shield is getting more and more dangerous now, and Pierce gave Qin Xiao a temporary 8th level authority. The other party has come to Shield headquarters in 70 during this time. Using his temporary 8th level clearance, Jia is reading a lot of news. Now I really want to call Carol back and let her see if Qin Xiao is okay. And I always feel like something is going to happen lately. What exactly went wrong? Is it something about the demon messengers invading our Shield? He made Captain Rogers and Hill agent all fruit ability users. Now let Minister Pierce become a fruit ability. The whole Shield, my top and bottom, have become his people, if he can really control these fruit abilities. So now Shield has almost no room for resistance. Maybe I need to prepare more. Nick Fury touched his strengthened arm. Extremis is indeed a good thing. Such a force can build a strong-willed special forces. 1.5 billion ransom. Otherwise, it would allow him to make more Extremis. Natasha Romanoff on a mission. That's right, just now the staff there were launching the last satellite, but they were suddenly attacked by pirates. Yes. Nick Fury suddenly thought of something. The mobile satellite platform there. Starly Muria. George Bucto. Nick Director Nick Fury. One of our mobile satellite launch platforms was hijacked near Yin Dayang. 25 top mercenaries led by George Bardock. The reporter left. Nick Fury thought about it and finally called Natasha Romanoff, except that Dr. Banner is now at Tony Stark's place. Just then an agent reported something to him. That's right, from the operations department of the former General Directorate of External Security, the most wanted criminal on the Interpol Red Notice. I see, I will arrange people to save them. Nick Fury thought of something. What do they want? How many pirates are there? On the rescue plane, Natasha Romanoff, Captain Rogers, Crossbones Rumlo, and Phil Coulson led a group of agents. At the moment, they are discussing the latest plan. In fact, Captain Rogers felt that there was no need for so many of them to participate in this operation this time. It doesn't matter if the other party is the former operations department of the General Administration of External Security and the most wanted criminal on the Interpol Red Notice. They are now fruit ability bearers, also got the strengthening of Extremis. All it takes is one random person to lead a team to do this, but because the object of this rescue belongs to Shield. So Shield finally dispatched this team after balancing internally. Phil Coulson is Nick Fury's henchman. Likewise, Crossbones Rumlo is the confidant of the Global Safety Council. At least this misunderstanding created by Pierce Ancient One will not be exposed for the time being. Natasha Romanoff, on the other hand, is a willing-to-do-anything agent. If there is anything wrong in the middle, she can do it. As for the leader is Captain Rogers, it's for balance. Captain Rogers didn't have much to do with anyone. He was able to maintain his usual mentality. This is why he is the leader of the whole team. Definitely the other is that his strength is indeed the strongest of all. If there is an accident, his dog can easily deal with it. With a simple raid, the hostages on the entire ship were directly rescued. The whole process is really easy. Basically, Captain Rogers flying everyone from the plane to the ship with the air cannon. The close-range ability to send them wherever they want makes their raids as easy as shopping. The pirates on board were directly targeted and cleared. After that, Crossbones used the sheer fruit to open the gate. There is no need for bombs, no one can react to such a quiet breakthrough. After that, Natasha Romanoff's foe Gatling fires along with other weapons. The pirates who wanted to resist were all beaten into a sieve. Phil Coulson is like an overseer, and his chances of making shots are almost non-existent. The other agents are in charge of finishing and placing the hostages. That's right, it's that easy. The only problem with the whole process is that Natasha Romanoff's artificial living creature is acting on its own. This made Captain Rogers very angry. Captain Rogers found Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who was backing up the data. Natasha Romanoff, this time the rescue plan: you should not let your artificial living things act without permission. You should be aware that during training, your artificial living creature may lose control without your command. Captain Rogers looked serious. The artificial living creatures made by soul fruits are very powerful, but also because they have spiritual gods. So they will have their own minds. That is, they may disobey Natasha Romanoff's orders. This happened in training. In this operation, Natasha Romanoff let her artificial creatures follow other agents. But she herself went off to do other things. This made Captain Rogers very angry. Natasha Romanoff didn't care. Captain Rogers, the possibility of that kind of loss of control is very low, maybe once in 10 times. And you also know that out-of-control situations are caused by being away from me for too long. In this battle, they have been under my surveillance all the time, so it doesn't take long to get out of control. Natasha Romanoff, you have to understand one thing: those times are training, not life. This rescue activity involves our own lives. If once your artificial living things get out of control, those hostages are likely to die directly. Then our rescue operation this time has completely failed. Mission failure is not the most important thing. The important thing is that they don't have to die. You are not putting their lives first. This is the most important. Captain Rogers was outraged at Natasha Romanoff's disregard for human life. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Captain Rogers. You are so kind-hearted, but unfortunately I am not. And you have your mission, I have mine. Otherwise, why would I be needed just to save the hostages? After she finished speaking, she unplugged the copied USB flash drive and then waved it in front of Captain Rogers. Oh, stop arguing, these things haven't happened yet. Our summary task this time was very successful, and it should be worth celebrating. Phil Coulson took the initiative to smooth things over at this time. Seeing the good old man come out to talk, the two stopped arguing. But Captain Rogers already had a new idea in his heart. Back at the SHIELD headquarters, Captain Rogers went directly to Nico Fury. Don't let me lead the team next time, and don't involve me in your internal conflicts. I want to complete the task, and I need to be responsible for the lives of those people. But you seem to be more interested in another course of action. You tell me to lead this team to rescue the hostages. But Natasha Romanoff had already done other things in the first place, even abandoning the hostages. If you don't believe me, you can let your confidant lead the team. Captain Rogers saw Nick Fury complaining. Nick Fury glanced at Captain Rogers. You are wrong, it is for the safety of the hostages, so I sent my most powerful agent to rescue them. The most important thing is that you successfully completed your respective plans. Moreover, this plan involves very important things. You will know when you come with me. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he led Captain Rogers into the elevator. Insight Planning Fleet. Nick Fury reported the address to go. Captain Rogers looked puzzled. This was another place he hadn't heard of. How many secrets are there in SHIELD? The artificial intelligence in the elevator went through a scan. Captain Rogers has no vision of the plan. Artificial intelligence has the answer. Captain Rogers looked a little ugly. Gulas, J. Director Nick Fury authorized. Authorization received. Go to the Insight Plan ship bay. The elevator began to descend slowly. You're talking about something very important. What exactly is it? Captain Rogers looked puzzled. You'll find out soon. The elevator went all the way down, and when the elevator stopped, Rogers' anger turned to consternation. Below this, there is such a huge underground space. Numerous Quinjet aircraft are constantly being fixed inside, and their positions are exactly 3 huge helicarriers. You built 3 more helicarriers. Captain Rogers finally couldn't take it anymore. Yes, we built 3 new helicarriers. They are part of the Insight Plan. 3 new generation helicarriers will be synchronized with a network of positioning satellites. Captain Rogers at the moment finally understood. Satellite launched by the Lemuria star. What we saved this time is this abnormal satellite platform. That's right, the satellite doesn't need to land after it goes up, and the same goes for the 3 helicarriers. They have state-of-the-art shock engines that allow them to sustain suborbital flights. This thing was improved by Tony. Tony, does he still have time for this? Captain Rogers looked surprised. Yeah, after all, he's seen our old turbo engine up close. This gave him some very bad thoughts, so that the same thing doesn't happen the next time I'm on the helicarrier. So he took the time to design and modify this latest engine for us. Captain Rogers' eyelids twitched when he heard this. This matter seems to have something to do with myself. Last time I didn't pull down the handbrake in time and the opponent was sucked in by the turbine. It seems that this left a psychological shadow on Tony. Then what are these? What are you going to do with such dense firepower weapons? Captain Rogers asked, looking at the weapons on the helicarrier. These are new long-range pinpoint weapons. 1 minute can destroy 1,000 enemies. Satellites can read the DNA of terrorists even if they don't show up. With them, we can nip threats before they are born. By Zola strangling, you should be punished for doing bad things right. For the sake of this world, there will eventually be something that needs to be sacrificed. Hey, isn't this the sentence of Captain Rogers? Who are we? There are his feature documentaries. It will be too late to do something bad and we can't wait until then. There was a serious clash of ideas between Captain Rogers and Nick Fury. Only at the SHIELD branch in New York they will gather together. Leaving SHIELD, Captain Rogers made a trip to the History Museum. Here, looking at the familiar people in the documentary, he can find some peace. In Daxia Aegis, Captain Rogers has his own residence. This world, after all, is no longer the world I am familiar with. This time the conversation broke up badly in the end. After New York, I convinced the Global Security Council that now we can protect them. At other times, although someone is watching them, they also have their own space. Captain Rogers, you should be aware of this. Captain Rogers muttered to himself. Protection, pointing a gun at everyone is protection, everyone is their freedom. We at SHIELD accept the real world, not the ideal world. Hey, isn't this Captain Rogers? At this moment, Captain Rogers heard a voice that seemed somewhat familiar. He turned his head and saw a person who did look familiar. A little runners. Lambda. Captain, have you forgotten my famous minister? The visitor looked helpless. Sam Wilson, long time no see. Captain Rogers finally said the opponent's name. Yeah, I haven't seen you running for a long time. Are you busy recently? Sam stepped forward and shook Captain Rogers' hand. I moved to New York recently, but this time I might stay here for a while. Why are you here? Captain Rogers didn't elaborate, but it still revealed a little bit of information. Sam heard the words and looked at the historical materials that Zhou Zhang was playing. Are you going to laugh at me if I say I adore you? Sam is shy. Captain Rogers heard this, and his expression turned into an expression of wanting to laugh but not being able to. Won't. He finally held back his laughter and gave a negative answer. Okay, you can laugh if you want. In fact, I come here once in a while. Look at your battles at that time. You lost a friend Barnes and I also lost a friend Riley. So sometimes I just want to know, if it were you, would you forget the other party? Rogers' captain at the moment is also positive. No, Barnes is my lifelong friend and I will always remember him. Even if it makes you feel guilty sometimes, 950. Even if I feel guilty, I will never forget the other party. Well, sure enough, this is Captain Rogers. Why are you here today? Sam threw the question back. Captain Rogers also took a look around. I'm also here to recall the past. There are no familiar people around me. After he finished speaking, he looked melancholy. Elsewhere, Nick Fury, who sent Rogers off, returned to his office. Inserted the USB flash drive sent back by Natasha Romanoff, and after a while of operation, he got an answer that surprised him. I don't have permission to browse the files copied from Lemuria Star. And the one who encrypted this file was himself. Something is wrong with SHIELD. This is his first judgment. Besides yourself, how many people can do these things in your own name? Global Safety Council. Only there are people above the 10th level of authority. Thinking of this, Nick Fury turned and left the office. He is going to find someone, Minister Pierce. His relationship with Minister Pierce was not easy. At the time, Secretary Pierce was still the head of Columbia, modified SHIELD. When he was in Columbia, the army there occupied the embassy. Guards rescued Pierce, but others were captured. Nick Fury was the second in command of the local SHIELD at the time. He violated Pierce's request to negotiate an attack directly from the sewers, freed the hostages held in the basement. After that, Pierce promoted Nick Fury all the way to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Even, the position of Minister Pierce was only done at the request of Nick Fury, because Nick Fury needs a partner who can understand him. In this way, he can make good use of his ability. The two of them have always been a front, and only Pierce can help him delay the Insight project. Nick, we used to be 40 floors apart. If I didn't get attacked here, wouldn't you come and see me? Pierce saw Nick Fury make a joke. No, I'll come if there's a nuclear war. Nick Fury shot back. Okay, why did you come to me this time? I wanted you to do me a little favors. What's busy? Convened a meeting with the directors of the Global Security Council to temporarily suspend the Insight plan. Hearing this, Pierce was startled but was immediately overjoyed. What surprised him was that the other party already knew something. What he likes is if the other party really looks for it according to that place, then their people directly entered the trap circle. This time, many enemies can be eliminated. But they are all old foxes, and his inner state does not show on his face at all. You're not doing me a favor. Get Iron Man to my niece's birthday party later and I'll do it for you. No problems, deals. Nick Fury covered this request. After all, he was the one who took advantage. Leaving Pierce's office, Nick Fury called Phil Coulson. Boss, what's the matter? Phil Coulson asked first. There is a problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and I need your protection. Nick Fury said something that surprised Phil Coulson. Is there a problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? Have you found out where it is? I don't know for now, but the one who can do all this must have the same authority as me. Those with this authority all occupy the positions of directors of the Global Safety Committee. They supervised us, and we also gave them permission to supervise. But now it seems that they are not satisfied with just monitoring. Nick Fury had a murderous look on his face. I see, but if that's the case, Natasha Romanoff might be better suited to protect you. You also know that among the current fruit ability holders, I am the weakest. Self-preservation is more than enough, but the offensive ability is very limited. Phil Coulson was a little worried. He has always been very clear about himself. Never do anything beyond your ability. Phil Coulson, in S.H.I.E.L.D., there are very few people I trust now and even fewer people I can trust. But just like you believed in me when you were a trainee detective, I've always believed in you. If something happens to me this time, you must also organize the Insight plan. Nick Fury at the moment actually has a kind of solitary look. And Phil Coulson understood what Nick Fury meant. The other party almost doesn't believe anyone now. Director Nick Fury, I see, but do you need to call everyone you trustee? Lulu said, I will call Agent Hill and ask her to come to Daxia Aegis from New York immediately. The two drove straight out of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the way. Nick Fury called Hill Agent. However, while waiting for a traffic light at an intersection, a police car stopped beside them. A cop looked at Nick Fury and Phil Coulson scrutinizingly. Why do you want to see our documents? Nick Fury gave the opponent a hard line. The two people in the police car sounded the alarm and then chose to leave directly. At the moment, it happened to be the green light. Phil Coulson started the car and drove forward, squeak tilde tilde tilde. Just then, a car slammed into the car. The police car that had just left backed up directly, blocking the advancing position of Nick Fury's car. Not only that, but a police car crashed into Nick Fury's rear. And on the block, more cars directly surrounded Nick Fury's car. The interior of the car, having withstood this violent impact, the airbag popped out directly. Even Phil Coulson took the brunt of the crash. Director Nick Fury, it seems that this matter is really not simple. I'm going to find out who they are. Phil Coulson said it was difficult, but he didn't look worried at all. Take one alive and kill the rest. Nick Fury at the moment is also a big increase in killing intent. If he hadn't been injected with extremis, physical strength is greatly improved. The impact just now could have seriously injured him. But now that the opponent has made a move, it's time for them to fight back. Is one life enough? I know. After Phil Coulson finished speaking, his body gradually became piece by piece. There is a small gap in the window. Phil Coulson's body came straight through the gap. His feet remained in the car. Phil Coulson, floating like a puff pastry, watched more and more people arrive. His face was calm. Dude, don't know which of you is the unluckiest guy. Dude, don't know which of you is the unluckiest guy. Phil Coulson's upper body suddenly combined and split. The two fists hit the front two attackers directly like cannonballs. His legs at the moment also rammed towards another enemy. The hard knee was directly on top of the two attackers. A body that has been extremis strengthened possesses great strength. Phil Coulson's split also has an accelerating effect. This sudden attack directly caused the unprepared attackers to directly lose 4 people. None of these fighters could withstand his punch. Fire. The attackers directly gave the order to fire. Boom tilde. Do da da tilde. Do da da tilde. Do da da tilde. The attackers were not vegetarians. They were outnumbered and some shot at the floating Phil Coulson, others shot at the stalled car. The sound of rapid bullets directly drowned the car. But how can Nick Fury's car bulletproof function be easily penetrated by ordinary bullets? Nick Fury at the moment is arranging for the system to reactivate the powertrain. His eyes were fixed on Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's fruit is more effective for slashing. It doesn't do much for impacts like bullets, so Phil Coulson's training in New York is more about the impact of this thermal weapon. But compared with bullets, people's reaction is hard to match even after strengthening. Nick Fury is in Daxia Aegis and has been paying attention to this right-hand man who has been following him. Now even if you watch the opponent dodge bullets easily and continue to fight back, he was still a little worried. At the moment Phil Coulson is on the lookout for any offense. His body became more and more scattered. Except for the hands and feet that need to be attacked, the other parts even started to find other places to hide. The free control of the torn fruit within a certain range is really too buggy. In a blink of an eye, these attackers even lost their target. Except for two fists and knees that are still flying in the air, such a small target is still flying around them. In this case, they have no way to aim at the target at all. But at this moment, a masked soldier got off a black car behind him. His metal arm is very noticeable. Come, it is Winter Soldier. The weapon he held surprised Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. Adsorbent bomb. When the other attackers saw this person appearing, they directly gave way to the other party. Obviously, they know how powerful this person is. Phil Coulson didn't delay, his fists rushed towards the opposite person like cannonballs. We must organize the opponent to launch that bomb. If the car is wrecked, it's even harder to escape. The person on the other side saw this was true. His flailing metal arm met Phil Coulson's fist directly. Ding tilde. Phil Coulson's fists jingled against each other. How could this be? You don't even need to retreat under my attack. Phil Coulson punched down several times, feeling more and more unbelievable. He is one who has been strengthened by extremis. He has power far beyond ordinary people. The others faced him and were punched flying. No matter what method the opponent uses to defend, he will be beaten into the air. But the person in front of him actually worked hard. A terrifying idea came into his mind. Could it be that the opponent is also a strengthening fighter? Where do their strengthening potions come from? Sure enough, behind this is the director of the Global Safety Committee. Phil Coulson was surprised. His attack speed slowed down a lot. As a fighter, Winter Soldier will naturally not miss this opportunity. He took this opportunity to flick his arm, and the metal arm knocked one of Phil Coulson's fists away. With flesh and metal colliding, Phil Coulson felt a sharp pain. One of his hands split instantly. Only in this way can we avoid being directly destroyed by the opponent's attack. But this also freed up the opponent. The person opposite raised his weapon with one hand and was about to aim at Nick Fury's car. How long does it take for the power system to recover? Nick Fury was in a hurry. If they don't start again, they may not have the chance to leave. Phil Coulson, who was floating and hiding in the dark, saw the opponent's movements with his head. He floated directly towards Nick Fury's car. Director Fu Rui, I'm in big trouble. There's someone suspected of strengthening. I know, pay attention to avoids. Boom tilde tilde. The Winter Soldier shoots this adsorbent bomb directly at Nick Fury's car. The bomb directly adsorbent to the bottom of the car. There was an explosion. Nick Fury's car was completely scrapped. The power system that was about to return to normal just now was completely destroyed. Director Fury. Zero ask for flowers. Phil Coulson at the moment didn't care about other things. He got together and hid behind the car to check the situation of Nick Fury in the car. Although the explosion just now damaged the power system, but the blast also freed Nick Fury's car from the interception. Nick Fury opens the car door facing away from the attacker. I'm fine, it seems that it's really difficult to leave this time. The explosion just now caused him to bear a strong shock. Even his strengthening body is a bit overwhelming. The power system is completely damaged. It is recommended to open the weapon system. Then at the moment, the system in the car was still prompting Nick Fury to turn on the weapon system. Hearing this voice, Nick Fury was overjoyed. Opens. A Gatling popped out of his car, 0.0. The glass on the other side, which had already been hit hard, burst suddenly at the same time. Do-da-da tilde. Do-da-da tilde. Do-da-da tilde. The violent bullets shot towards the crowd in the distance, as if they didn't want money. Some attackers who couldn't dodge were directly pierced in this sudden attack. Even Winter Soldier had to stay away from the firepower. Director Nick Fury, you go first. Phil Coulson at the moment puts both hands directly in Gatling's hands. Others dodge, but the hands can continue to attack. This is the power of fragmentation. Remember to keep up. Nick Fury turned and left. The attack range of the weapons on the car is limited after all. Phil Coulson at the moment is also helpless. Woo 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 tilde tilde. Perhaps if you win the other party, you will be able to know what will happen next. Those attackers who had taken cover continued to pursue Nick Fury. At this time, he knew it was not the time to be coy. However, Phil Coulson is not very worried about the pursuit of those ordinary people. After all, Nick Fury is a strengthened king of agents after all. The sooner he leaves, the safer Phil Coulson will be. Now Phil Coulson's eyes were all on the man with the metal arm. Don't let him get away. Phil Coulson had to let go of his weapon. Phil Coulson looked depressed. And the person on the other side saw that there were no bullets, so he also walked out. Okay, I'm going to play heads up again. I hate heads up. Da 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 tilde tilde. Those people, maybe they all went to deliver food. After the bullet is fired, the barrel of the tring is constantly idling. At the moment, Phil Coulson looks gravely at the approaching Winter Soldier. As an agent of SHIELD, his combat effectiveness is actually not the strongest. His role is more as Nick Fury's confidant to do some projects that others can't participate in, such as the experiment of resurrecting others. In general combat operations, people like Natasha Romanoff and Barton participated. Definitely his combat power is actually not low, now got extremis and fruit ability. His strength is also stronger, now he wants to see who the person opposite is. The two got closer and Phil Coulson struck first. Once again his fists flew like cannonballs towards the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier didn't care at all, he directly dealt with the two fists with both hands. The fist-to-hand combat made Phil Coulson absolutely sure. The opponent is a super soldier who has obtained strengthening. Moreover, the other party's current physical condition of 807 is even more terrifying than his. This shows that the opponent's body before being blinded is very terrifying. Winter Soldier kept waving his fists, and his feet didn't stop moving towards Phil Coulson. Suddenly, his speed increased sharply. The whole person rushed to Phil Coulson like a beast. Obviously, there is still a distance, but it was a race directly at this moment. Phil Coulson was startled, and then his whole body was instantly torn apart. Winter Soldier goes straight through Phil Coulson's body. He slammed himself hard into a car behind Phil Coulson. The car was directly rolled out by the powerful force of Winter Soldier. Phil Coulson looked at everything in front of him. He knew that the arrest plan this time would have no chance to be implemented. With such a strong combat power of the opponent, I have no chance to take him down. His feet were hidden under a car at the moment. Within a certain range, he can split and add flight at will. But the Winter Soldier is a fighting machine. When he hit the car, he swerved in an instant. Not only that, he directly punched a duplication of Phil Coulson who was gathering behind him. Phil Coulson was hit for the first time. This time, Phil Coulson felt a strong impact. Even his floating body was a little unable to maintain, almost falling to the ground. Whoosh tilde asterisk. Phil Coulson simply chose to stay away from each other. He looked surprised at the moment. You seem to be very familiar with my fighting style. Sure enough, are you an insider? Phil Coulson sensed the other's familiarity with him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the opponent to turn around and punch him immediately after scattering himself. It's as if he knew that he would split, and even more that he would gather there. Only those who have known his fighting style will know this. If nothing else happened, the other party made the corresponding arrangement only after obtaining some information from SHIELD in New York. However, even if ordinary people know this characteristic, it is useless. They couldn't keep up with Phil Coulson's speed. From this we can see how terrifying this guy with the metal arm is. At least in terms of combat effectiveness, how terrifying his strength is. But Winter Soldier didn't have any meaning to speak. He looked away from Phil Coulson, his eyes constantly searching the surroundings. Phil Coulson's flight has a limited distance. Once he finds his feet, the other party will be controlled by others. At the moment, Phil Coulson became more and more certain that the other party had obtained the internal information of SHIELD. It seems that some people in the Global Security Committee are really insane. Crossbones Rumlo is their person, so will there be Crossbones behind this incident? When he thought of this, he was startled. Where is Rumlo now? He won't do anything to anyone else. The Winter Soldier doesn't give Phil Coulson a chance to think. He charged at Phil Coulson again. This time, Phil Coulson punched Winter Soldier hard. His floating body was knocked back again. The power of the super soldier Winter Soldier is beyond Phil Coulson's imagination. Definitely, this is also related to Phil Coulson's fruit energy. If it's Natasha Romanoff at the moment, the veteran has to be dodged by the opposing Gattlings. The Winter Soldier who can play as Captain Rogers is full of teeth. At the moment, he began to doubt Qin Xiao's words. Is there really no difference between strength and weakness of fruit? This fruit of mine, no matter how you look at it, belongs to the weakest, right? The Winter Soldier doesn't care what Phil Coulson thinks. He was attacking Phil Coulson at the moment. Phil Coulson occasionally chooses hard resistance and occasionally chooses to fall apart, but in general he has been pressed and beaten. Suddenly, Winter Soldier stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Phil Coulson before heading straight for a car. Phil Coulson was startled, his feet were under the car. Winter Soldier's combat awareness is too strong. He had just done an estimate of the scope of the Phil Coulson fight. Found Phil Coulson using float around a certain range. After a simple calculation, he knew where Phil Coulson's feet were. Feeling helpless, Phil Coulson ran away from under the car with both feet. Winter Soldier looked at the feet that were leaving and he ran over quickly. Phil Coulson really couldn't help it. He rushed towards Winter Soldier with his whole body. The heavy fist hit Winter Soldier's metal arm directly. Winter Soldier, blocking Phil Coulson's drive, caught you. Phil Coulson hears the voice of Winter Soldier for the first time. But then, his hand was directly grabbed by Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. A huge force seemed to crush his hand completely. The sharp pain hit Phil Coulson's nerves. He directly used the force of fragmentation to split the fist. However, even though it was split, part of his fist was still tightly squeezed by Winter Soldier. Now Phil Coulson, if he gathers his body, there will be less part of his hand. Phil Coulson didn't know yet that the rift fruit could come together even if a part of the body was missing. It's as if Joker Bucky's head, hands and feet can still move freely when his body is placed elsewhere. If you can't regain your meat, you will be disabled by then. He didn't know, so at the moment his heart sank. Instead, he had a special feeling. There was a sudden crisp sound on Winter Soldier's tightly clenched metal fist, and to regain one's own flesh, one must destroy the opponent's metal fist. The power of your own fruit, if you want to act on others, the effect is to directly split the other party. If that part of the duplication splits, if the metal arm that controls its own body is regarded as a whole by itself. As soon as the idea came out, Phil Coulson couldn't hold back anymore, falling apart. Click tilde tilde. But at the moment, after a certain part of his body is controlled by the other party. Hashball. He looked down and found a scene that shocked him. His metal palm at the moment is like a falling apart part. All this while, all his attempts were in vain. It would be great if it could directly split the opponent's 0.8 metal arm. Perhaps I have actually limited my body too much. Winter Soldier looked at the shattered metal palm, his eyes revealed a rare seriousness. He didn't feel any impact, violent force. His arm seemed to be disassembled naturally. It is scattered into as many pieces as there are parts on the arm. He didn't understand at all what happened. Is there something wrong with the metal arm? Or is this caused by the opponent's power? At the moment, Winter Soldier has the meaning of retreat. Without this mechanical palm, his own strength will drop a lot. Moreover, the current strength of the opponent is really too weird. If you continue to fight, maybe even worse things will happen. As a fighter, Winter Soldier quickly made his own judgment. Among the scattered metal parts, a mass of flesh and blood floated back to Phil Coulson's body. The surprise in his heart at the moment is only known to him. He doesn't know what awakening is, but he knows what Qin Xiao said. As expected, my own fruit can act outside of myself like the soul fruit and blob fruit. This is what surprised him the most. Originally, apart from self-protection, his strength was really mediocre in other aspects. But now he has new hope. Looking at his recovered body, Phil Coulson had the desire to fight his opponent for the first time. Fighting with 4 opponents, maybe I can remember this feeling. Hey metal arm guy, here we go again. This time, Phil Coulson rushed towards Winter Soldier directly in the flesh. Winter Soldier's mechanical hand lost the palm, and now his left hand is just like an iron rod, unable to make more movements. But he wasn't worried when he saw Phil Coulson rushing towards him. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his left hand counterattacked directly towards Phil Coulson as a blessing. Phil Coulson fell apart again as he was about to get close. One of his hands pinched Winter Soldier's metal arm directly. That feeling of having this part as part of my body. Phil Coulson recalls that feeling. Torn apart tilde tilde. To the voice of Phil Coulson, the Winter Soldier's metal arm ripped apart straight from the elbow. All that's left is just the shoulders to the elbows. This time, Winter Soldier was not calm anymore. He kicked directly at Phil Coulson. When Phil Coulson ducked, he turned and jumped. The situation here needs to be reported to the higher authorities. Phil Coulson tried to chase for some distance. But in the end, the other party was allowed to escape. On the other side, all the soldiers chasing Nick Fury were counterkilled by Nick Fury. The most important thing is that he couldn't even leave a living. Once the opponent finds out that he is going to be captured alive, he would rather die directly. When Phil Coulson found Nick Fury, both of them shook their heads helplessly. I have one thing to report to you. The metal arm man I met this time is very familiar with our power. He even knows my ability clearly. So basically, we've got each other's eyes in the New York branch. And the most likely candidate of all is Rumlo. Phil Coulson shared his analysis with Nick Fury. Rumlo, sure enough, has someone on the Global Security Council standing behind him. Contact SHIELD and immediately imprison Rumlo. Nick Fury makes a new judgment call. However, SHIELD can't believe it now. It may be impossible for us to hunt down Rumlo with the power of SHIELD. Phil Coulson raised his concerns. Nick Fury smiled contemptuously. There's no need to catch it. As long as you let SHIELD move, someone will show up. SHIELD urgently mobilized. All people are looking for Rumlo agent. This is the latest order from S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. As for the reason, Nick Fury did not elaborate. However, under such pursuit by SHIELD, no Rumlo agent was seen. It was as if the other party had disappeared suddenly. This time, it seems that the whole thing has once again reached a deadlock. At least, Nick Fury really couldn't figure out which director was standing behind Rumlo. On the other side, deep in a bank, there is a hidden base of Hydra. Rumlo at the moment is hiding here. In other words, hiding is not accurate. He is here at the moment and he has really returned home. Because here, all members of Hydra. Winter Soldier was sitting on a recliner. Beside him, a staff member was dismantling his metal arm. You mean, the guy who can fall apart touched your hand and your hand just fell apart? After listening to Winter Soldier's report, Rumlo looked serious at the moment. That's right. Winter Soldier gave a positive answer. That's impossible. Phil Coulson's power has never been able to work outside his body, although the Devil Messenger said that the fruit can be used outside of itself. But Phil Coulson's fruit has never shown that kind of power. The researchers of the New York branch even speculated whether the fruit of the other party did not have that ability. But according to what you are saying now, it proves that Phil Coulson's strength has grown. Devil fruits, what kind of terrifying power do they have? Rumlo at the moment is very impressive. He's been around Phil Coulson for so long. Fighting together in New York for so long. None of them found that the opponent's power could be used outside of himself. But this time, Winter Soldier's report clearly exceeded expectations. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we lost one of the best opportunities to assassinate Nick Fury. Nick Fury will definitely increase his security in the future. At that time, there will never be such a good opportunity again. Originally, it was because of Phil Coulson's limited ability that he chose to attack at this time. Next time, no matter who is going to protect Nick Fury, we will have a much harder time. A person who looked like a staff officer shook his head constantly. He was right, this time is the best chance. There are ways to counter Phil Coulson's strength, but it would be troublesome if it was replaced by someone else. Natasha Romanoff's Soul Fruit Legion, whether it is the Walking Gatlin or the Hidden Barrett, all represent the difficulty of the opponent. What's more, with Extremis, she even has such living things as tanks. With her by Nick Fury's side, to assassinate is to court death. If Hill Agent is protecting Nick Fury, there will be no other way except for long-distance assassination. Or Hawkeye Barton protecting Nick Fury with his quick reflexes and the ability to torture everyone here. If it was Captain Rogers, it would be even more difficult. An air cannon knocked Nick Fury away and couldn't find him. No, assassinating Nick Fury is not important. What is important is that Nick Fury's attention has been attracted. Just then, a figure came in from outside. Obviously, he heard the conversation of several people. Minister Pierce. Sir Pierce. I'll say hello 140 to Pierce. Right now, Nick Fury's attention is mostly on those guys. No matter what we do, we will be regarded as doing it by those people. Moreover, because of this attack, those people are now somewhat suspicious. Next, Hitwell's agent will present some evidence involving Nick Fury, and it goes straight to Nick Fury. When their investigation is over, they will find that this group is related to some terrorist forces abroad. This director has been modified by me, and he will become the mastermind behind this incident. When he sees those, he will be more sure that someone is designing him behind his back. Afterwards, he would block the Insight program even more from liftoff. I see, I'll go. Our plan is about to succeed. The reason why the Insight plan is blocked is to make these organizations transfer. No problem, leave it to me, but what's the use of me going here? In order to combat those forces outside the country, and at the same time avoid the recurrence of things like Nick Fury being attacked. This is near the residence of one of the directors, and as soon as you go there, new suspicions arise. At this time, the Rumlo agent is needed. All of this to get Nick Fury caught up in his reserved plans. Pierce finally revealed his plan. Rumlo didn't understand. Rumlo agent, thank you, now their attention is on you. Next you need to go to this place to take a risk. The calls for the Insight program to take off again will be louder and louder. Pierce handed Rumlo a note with an address on it. Director Nick Fury, with the latest intel we have Rumlo's location. Nick Fury, who had been sitting at SHIELD, had a message. Where? Less than 3 blocks from Director Rudolph's house. Director Rudolph. Nick Fury was also taken aback when he heard the news. Is there really a director involved behind this incident? But then he felt something was wrong. With the professionalism of Rumlo agent, how could it be discovered so easily? This kind of thing is obvious, just like deliberately planting. Because of this method, Nick Fury himself often uses it. But now that such a situation has been discovered, it is impossible for him to give up completely and not investigate. The focus is on the deployment and surveillance centered on Rudolph Liech's residence. All neighborhood information is analyzed. Agent Hill, you will be solely responsible for this matter. Behind this incident, I always feel that there is a problem. Such an obvious situation is very similar to our usual tactics. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that Director Rudolph is not missed during the investigation. In the same way, make sure that you don't wrong the other party. Nick Fury looked at Hill agent and said seriously. Agent Hill nodded. I know I wills. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. The entire SHIELD started running like a machine. All areas around Director Rudolph's block are armed. The monitoring of dozens of blocks outside the entire range has been called up. The intelligence system began to compare and analyze all the information about Crossbones. Finally, Crossbones was spotted on another hidden camera. He emerges in this area from a dilapidated sewer area, and that place is only a few hundred meters away from Director Rudolph's residence. It was also the last hidden place where Director Rudolph could be approached. Afterwards, Rumlo disappeared from surveillance again. All of this was normal at first, but in the nearby blocks, Rudolph was frequently spotted. This was originally a normal situation, because this is where the other party lives. But when the Hill agent moved the monitoring time forward again for a period of time, she discovered an important intelligence. Recently, the frequency of Director Rudolph's appearance has increased significantly. The overall frequency has increased by at least 2 layers. In the case of the Rumlo agent disappearing and appearing nearby, the frequency of the opponent's appearance increased constantly, which naturally aroused their suspicion. After that, the area where Director Rudolph appeared was tracked and confirmed. It was found that the other party went to several places that he would never have gone before many times. Under various suspicions, Hill agent finally reported this information to Nick Fury. Director Fury, we should be able to conduct a polygraph test on Director Rudolph according to the normal process. Although the current evidence does not directly prove that he is related to the Rumlo agent. But the current situation can also activate the SHIELD contingency plan. Uniformly test all trustees in the normal polygraph procedure. Lie detectors are a fundamental detection method for all agents. It's like when Ward was arrested in the SHIELD agent and returned to the polygraph test. Definitely, this detection is actually not very good for a trained agent, because they have all kinds of anti-testing methods. There are even reasons to explain when there are obvious anomalies in some monitoring. But Nick Fury clearly understood what Hill agent meant, justified by normal testing of all directors. They can put pressure on Director Rudolph. Even because of this kind of pressure, maybe Director Rudolph will do some more things in the future. Most of the time, it's not bad if you don't do it, but the more you do it, the worse it is. As long as Director Rudolph does more after the test, then they have the potential to discover more. The director of the Global Security Council oversees the entire SHIELD, but at the same time, they are originally subject to certain monitoring. Otherwise, no one knows what they will do without monitoring. This is the constraint between each other. However, if SHIELD wants to monitor the directors, it will need a very good reason. Moreover, most of the time it does not require the participation of another institution. I understand, and I will start a push to do this next. Nick Fury directly took over the leadership of this matter. Only he can do these things. Thus, a normal detection and response to emergencies was launched in SHIELD. The other directors test Nick Fury will also take it seriously though, but his main goal was still on Rudolph. While Rudolph was testing, he stood by and monitored. After some normal questioning procedures, Director Rudolph didn't show much problem. Then Agent Hill and everyone, is this test over? Rudolph judged according to the normal test, he has passed the test. But this time Hill Agent did not stop immediately. No, because this time the situation is a little bit special, so we added some special questions for everyone. Next, there is a video for you to watch, and then we will ask questions. After Agent Hill finished speaking, he directly sent the video they collected to Agent Rudolph. The middle part is Rudolph's normal travel, but it is interspersed with images of Rumlo agents appearing near his home. Hill Agent carefully observed the data displayed on the lie detector. Her eyes became very dangerous. Because after seeing these pictures, Rudolph's mood suddenly became very active. But then, he returned to normal again. This proves that he has adjusted his mentality in a short period of time. After watching the video, Hill Agent started her questioning again. When you saw the Rumlo agent just now, you obviously lost control of your emotions for a while. Why is that? Agent Hill has a serious face. Director Rudolph's expression remained unchanged. Agent Rumlo is currently a prisoner arrested by SHIELD. He appeared near me. I am very worried about my safety. So I was a little nervous at that time, and I think such things are understandable. But since you have discovered the problem, it proves that you should have some clues. So I think I should be safer now. Have you stepped up efforts to increase security around my residence? Rudolph's words are very reasonable. This time, things fell into a stalemate again. After that, no matter what questions the Hill agent asks, Rudolph directly prevaricated with similar excuses. After inspecting Director Rudolph, Hill agent was a little disappointed. Tilda Director Fu Rui, it seems that Plan B is still needed. Hill agent shook his head and said to Director Nick Fury, then Plan B is activated. Nick Fury seems to have known this was going to happen. After that, SHIELD regained its calm after this emergency situation. The daily hunt for the crossbones continues. However, the intensity has decreased significantly. Director Rudolph back home was not as peaceful as he was at SHIELD. At the moment he at home began to worry about his relationship with the crossbones being discovered. This area is the estate of Joseph, a rich man in the area, and there is a stalemate at the scene. A mysterious team has taken over the duties of the FBI. But not long after, a news report directly made his heart sink into the abyss. The person inside was the crossbones Rumlo he was worried about. According to the latest reports, fierce fighting took place in a suburban area of Huashidan State. He knows, now he's on Nick Fury's suspect list. As long as Crossbones is captured with SHIELD's ability, there's a good chance he'll be exposed. These memories are precisely the things that he has colluded with foreign forces, Wang Zhao, and recruited Rumlo agent. If you don't leave the list for a day, there will be no peace. No, Rumlo must be shut up. Rudolph looked at the picture on the TV and made his judgment. The horror of the fruit of memory begins to emerge. A person who clearly has nothing to do with Rumlo at the moment is actually thinking about shutting up the place. And the only reason is because there is the figure of the other party in his memory. In his memory, he has a close relationship with the other party. Under such circumstances, he had to make his response. For the fact that doesn't exist. The content being broadcast live on TV let everyone in Hua Shenda know through the TV station. Such images immediately caught the attention of Hydra. In the bank base of at the moment, a group of Hydra people stared at the picture in the news in astonishment. How could this be? Why is Rumlo there? It makes no sense at all. How could he be surrounded in that place? How did SHIELD do it? Is it all fake? Is this all Nick Fury's plan? A group of people were whispering there, because the situation in front of them really exceeded their expectations. Rumlo, is this the power of the imitation fruit you said? Finally, someone looked at Rumlo and asked the question they were most concerned about. That's right, at the moment Rumlo is with 460 of them. After Rumlo was ordered to wander around Director Rudolph, he used his power of shearing fruit to quietly return to Hydra's base. Here, they originally thought about the plans that awaited Nick Fury. They did wait for Nick Fury to act. The entire SHIELD, even the council members, were given a contingency lie test. The results of the tests revealed some intelligence, but that was exposed on purpose. The final result is that Director Rudolph also passed the test smoothly. This made everyone doubt Nick Fury's ability. The other party can't find the problem, can they? They even thought about whether to let Rudolph show some flaws. Only in this way can the other party act according to their plan. As a result, there has been no discussion on how to let Rudolph leak his flaws. That's what happened over there. A crossbones appeared in Huashi Aegis and made a big fuss. Now all eyes are on there. Even some information about Crossbones Rumlo was directly exposed. This kind of thing, Age is definitely exposed by Nick Fury on purpose. However, the real Rumlo, at the moment, is clearly still in Hydra's hidden base. Then the person over there must be that mysterious Shield who can imitate the fruit ability of others. Rumlo at the moment also had a look of astonishment. Fake Mandarin Trevor. Slater is now apparently being watched by Shield. How could they rest assured to let each other out? Or is this what they agreed on? Parodying Rumlo for some freedom, this matter needs to be reported to Lord Pierce. Rumlo made his judgment quickly. The current situation clearly exceeded their original expectations. I already know that Nick Fury really has a set, now Rudolph must not sit still. Next, we just have to wait for the other party to complete the capture of Rudolph. After that, the continuation of the Insights program can be prepared. Minister Pierce came in from the outside. At the moment his face was calm, it seemed that everything was as he expected. Nick Fury's ability he knows best. For so many years he has been standing behind Nick Fury. With the cooperation of the two, the whole Shield is thriving. Of all Shield's expansions, Nick Fury's ruthlessness accounts for more of the reason. Both of them knew that the world needed to be pulled down and rebuilt. However, one is for this world. The other is for the world of Hydra, and Hydra is really gradually expanding in this process. There is even a tendency to replace Shield, not surprisingly. After this incident, Hydra will be the largest organization in the world. This time, he also knew that Nick Fury would definitely be able to find a flaw. Even he was worried this time, giving Nick Fury too many hints. With Nick Fury's skepticism, he will even have doubts about the current situation. But now it seems that Nick Fury is almost done with the whole operation. These doubts can only be gradually erased in the subsequent layout. Everything happened as Pierce expected. Director Rudolph is really looking for a way to kill Rumlo, but he had a slight change and was immediately discovered by Shield. The confrontation ended with Nick Fury winning. How could a person who hasn't been in the first battle layout for a long time be Nick Fury's opponent? Rudolph, who lost, was imprisoned in Shield. Nick Fury looks out of the one-way mirror at Rudolph being interrogated inside. I don't know what to think. After the Hill agent interrogated the other party, he reported to Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, from the interrogation of Rudolph, has basically confirmed that it was he who stopped the Vision plan. Because he himself has an affair with certain forces outside the mirror. Only by preventing the Insight plan can the transfer of those forces be guaranteed. Judging from our investigation, Chongqing basically agrees with what he said. The same we found through the investigation of Rumlo agent. He originally had the task of destroying this force in his foreign experience. Thus the entire Insight plan was implemented. So easy. The most important part of the Insight project is the launch of the 3 helicarriers. Demon Messenger, I want to know if the recent incident has anything to do with you. But Nick Fury at the moment was lost in thought. Hill agent told Nick Fury all the information he got. It's nothing, don't care about those things, other directors will definitely bring up the Insight plan again then, let's start the Insight plan. Something murmured in his mouth. This also corroborates the fact that Rumlo was also involved with that faction. Isn't it all too easy? At this critical moment, Nick Fury came to find Qin Xiao. This time Nick Fury has no reason to stop Insight project, but now it seems that it is not as imagined. Sure enough, when Rudolph colluded with foreign forces to prevent the Insight plan, it was revealed. Hill agent didn't quite understand. Nick Fury looked calm. All the directors put pressure on them and directly demanded that the Insight plan be started immediately. The report on that task was successfully completed. Demon Messenger, I want to know if the recent incident has anything to do with you. Nick Fury directly approached Qin Xiao to ask this question. He purposely found Qin Xiao at the critical moment before the start of the Insight plan. Qin Xiao had been paying attention to Pierce. This guy got the memory fruit and he really messed up. And because what he hides is too deep, making things up made Nick Fury fall into his conspiracy. Qin Xiao watched in astonishment in the mirror dimension that Pierce had cheated Nick Fury. This point has to be said that Pierce is awesome. He has laid out for decades, promoted Nick Fury all the way to the position of director, and has always shown full support for Nick Fury. Even in the end, when Nick Fury went to Shield to meet Pierce again, he asked a special question. Why did you promote me? The answer was we are both equally ruthless. That's the time Nick Fury saved everyone, including Pierce's daughter. Tip for Pierce after this incident. From then on, Pierce also knew that iron blood is the best way. According to the development of the movie plot, if it is not the last moment, Nick Fury and Captain Rogers have the protagonist's Halo body protection. Hydra takes on a new lease of life directly in Pierce's hands, even better than Red Skull. Come to think of it, 3 helicarriers really took off. No one immediately stops the Zola algorithm, so how much damage will it cause in that instant? Agent Hitwell said millions of people would be wiped out in an instant. This is not an exaggeration. The most important thing is how terrible the turmoil will be after those people are eliminated. Think about it, if Tony Stark was eliminated in the first place, how much turmoil would it cause afterwards? Think about it, if Dr. Banner was attacked in the first place. He was not originally eliminated, but the Hulk in him was stimulated. Then the whole world will be in chaos. Think about it again, if Strange was eliminated directly. Ancient One can't wait for his successor. Will she get mad at that time? In fact, the Insight plan in the movie may indeed be able to achieve the attack against ordinary people, completely eliminate most of the threats to Hydra. But in the end, it will also arouse the anger of super bosses like Ancient One, raise the wrath of beings like the Hulk that hot weapons can't kill. At that time, Hydra will also face the greatest threat. Ancient One may not actually make a move, but Hulk, the construction is not good and the destructive power is absolutely top-notch. Definitely, it's also possible that the world will work the way they want it to. Because the original balance has been completely broken by them, then new vitality or new snake heads may really grow out of this center. This is very possible, after all Hydra is divided into many factions. Even if the line of Pierce is wiped out, additional Hydra can still survive. But this time, Pierce has the memory fruit, what he is doing now, even without anyone noticing. But because Hydra currently has relatively few special personnel, so what they affect now is still some ordinary people who don't have powerful abilities. Originally, Qin Xiao was still thinking about reminding Nick Fury. After all, judging from the current situation, Hydra is clearly in the lead. But then Qin Xiao calculated the combat effectiveness of both sides. Even if the Hydra plan takes the lead, it seems useless. After all, Nick Fury now has a strong combat power here. Captain Rogers' Blob Fruit, Slow Fruit of Hill Agent, Natasha Romanoff's Soul Fruit, Split Fruit by Phil Coulson, Hawkeye's Momo Fruit. These people have powers beyond ordinary people. There are even foreign players like Tony, Banner, and Thor. Although Shield is not very good, Nick Fury has a lot of fighting experience around him. So Qin Xiao directly chose to go to the theater. Unexpectedly, Nick Fury found him, and also asked such an inexplicable question. These things definitely have nothing to do with me, but did you find any problems? Qin Xiao watched Nick Fury, and they fell into Pierce's conspiracy. But now it looks like Nick Fury has been skeptical. He would doubt himself, wonder if he doubted Pierce. This thing really has nothing to do with you, not because you're promoting your devil fruit. Nick Fury pointed out the reason for his suspicion. Qin Xiao finally understood Nick Fury's worry. He actually thought he was promoting devil fruit. In fact, even if I don't promote my devil fruit now, many people will want it. Compared to your suspicions, look at how straightforward Secretary Pierce is. They are also cadres of Shield, so they are much more straightforward than you. Maybe I can talk to Pierce more later. And if I really want to promote devil fruit, I don't need to use this method at all. Ordinary people like you, I can force you to eat it casually. Qin Xiao directly said something that Nick Fury had no way to refute. Zero ask for flowers. Shield is now de facto a civ infiltrated by demons. He was the only one still holding on. In fact, he himself was thinking whether it was necessary to persist. Now that he heard Qin Xiao's words again, he felt more and more powerless. But at the same time, he was relieved a lot. Because what Qin Xiao said was right, he could indeed make them eat the devil fruit without resistance. You can also find Minister Pierce to promote the fruit. Even now, Minister Pierce is constantly looking for an ability for Qin Xiao who can match the fruit. Very well, now I want to make a deal with you. I remember you said last time that there is a staring fruit that suits me, and this fruit can see through people's hearts. I want this fruit in exchange for another temporary level 8 clearance. Nick Fury finally revealed the purpose of coming to Qin Xiao this time. Qin Xiao frowned slightly when he heard this transaction. Has Nick Fury finally given in? This stuff doesn't feel like a sense of accomplishment. Still ready to see how long Nick Fury wants to last. As a result, he directly chose a fruit that can see through people's hearts. However, there are not many matching fruits for Nick Fury now. He originally matched 8 fruits. Barrier fruit, diamond fruit, split fruit, bean fruit, scarecrow fruit, stare fruit, wash fruit, inspiration fruit. The barrier fruit was eaten by Happy. 4 and 5 types of fruit were eaten by Phil Coulson. Scarecrow fruit eaten by Loki. The fruit of encouragement was eaten by Charles. There are fewer originals that he can match. Now Nick Fury directly chooses the fruit. That's not a bad thing. Okay, I agree with your deal. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a devil fruit appeared in his hand. Nick Fury bites down. The face that was originally dark is now even darker. Can you guarantee that this taste is not intentional? Nick Fury looked ugly. This thing is not originally to human taste. Hurry up and try your ability. Qin Xiao started chasing people away. Because now the most interesting thing is about to happen. Nick Fury took a look at Qin Xiao, turned around decisively, and returned to Shield. He has always had his own thoughts about Guangao Guo. At first he was very resistant, but recently he needs to use new strength to get rid of his inner doubts. One, something he didn't want to believe. Pierce, using memory fruit, is quietly changing Shield. Standing in front of the glass window of the office, Nick Fury watched Shield with his eyes closed. Gazing fruit possesses the same ability as the eyes of an eagle. You can let your sight look down from the sky to see everything within a range of 4,000 kilometers. It takes practice and development though, because there are too many things to deal with in this process. This ability is like a version of Heimdall. Heimdall can see most of the 9 realms from the Bifrost. It can even see beyond the 9 realms. And staring at the fruit, you can only see the range of 4,000 kilometers around the person with the fruit ability. The animation translation is 4 kilometers. But it is generally accepted that 4,000 kilometers. Does anyone understand the explanation? Or, I see it as a fake translation. But this is already quite scary. With this glance you can see half of Country M. Nick Fury of at the moment can't do anything like that yet. However, when he stood by the window, at the moment he could already see a range of tens of kilometers in 163. Nick Fury's at the moment is intoxicated by the sense of God looking down from the sky. At the moment, only Nick Fury knew the shock in his heart. He finally understood what the person with the special ability was thinking. It really is a force that can change the world. If you have such power before, is it possible to do many things that could not be done before? Is it possible to make up for some regrets? At the moment, he started to watch the whole Shield. Most people seem to be working normally, but some people seem to have something obviously wrong. Even, there are things in Shield that I don't know. He looked around for a week and finally focused his gaze on one place, Pierce's office. Pierce of at the moment is watching the news in his office, in the absence of special circumstances. Pierce has always played his part in Shield Minister of Shield Nick Fury's boss. The two withstood the pressure from the outside world together. The glass facade of Shield allows Nick Fury to easily see the situation in the room. Everything seems to work without any issues, but Nick Fury's surveillance is only now beginning. Then his hands made a strange gesture, a gesture that presents okay. The purple see-through touch between the thumb and forefinger allows Nick Fury to see through everything. This is another ability of gazing fruit. Perspective. Looking through the purple perspective, Nick Fury took a look at the entire Shield building. At this glance, what I found was even more terrifying. Where his acute eyes can't see, there are more hidden things. There are even many things that he doesn't even know. Is Shield still his Shield? He remembered all the information he saw in his heart. After that, it's time to confirm one by one. I calmed down the feeling of a little anger just now. Nick Fury came to the window. At the moment, he changed into an even more awkward posture, a pose that ordinary people can hardly do. Nick Fury, standing in front of the window, began to check other people within sight. An orange halo spread out towards the outside. This ability is really another ability of the fruit. Read the inner thoughts of those within sight. Cannot read notes but can capture thoughts. The orange light just radiated and Nick Fury was startled. This ability is easy to expose, but then he found out. Under the sun, the orange light emitted by his ability is not conspicuous. So he continued to check everyone he could see. Countless thoughts are sent back through one's own ability. The weather is really hot for him recently. When can he go out to work? I don't know if the task assigned by the supervisor today can be completed. How can I explain it tomorrow? Yesterday's research results have not been reported yet. It's time to report to the supervisor. No, go to the toilet quickly. I have a little diarrhea today. I don't know, will it be successful to confess my love to my colleagues? The neighbor next door is really beautiful, but it's a pity that her husband is too strong. Most of the ideas are of no use. But at the moment Nick Fury is still livid, because he saw some news that made him feel unexpected. The opponent that the boss asked us to capture today is a bit tricky, but it will be fine to modify the memory later. In the future, there will be another teammate who is on the same front as us. To be honest, I really don't want to take him as my tail. This is the inner thought of a Shield agent who has been behaving normally at the moment. Sure enough, there is memory modification. And this ability is really good. It is Pierce's ability. This means that Pierce is really doing something behind Nick Fury's back. If that's all, then he won't be so angry. Because in fact, he was doing things behind Pierce's back too. He's the same guy as Pierce, neither of them puts all their possibilities on someone else. The reason why the two of them can cooperate so well is because they know each other well. But the result he saw afterwards made him terrified. If those thoughts are true, then the whole SHIELD is crumbling by now. Wait until the Insights program starts, wondering if I can move up 2 levels within the organization. This idea seems to be quite normal. This place may be our Hydra base in the future. Seeing these SHIELD agents working hard, I really want to laugh. Don't know how it will feel when they know we are Hydra someday. Hydra hail. Headed snake hail, that's what Nick Fury, a director at SHIELD, sees in his head. When this idea was seen by him, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Hydra. This is obviously an organization that has disappeared with Red Skull. But now it looks like the other party has infiltrated SHIELD, and these people include the most basic agents, the most loyal researchers, and the upper-level managers. Nick Fury talked to him when everything works out. Hydra exists on every layer in all frames of the entire shield. I don't know, can he accept that new world? Finally, he set his sights on Pierce. And how many people are there in this organization? 95.9 Serpent Hail. The Insight plan will be successful tomorrow, so don't make any problems during the last day. Hydra Hail. Even if someone doubts, there is only one day to react. Hydra Hail. Hydra Hail. He has seen this idea in the minds of countless agents. When did they enter SHIELD? Thinking of this, Nick Fury relied even more on his goggle fruit ability to check all the SHIELD agents he could see. This time he patiently read all of Pierce's thoughts, with Rudolph to grab everyone's attention. Hydra Hail. Nick Fury dropped his hand in horror. His heart at the moment was too shocked. The boss who has been friends with me for decades and single-handedly promoted me is actually a member of Hydra. Yes, this can explain it. All of this is because the other party is hiding in the dark. All in all, but also make yourself feel okay. Even the other party is willing to break this old world with him. For only when this old world disappears can Hydra come down again. But that's the biggest problem. Hydra apparently disappeared along with Red Skull. After that war, the only thing Country M did was to recruit all useful scientists from the entire defeated country with the Paperclip project. Among them, there are many people from Hydra. The only question now is what kind of means they used to do such a thing in SHIELD's strict defense. And Pierce, when did Hydra become? Or he was a member of Hydra from the beginning to the end of 2004. Only Pierce's continuous cover can make Hydra appear in SHIELD so smoothly. And only Pierce, who Nick Fury barely suspected. Because Pierce's minister was persuaded by Nick Fury himself. If not for Nick Fury's persuasion, Pierce might have retired long ago. They are Hydra, why are they retiring? Did Pierce also think about quitting at that time? But I pushed him to the position of Hydra again and again. Until now, Nick Fury still excused Pierce, because he really couldn't believe it, but in the blink of an eye he dropped those thoughts. The opponent is Hydra. The opponent has infiltrated SHIELD, so what we have to do now is to eradicate all the opponents. Nick Fury left the office and started recruiting directly. In a temporary safe house, Kefu stood by the window and watched the people gradually gathering here. He presents a special OK gesture. Circles and circles of orange light do not count as emanations. After everyone had reached the main hall outside, he finally walked out. Captain Rogers, Hill Agent, Phil Coulson, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, all 5 people at the moment came here. Director Fury, what on earth needs us to come here? Hill Agent asked. Leaving SHIELD and coming here originally represents a very dangerous signal. This is Nick Fury thinking that SHIELD is not safe anymore. Nick Fury glanced at several people. I called you here this time because I have very bad news to tell you. Bad news. The others looked at each other in blank dismay. That's right, we need to stop tomorrow's Insight plan. Nick Fury said something that made everyone even more incomprehensible. Why didn't you just stop Director Rudolph? He doesn't want us to continue to see the plan because of the influence outside the country. Now that we have finally reached a consensus, why stop it? Hill Agent was the first to suggest a different piece. Others apparently had the same doubts. Because the current SHIELD is no longer SHIELD, it has been infiltrated by the haters. Hydra. Upon hearing this name, the most excited person on the scene was Captain Rogers. This is an organization that has fought against him for several years. Even Red Skull, the snakehead of Hydra, was transported away by cosmic magic before his very eyes, and the reason why he will be frozen for decades. Also to stop Hydra's plot. But now he actually heard the existence of Hydra from Nick Fury's mouth. They even infiltrated SHIELD. This is simply a fantasy. When other people heard the news, they also looked skeptical. I know it's hard for you to believe it, and it was hard for me to believe it at first, but the fact is like this. Do you still remember this information? Nick Fury took out the USB flash drive that Black Widow copied. Is there any special information in this USB flash drive? Black Widow's face was serious. I have no idea. Nick Fury gave an answer that no one thought of. Why? Because the data on this USB flash drive has been set with permissions. Even I can't investigate the contents of the case. Another answer that no one could have imagined. Who gave permission? Nick Fury myself. Hearing this, everyone felt dignified. Nick Fury gave Nick Fury instant access, and Nick Fury obviously didn't know it yet. Didn't Rudolph of the Council do this? Hill Agent already knew about this matter. Even they spent so much experience just to investigate this matter. But now it seems that this matter is not only that. Hill Agent, remember I said it seemed too easy. We investigated Director Rudolph until later when he was arrested and confessed to these things. At that time I found some problems, and I didn't confirm it until today. Everything behind this is a Hydra conspiracy. They are for the smooth implementation of the Insight plan. Because of this U-Disc, I stopped the Insight project. They had to find a way to restart the program. The first step was to kill me directly, but unfortunately they failed. After that is the second step. Let us find a reasonable explanation. This explanation is the Rudolph incident, and with that let the Insight plan begin again. 220. Even this time, the execution intensity of this plan exceeded imagination. Even if it is me, there is no way to raise the suspended ability again. I have been emphasizing just now that Hydra is behind this incident. In fact, I am still full of doubts. Today is another day. I need you to find out everything in this USB flash drive. Why Hydra has entered into our SHIELD without us knowing it. Natasha Romanoff Barton, this is up to you too. In addition, tomorrow is the time for us to fight. Captain Rogers, the Avengers need to rally again. For this matter, you need to summon all the Avengers to Hua Aegis tonight. Tomorrow, the Insight plan may be when Hydra emerges. Hill Agent, Phil Coulson, I need your protection. Nick Fury arranged all tasks directly. Everyone at the scene looked at each other. In the end, Captain Rogers stood up. Director Nick Fury, you need a reason to convince us. Hydra has disappeared for decades. From where do you know the existence of Hydra? Even you know they have infiltrated SHIELD. We need a reasonable explanation. Nick Fury pointed to his eyes. I saw it. Have witnessed. Because I ate the staring fruit. Because I ate the staring fruit. When Nick Fury said this, everyone on the scene felt shocked. Nick Fury has always insisted on not eating devil fruit because he wants to keep him from being controlled by demons. But now, why would he suddenly choose to change his mind? Why did you suddenly eat the staring fruit? Captain Rogers got to the bottom of it. I've said it before, I think it's too easy. Director Rudolph's matter was exposed too easily. Nick Fury is still the same reason. Then, what kind of ability does gaze fruit have that will make you make such a decision? Captain Rogers continued to ask. Perspective, acute eyes see through people's hearts. When you came just now, I stood by the window and watched you come in. When you came in, you were thinking that you met a runner again after running these few days, and maybe you can go to his house to have a look later. Captain Rogers was surprised after hearing this. He did think about it today. Nick Fury seems to really know. Natasha Romanoff, you're thinking, it's a pity that Aegis didn't bring Irene with you this time. 17. Natasha Romanoff was also surprised when she heard the words. Irene is the name she gave to the plane she built. This name only she herself knows. Barton is thinking about applying for retirement, and it is not convenient to say the specific reasons for the time being. Hearing this news, Barton's expression did not change, but the expressions of the others changed. Barton ready to retire? Isn't this a joke? He has such a powerful fruit power, it is time to display his strength. But why does he want to retire? This is the ability of gazing fruit, which can see through people's hearts. I also watched a lot of people in SHIELD this morning. As a result, an idea was seen in the minds of many agents. Hydra Hail, Captain Rogers, are you familiar with this slogan? Hydra Hail, I heard this slogan as if it was yesterday, how could I forget it? Captain Rogers at the moment was full of murderous intent. It was because of Hydra that he missed the dance with Peggy. When I woke up, the other party was already an old man, bedridden. How could his memory of Hydra disappear? Yes, I see that line in the minds of many at SHIELD. Undersecretary Thompson, Researcher Blair, Director Anderson of the Research Department. Agent Raoul, Agent Reed, Agent Anderson, and Agent Chudel in the Field Agent Group. Agent Ward from Security Director Mike Secretary Robinson, the whole team of agents who used to work with the Rumlo agent. Even Minister Pierce of SHIELD. Every time a name appeared, Agent Hill's expression changed. Not only her but the faces of several others also changed wildly. When they heard Minister Pierce's name, everyone's faces changed wildly. Even Minister Pierce is a Hydra member. Phil Coulson, who hadn't spoken, was also in disbelief. Because he followed Nick Fury for a long time, he knew about Nick Fury's relationship with Pierce. The two simply had a deadly friendship. Now it's unbelievable to hear that Pierce is also Hydra. I don't believe it either, but director Rudolph has told me about it, so I have to believe it. Rudolph's memory may have been completely changed by Peel. That's why it happens. All of these are designed to attract our attention. And they have completely succeeded. I get it, I'll call out the Avengers immediately. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, let them gather to be ready. And if SHIELD is really infiltrated by Hydra, I will destroy them all, whether it is Hydra or SHIELD. Captain Rogers' tone was very formal. Nick Fury was depressed when he heard this. After that, everyone here left one after another. Natasha Romanoff and Barton began investigating the USB drive. Both of them are old agents, and they cooperate much more smoothly than Natasha Romanoff and Captain Rogers. With almost no difficulty, the two directly found the address recorded on the USB flash drive. The two took the SHIELD plane directly to their destination. There, it was a barracks that had been abandoned. When Captain Rogers knew the other party's whereabouts in their investigation communication channel, he directly guided the two into the familiar place. Inside, they saw a pile of old equipment. Zola brain. SHIELD transmitted Zola's intelligence and thinking into that mass of machines. Zola survived in another way. Natasha Romanoff plugged in the USB flash drive, and Zola's profile picture appeared on the display. The cameras representing his eyes are constantly turning. Found Captain Rogers, who was in remote contact here. Hello, Natasha Romanoff. Hello, Barton. Hello, Captain Rogers, who is in touch here. Zola opened the opening of the sound mechanism. Arning Zola, sure enough, Hydra is behind this. When Captain Rogers saw the headshot in the background, he was completely sure of what Nick Fury said. No, I am not Hydra. I am a special advisor to SHIELD after the end of the war that year. SHIELD invited many of our German scientists with strategic value. So in fact, I am a SHIELD person, not a Hydra person. Dr. Zola explained very seriously. But why are you here? Just why did you become like this? Captain Rogers was still a little hard to understand. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science could not save my body, but it could save my mind. So I stored my thoughts in the database of 200,000 wishes. In a way, Natasha Romanoff, Barton agent, you're in my head. Dr. Zola looked serious. No, I don't want to know that right now. I just want to know, how did you turn SHIELD into Hydra? Captain Rogers asked very seriously on the other side. I said that I am not Hydra. I am a strategic scientist invited by SHIELD. Dr. Zola emphasized again. Dr. Zola, you don't have to hide it. I already know about your demise. When our people gather, we will start to attack them. Do you think it makes sense for you to deny it now? Captain Rogers saw that the other party didn't say anything, and this time he came directly. Zola seemed to pause for a moment when she heard the words. I didn't expect that I couldn't fool you. Well, I admit I am indeed a member of Hydra. Dr. Zola directly admits this at once. You guys, how did you do it? This time it was Rogers' biggest concern, and this issue is not only concerned by Rogers. Nick Fury cares more. He was also listening to the news on the communication channel at the moment. You understand, we are Hydra, chop off one head and grow two back. Back then, the goal of our establishment of Hydra was to feel that human beings could not control their own freedom. Because human beings who are too free are actually not conducive to development. It's a pity that we were wrong, forcibly taking away the freedom of human beings. They will resist. So that time we failed. However, war is not without benefits. At least it does it teach us a lot. For example, how to make human beings voluntarily give up their freedom. After the war, SHIELD was formed and recruited me and many more like me. The new Hydra was born like this. We are parasites living in SHIELD. We grow as SHIELD grows. We Hydra have been fomenting crises and wars behind the scenes for decades. Whenever historical development does not match expectations, we will take action to correct it. As a result, the world has become more and more chaotic. Facing this chaotic world, people are finally willing to sacrifice freedom for security. Once the new cleansing program is complete, our new world order in Hydra will take full shape. Hydra hail. Zola spoke very naturally. War, chaos, death, all of this is their plan, purification plan. Rogers looked puzzled. What is this? Zola did not answer this question at this time. You don't need to know these things anymore. Why do you look up? Because in fact you are all going to die. Because in fact you are all going to die. Indifference can be heard in Zola's mechanical voice. Are we all going to die? Captain Rogers felt a palpitation he hadn't felt in a long time. Not good. There is a large-scale change in the Insight ship bay. The Insight plan is ahead of schedule. Nick Fury's voice is full of consternation. Insights are planned ahead of schedule. What was supposed to be tomorrow's Insight program turned out to have started now. Using the power of his memory fruit, Pierce directly changed many of the people that SHIELD might have thwarted the plan. While Nick Fury still thinks the plan is tomorrow. Directly those involved in the program launched the Helicarrier today. At the moment, the surface lake of Insight Fleet Cove began to crack open under mechanical action. It's really cracked. The lake water crazily infiltrated into the space below along the cracks. And through these areas, it can be clearly found that the Helicarrier below has been activated. Now, who can stop them? How so? Rogers at the moment also had an unbelievable look on his face. Tony was bringing Dr. Banner and the others over from New York. The Avengers hadn't had time to assemble yet, but Hydra actually moved ahead with the plan. Most importantly, the current situation really brought a crisis to even 41. I'll go to Pierce and try to change the order you guys muster. Nick Fury at the moment didn't care about anything else, and rushed towards Pierce's floor with Hill Agent and Phil Coulson. This is simply impossible. He clearly saw the thoughts of a group of people. At that time there was no news of any early launch. Moreover, even if it is launched in advance, it is impossible to wait until this time without being notified. It can only prove what happened during the period when I left SHIELD. Nick Fury just left. Captain Rogers found something that horrified him. In the sky, something with tail flames smashed towards him. Missiles. Natasha Romanoff, Barton, watch out for missiles. After Rogers finished speaking, his whole body was directly wrapped in blob bubbles. In the blink of an eye, he himself disappeared in place. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. But this missile seems to have eyes. Except for a small part that directly hit the safe house where Captain Rogers was standing just now, the other missiles turned and flew towards the distance. That berserk speed had already surpassed the speed of sound by an unknown number of times. Even Captain Rogers' originally's ability has allowed him to exceed the speed of sound many times over. However, he was still hanged by these missiles. Sure enough, this time it's targeting our ability again. A missile with such a speed is definitely designed for me. Rogers figured it out in an instant. No wonder he felt a sense of panic just now. Sure enough, Hydra has already started planning for those ability players. It's ridiculous that this group of people themselves don't know anything. Captain Rogers watched the incoming missiles. Bear paw-like shockwaves are continuously issued from his palms towards the air. Boom tilde. Explosions sounded constantly in the sky. Some are simply blob shockwave explosions. Only a small part is the sound of flying missiles exploding. These missiles were actually aimed at Captain Rogers' shockwave ability. Captain Rogers had no choice but to continue fleeing. But now he is a little confused about what these missiles are used to track him. On the other hand, more dangerous than Captain Rogers. Natasha Romanoff and Barton were trapped directly inside Zola's brain. If there is room for Captain Rogers to move, he can dodge. Then the two of them were directly made dumplings at the moment. The monitoring equipment found that a bunch of missiles were attacking this place at the moment. Hawkeye shot straight at the gate, 70 times faster. Boom! The powerful speed shoots the whole door out of a big hole with great force. But there's no way Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff can get out of there. And it's even more dangerous to go out now. Outside, it is bare and endless flat ground, not even a little bit of defense. EDB. *T. Natasha Romanoff directly lifted a grid on the ground. Below this is the air vent. Barton, use your power to make everything after that bigger. Natasha Romanoff rolls over into the vent. By the way, ask Barton to make this grid bigger. 70 times bigger. Hawkeye Barton simply made this grid 70 times larger. Immediately afterwards, he himself hid in this vent. The huge grid directly covers the entire vicinity. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. A violent explosion ushered in the base. The entire base collapsed directly in this violent explosion. The entire ground trembled violently. Even those who were being strengthened, like Natasha Romanoff and Barton, felt physically uncomfortable. Not only that, but the two also felt numerous ground penetrators. These bombs triggered even more horrific explosions. The entire ground undulates like ocean waves. This obviously took into account their physical condition after extreme strengthening. Under such a berserk attack, even a strengthened body would have to kneel. Moreover, even if he does not die, he will definitely be seriously injured in such a situation, or be buried underneath without any chance of moving. As long as they don't make trouble today, they will have no chance after today. This is what crazy Hydra would do. They know the power of the fruit ability. Therefore, they directly covered this place with heavy firepower. If it wasn't too troublesome to launch a nuclear bomb, maybe Pierce even thought about using a nuclear bomb. Hawkeye and Black Widow are constantly spitting blood under the ground. Their bodies were seriously injured under such a violent explosion. Finally waited until the explosion ended. The entire base has been leveled by this berserk bomb. Not only that, the ground even sank several meters. Natasha Romanoff, how are you? Barton finally caught his breath, but at the moment he and Natasha Romanoff have been completely buried. That vent had already been blocked. I know I will find someone to deal with this matter, you are careful. Barton and Natasha Romanoff on the other side really can't make it. He knew that Rogers didn't like the long at the moment either. Natasha Romanoff told Barton to hurry and see if he could get out. Nick Fury listened to the voice on the phone. Qin Xiao, what? If you can't go out, it's troublesome. It seems that this time I still underestimated Pierce's determination. However, the strength of Captain Rogers allows him to temporarily protect himself. Demon Emissary, SHIELD needs support. Underestimated Hydra's ambitions for the Insight Project. I'm fine, can I go out if I try? He made a direct call. Nick Fury hung up the phone and his face became more and more ugly. Boom, boom, constant explosions and rapid tearing air sounds. Director Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and they should be under attack now. I have lost contact with them. They need support there. On this side, Barton was trying non-stop. On the other side, Captain Rogers found that he had lost contact with Natasha Romanoff and the others. He directly called Nick Fury again. Qin Xiao at the moment is having dinner with Logan, Yuriko, Abomination, and Cursed Warrior. Nick Fu Rui took the staring fruit, and Qin Xiao was full of confidence in him. This old silver coin knows what other people think, so it's okay. Can't this kill others? Moreover, the powerful acute eyes and perspective of the fruit are powerful auxiliary abilities. Nick Fury originally didn't need a strong combat power. What he needs is just foresight, but the staring fruit can fully meet his needs. Standing at SHIELD can monitor more than half of M country. With his temperament like a magic stick, why can't he fool others? The clairvoyance can let him know more secrets in advance. This is a supplement to the ground reaction that acute eyes can't find, and the ability to spy on the mind can let him know more secrets that he shouldn't know. These secrets will be an important capital for Nick Fury's layout. With his ability, once he knows that Pierce is messing up, he can destroy Hydra within minutes. So Qin Xiao felt that after Nick Fury got the staring fruit, things should have been settled. Hydra should not be able to escape the end of being destroyed. But why did I receive a distress call from Nick Fury just after I came back to have a meal with my group of people? Is there something wrong with this matter? His at the moment is really a year of ignorance. What? Natasha Romanoff and Barton need help. They were attacked in New Jersey. When Qin Xiao heard the place name, he immediately thought of where it was. Isn't that where Captain Rogers was trained? Did Natasha Romanoff go there with Barton this time? But you should already know that SHIELD is not safe. Why don't they let them be attacked? Qin Xiao couldn't figure it out at all. However, this seems to make things more interesting. In fact, only one insight plan can actually affect very limited. If it was the original Marvel movie universe, this insight project would have been able to kill a lot of people. But now the world is more dangerous than before. Especially with the emergence of mutant, the effect of insight plan will be greatly reduced. This thing made Magneto anxious, and he dismantled him in minutes. But even with Magneto's ability, there will still be a lot of casualties before it is dismantled. In this wave, maybe millions of mutants will be killed in the end. In a sense, this temporarily resolves the conflict between mutants and humans. Likewise, more ordinary people will be wiped out. The extermination of millions of people that Hitwell talks about will definitely not stop. This time, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions may be wiped out directly. But with Nick Fury's ability, he should be able to stop the other party's plan. Right, looking at it now, why does Nick Fury feel vulnerable? I can't figure it out, it seems that I'm going to have a look. Okay, I get it, just help you save Natasha Romanoff and Barton. Do you want me to help you clean up Hydra in SHIELD as well? Qin Xiao offered to help this time. It was just 3 helicarriers and the Abomination smashed them in minutes. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Nick Fury's expression changed. Sure enough, you already know about Hydra. Yeah, I told you a long time ago that SHIELD would break down. And I told you a long time ago that if you want to see through people's hearts, you can use the fruit of staring. It's just that you don't believe me all the time. Who do you think should be blamed for this kind of thing? Nick Fury heard Qin Xiao's gloating look in Qin Xiao's voice. But he has no reason to blame the other party. The other party has already said long ago that Shield will eventually collapse. Even then, he was offered the choice of devil fruit. In Shield, Nick Fury is the second person to receive information about a devil fruit. The first one is naturally Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff chose to try the devil fruit, but Nick Fury has always refused. Even many others in Shield have become fruit ability, and Nick Fury refuses. Even Pierce, his immediate boss, has become a fruit ability. Even this time, if it wasn't because Pierce was suspected by him, he wouldn't even become a fruit ability user. Nick Fury began to think back if he had eaten the star fruit in the first place. So long ago, he was able to discover the situation of Shield. At that time, he had enough time to gradually deploy and kill all Hydra of Shield. Even an old fox like Pierce probably wouldn't know what kind of ability Nick Fury used to do such a thing. But now the situation is exactly the opposite. Pierce obtained the memory fruit first, and he used the power of the memory fruit to infiltrate Shield quickly and seamlessly, turning the most important and pivotal people in the various agencies of Shield into Hydra people. Even with the ability of the Fruit of Memory, the launch time of the Insight plan was directly advanced. This time it was him. Nick Fury was caught off guard. I get what you're saying, the 10 times I'm going to clean up all the effects. As for helping, your devil fruit has already helped a lot. Asking for flowers, the Avengers have begun to gather, and Hydra's plan cannot be realized. Nick Fury made his choice. Okay, I'm going to watch the show. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Several people who had been listening to Qin Xiao's phone calls all looked at him at the moment. It seems that something interesting happened again. Abomination is the most exciting. Okay, let's go to New Jersey to save 2 people first, and then go to Huashi Shield to watch a good show. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he opened a portal. Opposite the portal is the completely destroyed barracks. Yo, it looks like something big has happened here. Hate the excitement on his face. This kind of big battle shows that things are very good. At that time, it will be more interesting. Look quickly, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton are here. Take a good look where they are. Qin Xiao quickly arranged tasks for everyone. He didn't care at first. But looking at the situation here, he knew that something was wrong. The ruins here are beyond his imagination. In this situation where the ground has been plowed down several meters, he would believe that Natasha Romanoff and Barton were dead. However, judging from the system feedback, these 2 people should not be dead yet. Logan wrinkled his nose, trying hard to distinguish the smell inside. But the smell of gunpowder directly covered up all the flavors. The smoke of gunpowder does not dissipate, and he cannot use his super senses to do things. I can't help it. Logan shrugged. Barton's tone was firm. You too, how do you feel about yourself? Do you need to go to the hospital? Below, a huge grid holds up the rubble of the ruins. The slight vibration directly spread from his hand in all directions. Natasha Romanoff looked at the horrible face in disgust and felt all right for the first time. Bah da tilde. I didn't expect that it would be you who came to save us. Ha ha ha, I found it. After the hatred finished speaking, he rushed towards one direction. With 3 or 2 strokes, he directly opened a collapsed ruin. Qin Xiao directly opened a portal at the original place. Qin Xiao could tell that the situation of the 2 of them was not very good. Ba da tilde. Below the grid, the 2 figures looked rejoicing. Okay, then go to Hua Shendun to have a look. No, there are more important things to do than go to the hospital. We're going to Shield headquarters. Save Natasha Romanoff and Barton from the rubble. At this moment, Hate touched the ground lightly with both hands. After passing through the portal, several people officially appeared in the Shield Trident building. Everyone stood by the window and saw a scene that shocked them. The lake here at the moment has become an open mechanism. 3 huge helicarriers sprayed blue flames and rose to the sky constantly. The height of the 3 aviation helicarriers has exceeded the height of the Trident building. Everyone on the helicarrier at the moment all looked excited, because they think this is the weapon that Shield uses to protect the world. With it, the world will be safer than before. No one knows until now that this will be an opportunity for Hydra to rise. An extremely ear-piercing voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was the sound when the radio was suddenly turned on. Clearly, there was trouble in the radio studio. Then a voice came from inside. I am Rogers, Captain of Country M. Captain Rogers. It turned out that he had been chased by the missiles specially made by the 9973 snakes. At first, he never figured out why he could be located. He searched for a long time in himself, but he couldn't find anything with a certain position. Finally, he focused his attention on his alloy shield. There was nothing else in his own body to locate, because Hydra's current ability is not enough to position him personally. It is even less likely that there is something tracking in his body. This is what he tests every day with his bounce-off with the power of flesh and fruit. Then the only possibility is to target this shield, because the material of this shield is really special. In the entire Hua Aegis, perhaps only this shield is made of such a material. Then these missiles only need to follow it to find themselves. As for saying not to bring the shield together, such a thing is at least impossible in a short period of time. Hydra has calculated even this point. After figuring this out, Captain Rogers began to counterattack. The first thing is to try to see if it is really caused by this shield. He directly hit the missile behind him with the shield. Not only that, this time also added the air cannon of the blob fruit. The shield directly hit the nearest missile to Captain Rogers at even faster speed than the missile. The whole missile exploded with a bang. But shield didn't intend to stop in the slightest, because this shield has the most perfect aerodynamic shape, and Captain Rogers originally controlled it superbly. In constantly flight, those missiles really went straight to the shield. Captain Rogers, who was running all the way, can finally take a break at the moment. Even someone with fruit ability like him has been strengthened by extremis. Facing this kind of physical and mental exhaustion still made him feel a little tired. Now that you know the opponent's goal, the next thing will be easy to handle. All the missiles went straight to the shield. Explosions in the sky are still heard. After all the missiles disappeared, Captain Rogers went to find his shield. At the moment, shield is already in a mess. After that, he went all the way to SHIELD headquarters. When we got here, 3 helicarriers had already started to take off. Captain Rogers found the radio room and began to make a speech. I'm Captain America Rogers, and now I have something to say. SHIELD at the moment has been infiltrated and controlled by Hydra. In fact, today's Insights program isn't an Insights program at all. When SHIELD was established, they invited German scientists like Zola. And Zola is the chief scientist of Hydra Red Skull. After decades of lurking and infiltrating, now in the entire SHIELD, it is unknown how many Hydra people are lurking. Their leader is Minister Pierce, attacking Director Nick Fury, delaying the launch of Insight, blaming Director Rudolph. This is what Secretary Pierce did with the fruit of his memory. That's right, Minister Pierce is also a fruit ability user. His ability is to change the memory of others. Now, there are countless people in SHIELD who have the memory of being Hydra. In fact, comrades, you are not Hydra at all. Your memory has only been changed by Minister Pierce. One might ask, how is it possible for Secretary Pierce to have such power? Then everyone think about a mutant, Professor X Charles. As a level 4 mutant, his dangerous level in SHIELD goes straight to the SSS level. Pierce is now a weakened version of Professor X, so please help me stop Hydra, all of you who are not friends with Hydra. Please, those who have Hydra memories, think about it carefully. Is your memory really true? Hydra's plan this time will definitely fail. The Avengers have assembled. But in Hydra, there are almost no powerful abilities. Under such circumstances, they cannot win. So those of you who have Hydra memories, think about it. If you choose not to resist, you can eventually recover your memories. If you resist, in the end you will really be assigned to Hydra. And Hydra will be the enemy of everyone in this world. Next, it will be a battle with no retreat. You are willing to be the enemy of this world. Or are you willing to follow the world and stop Hydra's conspiracy? Everyone think about it. I am Captain Rogers of Country M, and I will fight for freedom. Captain Rogers talked a lot. When other people heard the news, they didn't have any other thoughts except shock. Hydra. There are many Hydra around SHIELD. Such a thing simply made them unbelievable. Even Captain Rogers said that SHIELD is completely rotten. Even Minister Pierce is a Hydra man, he also has memory fruit. The New York branch where the fruit ability is directly arranged. But Pierce, who has the fruit ability, has been in Hua Aegis. So how many people's memories did he change here? With the highest status, it is too easy for him to do these things. Even all SHIELD people began to wonder if their memories had been changed. But then, they broke out in cold sweat. Maybe the memories I recall now are also fake. Even those Hydra people at the moment are incomparably horrified. Are your memories real? So what kind of ability does Hydra use to stop the opponent? He is sure that the internal members of Hydra at the moment are absolutely hesitant. Most importantly, can the 9.5.2 snakes succeed? Even Qin Xiao, listening to Captain Roger's words, had to admit that the other party had a strong sense of fighting to disrupt the enemy's struggle. Just a few words can lower the tone of the other party a lot, because they don't know if their memory is real or not. If it is true, then oneself is a terrorist. They don't know who they are, what the hell is it? Captain Rogers said the Avengers have assembled, a terrorist who will bring danger to the world. If your memory is false, then you have been altered by Pierce. The words of Captain Rogers directly split the entire Hydra. But how do you know if your memories are real? In this way, the unity psychology of Hydra was directly disintegrated. This is the psychological warfare that Captain Rogers achieved intentionally or unknowingly. Because you might just be changed memory. Pierce, after hearing what Captain Rogers said, do you still think you have a chance of success? They are lost. Pierce, after hearing what Captain Rogers said, do you still think you have a chance of success? Nick Fury at the moment has arrived at Pierce's office. At the moment, he has been killed all the way with the cooperation of Hill Agent and Phil Coulson. No matter how powerful the opponent is, there will be no room for resistance before Hill Agent's slow light wave. And Phil Coulson went all the way in, but Pierce seems ready to be caught by Nick Fury. So when he saw Nick Fury and the others coming, he didn't look surprised at all. He even thought about persuading Nick Fury to build a new world together. The verbal confrontation between the two continued. At this critical moment, Captain Rogers actually delivered such a speech. This directly exceeded Nick Fury's expectations, even more than Pierce expected. Both of them knew best that Captain Rogers meant something different originally. Giving such a speech in the capacity of Captain Rogers will have a big impact on all SHIELD agents, including Hydra agents. And he emphasized that all of this was done by Pierce with the memory fruit. This will further increase the suspicion of those who are not staunch supporters of Hydra. After all, it is impossible for everyone in every organization to be loyal. As long as they have the idea of 0-4 in their hearts, all their plans will face the possibility of being destroyed. Just the lethality of this passage is even more terrifying than a frontal attack. With these words from Captain Rogers, when a stalemate occurs in the future war situation, or when SHIELD gains an advantage, the people of Hydra will soon choose to surrender. Because they don't know if their memory has been modified, because they don't know if their memory has been tampered with. Is what I insist on true? Will I have a lover who died in the hands of Hydra? Would he kill his lover? Countless possibilities will cause their fear and hesitation. As for Hydra being able to achieve the final victory, at the moment they never thought about it. Now whether it is inside SHIELD originally or the Avengers that have been assembled, Hydra cannot easily deal with it. The success of Hydra mainly lies in its concealment and low profile. Once Hydra was exposed, did Hydra gain an absolute advantage? Then all will be destroyed in the end. The time of this destruction is either long or short. Not only that, Nick Fury has a final trump card. SHIELD and Charles have more conversations. Pierce's ability is just a weakening of one of Charles' abilities. When it really came to the last minute, Nick Fury even asked Charles to come out. With these preparations, he is willing to say a few more words with Pierce here. This is a friend who has been with me for decades. Such a person becomes a member of Hydra and becomes his biggest opponent, which is still a bit uncomfortable for Nick Fury. Things have become like this now. Whether it can be successful or not is not really important. After this incident in this world, everyone will have doubts about this world again. The next time your SHIELD or the government is going to do something, the resistance will be even greater. Because they will be worried, will this be another Hydra conspiracy? They will wonder how many people in Hydra have not been wiped out. Moreover, it may be too late for you to stop the launch of the Helicarrier right now. As long as it launches an attack, countless people will die in this world. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, I don't know how many will die. But all the consequences of this incident will be borne by you, SHIELD. Because Hydra completed this program in SHIELD, it is not certain whether SHIELD will still exist after this incident. We Hydra are not necessarily successful. But you SHIELD really failed this time. We at Hydra will once again go into dormant mode. If you cut off a snake's head, 2 snake heads will grow back. After this time, I don't know how many Hydra you can find. We Hydra, even if we fail now, we still have time to continue to grow slowly, just like what we have done for decades. Pierce didn't give a damn about Nick Fury's flowers. On the contrary, he constantly hit Nico Fury's heart. Failure for Hydra, are they failing in flat? Don't care because they've already failed once. In this failure, they have developed better. So what's the point of failing again? After this failure, maybe they can develop better. Hydra's snake heads can never be cut off. Pierce strongly believes in this, because Hydra is not just his lineage. All Pierce wanted was to change the world. And what another part of Hydra wants is to find Hydra's head. The one on the alien world that really belongs to the source of Hydra. This is the ultimate goal of Hydra in the TV series SHIELD. And that Hydra is actually an alien. The existence of the organization Hydra originally exists to save this alien who was dispatched to other planets. Red Skull's Hydra is not the oldest and most authentic. The one that Pierce and the others have inherited is not the most authentic either. Nick Fury heard what Pierce said, and he knew that there was no way to convince Pierce. Then you just wait for the result of this failure. Outside, 3 helicarriers were still constantly rising. Among the helicarrier, all the members at the moment looked at the others warily. Some of these people are Hydra people. Someone from SHIELD originally, they were all excited about the helicarrier's launch. But in the end, Captain Rogers disintegrated them in minutes. Everyone knows what Captain Rogers said just now, so now in 847, how many of us know Hydra? A research director at the moment looks around. Even his direct subordinates, he at the moment doesn't believe it anymore. Though I don't know how many people are Hydras, at that point I decided that if everyone wants to help Captain Rogers, so it is best to directly close the weapon we developed now. The leader of another weapons research and development team expressed his opinion. Now that you know there is a problem now, it is best to turn off the weapon.
I agree, yes.
Several executives directly agreed to the proposal. But at this moment, several agents directly drew their guns and knocked down all the people who spoke. Obviously, they are Hydra people. The others were frightened and wanted to flee. It's a pity that this is a helicarrier and they have nowhere to escape. The helicarrier is already in the air and right now, you're best off doing nothing. The leading Hydra agent looked at the others seriously. More agents representing Hydra came forward. The helicarrier lifts off and a carnage ensues. Whether Hydra can succeed depends on this massacre. Hey, it still looks very lively here. Outside the helicarrier, a flight figure appeared in front of everyone. Tony Stark Iron Man finally came to Hua Aegis. Iron Man. The Hydra in the helicarrier were worried when they saw Iron Man, but it doesn't make them feel scared. These people are all loyal people of Hydra. Very well, you still know me, so next, are you surrendering yourself? Tony's voice came straight in. Fortunately, he caught up. Hearing what Captain Rogers said, he himself praised Captain Rogers for screwing Hydra this time. Memory fruit which will make many who are not diehards suspicious. But at the same time, the horror of the memory fruit also left Tony with lingering fears. This thing needs to be more regulated. The iron armor led him into the helicarrier. At the moment there is no distance between him and everyone in Hydra. As long as necessary, he can directly kill everyone. A group of Hydra seemed to exchange glances with each other. A Hydra man in a full tactical helmet seemed to nod. Several Hydra members standing in front of Iron Man appear to be lowering their weapons. Very well, it seems that you also have self-knowledge. Tony was very satisfied with how he could get the other party out of his way.
Crack tilde.
But at this moment, another Hydra wearing a tactical helmet suddenly burst into the crowd. 2 huge amounts of scissors suddenly appeared in his hand. Catch tilde.
Crack tilde.
The constantly cut sound rang out. Tony was directly attacked by this figure before he could react. The scissors passed by and 2 amazing cuts appeared on Iron Man's battle armor. The armor instantly lost several power sources, but Tony's stature suddenly rose. Before the armor was damaged, Tony escaped the opponent's attack. Coming to a safe place, Tony looked at the armor that was only partially effective. He reluctantly opened the mask. Snip the fruit, you are Rumlo. He already knew who the person in front of him was. Fruit sheer ability crossbones. Hydra member Rumlo. Tony didn't even think that his battle armor was destroyed by the other party when he first arrived. Fortunately, the battle armor is modular, even if it is partially damaged by the power of the sheer fruit. The rest of the suit is still usable. But he also understood at the moment why Captain Rogers has been emphasizing that he should be careful. Here, do be careful. I didn't expect that I just came here and almost fell into the ditch. Rumlo lifted his tactical helmet to reveal his face. Yeah, I'm Rumlo, and I might be worried if someone else came. If you come here, as long as you lose the battle armor, it will be useless. Letter 3005. Rumlo was telling the truth. Face the others, whether it's Captain Rogers or Barton or Natasha Romanoff. He doesn't have an advantage. But facing Tony, as long as he can destroy the opponent's armor, he can take advantage. His scissor fruit has no effect on the human body for the time being, but for metal battle armor, 1 cut is accurate. Without the armor, Iron Man is just an ordinary person. Hearing Rumlo's words, Tony felt a little helpless. It seems that I have been underestimated, JARVIS, the Veronica system is activated. Yes, the Veronica system is activated. At this moment, a satellite in the sky dropped a module directly downward. It was too late to send the battle armor from the Stark building in New York to Huashi Aegis. However, satellites coming down from the sky are perfectly fine. In the sky, there are many satellite orbits applied by Stark Industries. There are many special equipment on it. This is the Vero-Nick system. In the whole system, it contains many modules. One of the most important sets is the anti-Hulk armor. Definitely, it's not just anti-Hulk armor either. There are numerous other backup weapons as well. This is also the result of Dr. Banner's research with Tony during this time. Tony didn't expect it to be used against Hydra before it was used by Hulk. Definitely, the module activated this time is not the set of anti-Hulk armor modules. Rather, it is a module that complements the Iron Man suit. These modules can even form dozens of battle boxes. Call out.
Call out.
The sky was like a meteor, and many things hit the helicarrier with tail flames.
Crack. Crack.
Tony's body was once again wrapped in battle armor. Look now, what else can you do? After Tony finished speaking, he fired the palm cannon directly at Rumlo. Since you can't fight melee, then you just wait to be smashed into a sieve by your own palm cannon. As for other Hydra members, those who do not surrender will be killed. After that, head straight to the chip area of the helicarrier. It must be changed there, otherwise the helicarrier will continue to follow the established procedures. Actually, Tony has another method. That is to kill the 3 helicarriers directly. That way, Hydra also has to sit on wax. This method will be the last resort. On the other side, the same thing is still happening. The autonomous aircraft approached the 3 helicarriers from a height. Dr. Banner jumped directly from the plane to a mothership. In the air, his figure quickly transformed into Hulk. The 4 arms are constantly flying everywhere. His appearance, almost no one here can stop it. For the Hulk, it's just about killing the enemy. The rest is left to the professionals. On the 3rd remaining helicarrier, Captain Rogers appeared. After he delivered his speech at SHIELD, several consecutive air cannons and he appeared on the helicarrier. Now all they need is to kill the Hydra inside and reconnect with the Guantian aircraft carrier. At the moment, the helicarriers are getting closer to their suborbitals. Once the suborbital is reached, the Insight project is fully activated. 3 helicarriers will unleash their firepower like crazy. As long as the firepower is fired for 1 second, countless people will die. Therefore, they had to capture the intelligent control systems of the 3 helicarriers. Only by taking down the intelligent system can the program goals be reprogrammed. Otherwise, the Zola algorithm will destroy countless people. On the other 2 battleships, he didn't have to worry about Tony's one. But there is absolutely no way for the Hulk. My own ship must be accelerated. He easily kills all Hydra members. But when he went to the host controlling the chip, he saw a mysterious figure there. A metal arm is quite eye-catching. Are the killer that Phil Coulson said, now Hydra is doomed, I suggest you surrender the best. Captain Rogers looked at the other party and spoke seriously. But the person on the other side didn't mean to answer at all. He has been hiding in a position that Captain Rogers can hardly attack. And the location of the chip is limited. Captain Rogers will be attacked by the opponent in the past.
It seems that there is no way to convince you.
Captain Rogers didn't delay either. An air cannon directly attacked the opponent. Although the opponent managed to evade, taking advantage of this opportunity, Captain Rogers also came here wangs. He was directly preparing to open the chip area, but at this time Winter Soldier also directly killed him. You didn't ask about this matter. Even if the other 2 ships are modified, it's useless. At this moment, a guy with wings directly kicked Winter Soldier away. Captain Rogers shook his head. Captain Lugers had to be distracted and use the Blob Fruit's ability to bounce all the bullets away.
Woo tilde. Do da da tilde tilde.
In that case, these talented agents and researchers on the helicarrier will completely lose their chance of survival. Once this place is damaged, the entire helicarrier will start massacring according to the established procedures. Rogers didn't look back as an air cannon struck. In Winter Soldier's hand, a gun was spewing bullets frantically. Captain Rogers, leave this to me. After Falcon finished speaking, he flew towards Winter Soldier. Shua tilde.
Sam,
You didn't say you were such a drop-in force. At that time, there was only one way to destroy the helicarrier. His heart roared with surprise, but Winter Soldier blocked it with a metal arm. Falcon at the moment actually appeared on the helicarrier. This incident is said to be due to the explosion caused by Captain Rogers when he was being chased here. This explosion also caught Falcon's attention. Although he retired because of the death of his comrade in arms, but such a violent explosion occurred in Washington, he would naturally think of doing his part. Because I met Captain Rogers while running, I had many contacts after that. Falcon Sam has always wanted to show his skills as Captain Rogers, so he quietly went to steal his mechanical wings back. I really didn't expect it to come into play tonight. Relying on his own wings, he followed all the way. Then I saw things in the sky. Falcon Sam knew that daring to use force in Huashishishi, this is definitely a big deal. But he didn't expect that it would be such a big event. 3 huge helicarriers glowed with blue tail flames. It can be seen from far away. If he hadn't found it up close, definitely would consider another UFO incident. After the explosion along the way, Captain Rogers' tearing air sounds also came straight here. Sam knew that the man he was chasing had already boarded the helicarrier. He soars through the air, observing everything in the helicarrier. Soon after, the sound of an aircraft engine came from a higher altitude. A sharp flight man 910 Shadow Sam Falcon saw it clearly. Iron Man, that is the figure of Iron Man, but he didn't dare to greet Iron Man himself. At this time, if you step forward, you may be regarded as an enemy by the other party. He watched Iron Man fight on the helicarrier. I also saw the countless machines falling from the sky. Well, you don't need yourself here. Switching to another helicarrier, another even more terrifying figure descends from the sky. Hulk. As soon as this guy came down, the whole helicarrier became lively instantly. Cannon fire flew above and people's heads surged. Even Falcon was almost accidentally shot. Well, this place is even more unreasonable. If he really wanted to go, he would definitely be beaten to death as an enemy. So his goal was on the last helicarrier. Here he saw someone he admired, Captain Rogers. At this moment, he knew that it was time for him to pretend to beep. Sure enough, Captain Rogers met an adversary, one with a metal arm, although Captain Rogers seems to be able to deal with it easily. But since Falcon is here, he definitely has to show his hand. Kicking the opponent out of the way gave Captain Rogers more time to do his own thing. Ace and himself, he fought with Winter Soldier.
Do-da-da tilde. Do-da-da tilde.
Falcon shot wildly at Winter Soldier with 2 short tackles. The Winter Soldier's metal arm deflects bullets like a shield. His whole body was running wildly everywhere. None of those bullets hit the opponent. Falcon looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. My dear, what are these things? What kind of enemies did I encounter?
Sam's eyes changed.
The opponent's reaction speed is actually faster than firing bullets yourself. You know, if I can be elected as Falcon, my physical fitness class is not bad. Even in some respects, his physical fitness is the best. For example, the coordination in the air, no fear of heights, and the speed of reaction when encountering things. His abilities are top-notch. But why is that person below so strong? Is it another strengthening person? Sam, he has been strengthened. His physical fitness is at least 6 or 7 times that of ordinary people. You have to be careful. Captain Rogers, who was replacing the chip, took the time to remind Sam. What?
Captain Rogers, you should have told me earlier.
Falcon at the moment is a little depressed. His mobility in the air is not bad, so he is constantly chasing in the air while the Winter Soldier evades. But because this is inside the helicarrier, his flight is also limited. When he heard the news from Captain Rogers, he directly chose to stay away from the other side. It is understandable for strengthening fighters to retreat strategically. But at this moment, Winter Soldier suddenly exerted his strength. He stepped on the ground of the battleship fiercely, and a spider web-like crack appeared in the strengthening glass.
J tilde tilde.
Sam, who was retreating, was caught directly by a metal wing. Crack. Winter Soldier's mechanical arm suddenly exerted force. Half of the wing was directly torn. Unbalanced, Sam falls from the sky onto the glass floor of the helicarrier. And Winter Soldier came over again. A heavy fist smacked the glass where Sam was. The whole glass shattered.
Ah tilde tilde.
Sam exclaimed, and the whole person fell directly towards the ground. Sam. Captain Rogers was startled at the moment. The chip here is about to be returned, and Sam actually dropped the helicarrier over there.
Captain Rogers, don't worry, I'm fine.
Sam dropped the other wing and the parachute opened successfully. It's fine. Captain Rogers was relieved at last. Captain, I've landed and I can't help you anymore.
Sam's voice came out again.
Rogers was about to speak when another voice came from the other side. No, do you really want to help? I can help you. A voice familiar to Captain Rogers came over. Qin Xiao, who are you? Sam's alert voice sounded. Don't worry about who I am, just ask Captain Rogers who is connecting with you over there. Qin Xiao didn't talk to Sam much. This matter is best explained by Captain Rogers. Captain Rogers. There is an Oriental man with me here, do you know him? I don't know if it was your luck or misfortune to meet him. Maybe you can also become a fruit holder. A fruit ability person. Like the fruit ability person that has been rumored in New York. possess a mutant-like ability, and also played a major role in the Battle of New York. Sam was a little taken aback by the news. That's right, it's that kind of fruit ability user. In fact, I am also a fruit ability user. Captain Rogers told Sam something he hadn't expected at all. Could it be that he can make people become fruit ability users? He is the devil's messenger who provides devil fruits, and devil fruits can make people become fruit ability users. Next, maybe he will provide you with a devil fruit. As for whether to become a fruit ability holder, it depends on your own choice. Don't talk about it, I'll kill the guy with the metal arm first. Captain Rogers momentarily disconnects from the communication. Sam looked at Qin Xiao seriously. It seems that Captain Rogers has already explained to you that I am a demon messenger who can make others become fruit holders. Now you also have a matching devil fruit. I don't know if you are interested. Qin Xiao asked Falcon, match, what kind of devil fruit can I match? There was a ripple in Qin Xiao's body, and several devil fruits appeared in his hands. These are the ones you can match: bird fruit, phantom beast species, phoenix fruit, bird fruit, phantom beast species, crane form, bird fruit, eagle form, bird fruit, falcon form, turning fruit. Qin Xiao showed 5 devil fruits in front of Falcon's eyes. Bird fruit, phantom beast species, phoenix form, bird fruit, phantom beast species, crane form, bird fruit, eagle form, bird fruit, falcon form. Turn around the fruit. 4 Nio fruits and 1 Zanjuan fruit of the Superman series. These fruits all have a common characteristic: they can fly. Based on this point alone, it seems that the system matches Falcon ability fairly evenly. The only thing that makes Qin Xiao feel a little strange is this Zhuanzhungyushi. All other fruits belong to transform into animals. As for this fruit, propellers can be produced anywhere in the body. Is this turning the Falcon into a Black Hawk helicopter? It's like changing from an animal to a mechanical body. As for the most powerful of these fruits is definitely the phoenix fruit of the phantom beast species. When transforming into a phoenix state, it will be wrapped in a layer of green flames of resurrection. This layer of blue flames negates attacks. In other words, it can directly regenerate the host's body when it is injured. However, regeneration also has its limits, and it is not absolutely impossible to get injured. Injured beyond a certain level will die even in fruit form. The blue flame does not have the general flame characteristics, so it cannot be extended to burn things. But this flame can heal others. In other words, this green flame of resurrection is not only a healing flame that can be used by oneself, but also used by others. Falcon glanced at the fruits in front of him. Only he knows the shock in his heart at the moment. Could this be the ability of the demon messenger? Such brightly colored and weirdly shaped things can suddenly emerge from the body. Such a brightly colored thing clearly tells others that it is poisonous and cannot be eaten. For example, many of those poisonous snakes and poisonous insects are brightly colored. But he believed Captain Rogers' words. He should not deceive himself in such a matter. In other words, is the so-called devil fruit really such a brightly colored fruit? I'm not very familiar with these, so what's your suggestion? What devil fruit should I eat? Falcon threw the question back. This phoenix fruit can make you fly, and it can also give you a certain healing ability. Even if you are seriously injured, as long as you do not exceed a certain level of strength, it can restore your body. If other people are seriously injured, you can also use its fruit ability to heal others. Qin Xiao directly recommended this fruit to Falcon. Falcon glanced at the fruit, took it over and took a bite. The battle is imminent and he doesn't care about anything else. He didn't even ask what it takes to get this fruit. Since the other party recommends this fruit, then just eat it yourself. If there is a problem, we will talk about it later. But Qin Xiao didn't stop him either. Looking back, after Falcon and Captain Rogers have finished asking, they will naturally know that there is a deal. Then Falcon will probably feel a little nervous when the time comes. This thing is not free. After eating this devil fruit, Falcon slightly closed his eyes. A powerful force was constantly circulating in his body. In a moment, blue flames began to appear on his body. There is also a hint of yellow in these flames. Immediately afterwards, a pair of huge amounts of wings emerged behind him. The blue flame is amazing. Afterwards, the bird's head and bird's claws took shape instantly. With a song, the phoenix transformed by Falcon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He went straight to the helicarrier where Captain Rogers was. At the moment on the helicarrier, Captain Rogers has completed the replacement of the chip. The Hill agent in the office took over the entire process for the 3 helicarriers. At the moment's helicarrier is set to silence all weapons by her. And the goal of Captain Rogers has already walked on the man with the metal arm. No one else was delayed. Tu Bing was no match for Captain Rogers. The blob's powerful air cannon knocked Winter Soldier back. If it weren't for the Winter Soldier's metal handle and extremis strengthened body, he was no match for Captain Rogers. At this moment, through the glass of the helicarrier, Captain Rogers saw a giant bird formed of blue-yellow flames flying up from below. He had a guess in his heart that this might be the running guy. Captain Rogers, here I come again. Sure enough, Falcon's voice came to mind in the communicator. But at this moment, Winter Soldier saw that he could not defeat Captain Rogers, so he was directly preparing to flee. Winter Soldier spotted a spot and jumped out towards the broken glass. Since he is already unable to defeat the opponent, then he will definitely not drag down here. Escaping was his best option. His body is constantly in free fall. The parachute behind him is ready to open at any time. If it was any other time, maybe let him escape. But Falcon just got the ability of Phoenix Fruit. How could he let people escape from his sight? Chirp, chirp. The Phoenix uttered a song, flapped its wings fiercely, and moved towards the falling figure. The flaming feet grabbed the falling Winter Soldier. Even when Winter Soldier was caught, he still resisted constantly. The metal arm smashed past the flame-transformed feet, but unfortunately his resistance was in vain. At the moment, Falcon doesn't care about his arm attack at all. Flapping its wings constantly, the big blue and yellow bird flew towards the helicarrier in the sky. Boom. There was a dull landing sound. Asking for flowers, the Phoenix dropped the Winter Soldier directly onto the helicarrier. Immediately afterwards, he also landed on the helicarrier. The blue-yellow flames all over his body gradually receded, revealing Falcon's figure. What kind of fruit did you get? It looks kind of cool. Even Captain Rogers thinks the power of this flight is cool. I don't understand either, but he told me what kind of Phoenix fruit it is. Even if it is generally injured, it can recover by itself. The battle with this guy just now also verified a point. His metal arm hurt my leg but healed right away. Falcon at the moment is also extremely exciting. He never imagined that one day he would be able to fly without mechanical wings. And he has been training for so long to fly in the sky, and now he can just use it. Seeing the chatter between the two, Winter Soldier fled to the side again. But facing Captain Rogers and Falcon, what chance does he have of escaping? The captain dodged and rushed directly in front of Winter Soldier. Just let me see who you really are. With that, he grabbed Winter Soldier's mask and eye patch. A familiar face under the mask made the captain froze immediately. Bucky. The face below was something Captain Rogers hadn't thought of anyway. Bucky, who is Bucky? Why does it sound familiar to me? Who are you? The Winter Soldier heard what Captain Rogers had to say. He himself suddenly had doubts. The name seemed familiar to him. Because of this name, he felt that the person in front of him was very familiar. Bucky, I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you still alive? Bucky looked confused. Memory fruit, it seems that your memory has been changed by the memory fruit. Captain Rogers had a look of disbelief. All sources know that Bucky is Captain Rogers' best friend. You all know me. Who are you? Who am I? But why did this person become like this now? He thought he was the only one who had survived till now. He's Bucky, and that face really is. When your troops were captured in 1943, Zola experimented with you. Bucky at the moment looked more and more confused. Impossible, my goal is to kill you, but why do you know me? After you fell off the cliff, they must have found you so you were able to live until now. Falcon at the moment also saw Bucky's face. Rogers seemed to remember something. Captain Rogers instantly figured out what had happened. I really didn't expect that there was another person alive, and he was my best friend. This face also appeared many times in the materials of the History Museum. He even brought Captain Rogers into the barracks step by step. Memory fruit, it seems that your memory has been changed by the memory fruit. Captain Rogers understood why the other party had become like this. I do not believe. Bucky didn't believe it at all. His mind was in turmoil at the moment. The memory implanted by Pierce allows him to constantly eliminate opponents. But Captain Rogers' face and the name Bucky constantly stimulated himself. Okay, Captain Rogers, I think it's better to let him calm down first. As for the rest, since you know what's going on, you can solve it later. In the current situation, we still need to settle everything here first. Hawkeye watched at the moment's Winter Soldier proposed to Captain Rogers. The captain saw that Winter Soldier's condition was not normal. It's just that the first time he saw Winter Soldier was a little difficult to accept. This is a good friend who has lived with me since childhood. He is the only person who still recognizes 457 as belonging to an era. So he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Now, after being reminded by the Falcon ghost, he also calmed down instantly. He slapped it with his palm, directly knocking Winter Soldier unconscious. This time, Hydra's operation ended anticlimactically. The three helicarriers did not play any role under the attack of several fruit abilities. On the contrary, it directly trapped all the main forces of Hydra inside. Because those who can enter the helicarrier are the most loyal soldiers of Hydra. After that, things proceeded in an orderly manner. The remaining agents of SHIELD gradually captured Hydra. This time, although SHIELD was seriously injured, but because they managed to prevent bigger things from happening. On the contrary, it cleans out the internal Hydra. It seems that their rights have directly shrunk a lot. But this also allowed them to avoid annihilation. Captain Rogers didn't care about these things at all. At the moment, the thing he wants most is to restore Bucky's memory. Inside SHIELD's inner prison, Nick Fury looks at Pierce sternly. At the moment he poses in a special pose. The mind that stares at the fruit peeps at the ability. He wants Pierce to restore the memories of all the SHIELD agents changed by him. Under the monitoring of his staring fruit, he can know whether Pierce has other ideas. Once he finds out that Pierce has other ideas, he can stop him immediately. Pierce at the moment showed everyone some horrible ways to use the fruit of memory. His hand actually reached into someone else's brain and then pulled out a memory like a film from it. After seeing this way of restoring memory just once, Nick Fury gave up immediately. Then he got Charles. Charles directly used his power to restore the memories of many SHIELD agents due to the range. Definitely, there are many people who belong to Hydra among them. These people hesitated because of what Captain Rogers said. They thought that their memory was changed by the fruit of memory. It can also be seen from this point that these people actually don't particularly like becoming Hydra. In some cases, their hearts don't really want to be Hydra. For such people, Nico Fury also has new arrangements. With the help of Charles, a new memory was implanted in them. They are indeed memories that have been changed by Hydra using memory fruits. Under this memory, all of them think that they should actually be SHIELD, not Hydra. In this way, they can continue to stay in SHIELD, it just needs some remonitoring and testing. As for the restoration of Winter Soldier's memory, Captain Rogers personally invited Charles to help. Under Phoenix Chinjele's healing fruit is constantly self-healing. Charles is now able to walk on the ground. Definitely, there is still a little gap between walking and normal people. After all, he has spent decades in a wheelchair. And Chin Gree is constantly encouraged by Charles' encouragement, and her master personality has also suppressed her dark personality. At least for a short period of time, even if she loses the encouragement of Charles, Jean Grey will not become Blacken. Charles' visit to SHIELD this time can be regarded as a benign cooperation between SHIELD and Mutant. Charles looked at the immobilized Winter Soldier Bucky, his hand resting lightly on Bucky's brain. The powerful mental ability was activated, and Bucky's originally chaotic brain gradually became calm. Memories of being forcibly altered by Pierce are gone, and those memories that have been cleared or those that have been suppressed to the depths of memory gradually emerge.
Who I am? Who the hell am I?
The question rang constantly in Bucky's mind. Countless fragments flicker constantly like photos in my mind. There was himself in it and a little thin fellow, looks like it's called Stephen Rogers. More memories constantly echoing in his mind. Me, Bucky Barnes. Bucky finally remembered his name. After he opened his eyes and looked around for a week, he found himself fixed on a special chair. And in front of his eyes was a bald old man retracting his fingers. Behind the old man, a familiar figure appeared in front of his eyes. Stephen, is that you? Bucky looked puzzled. Hearing Bucky's words, Captain Rogers was delighted.
Bucky, you finally remembered me. What exactly is going on?
What Bucky wants to know more than anything right now is what happened. The thing is like this. Captain Rogers briefly described what had happened. Hearing these things, Bucky was taken aback for a while. So all these years I've been the killer of Hydra, except for many people.
This is not your intention.
Captain Rogers also wanted to comfort her. Captain Rogers, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Charles at the moment prevented the two from reminiscing about the past. Another 30% belongs to those who need to be observed, and the remaining 50% are directly from Hydra. This time he came to SHIELD, he needs to stay for a long time. Charles, what's the matter? Please tell me. Charles then said goodbye to Captain Rogers. What is infiltrated in SHIELD is really like a sieve. Nick, sure enough, this kind of thing is what you want to do. Charles told Captain Rogers what he had discovered. You're welcome, this is the beginning of cooperation. These keywords are the key to waking him up, and I just cleared these keywords by the way.
I see, thank you, Professor.
However, I can't guarantee that the organization that implanted these keywords in him is really dead. Elsewhere, Pierce is being held by Nick Fury. There is no problem at all, no more than 20%. In other words, is there still a fish that slipped through the net? You've had a lot of keywords in Bucky's mind for a long time, or 4.6, do they still have the power to fool me? What Charles needs to do is to help check if there is something wrong with the 30% waiting to be observed. So you need to observe a little bit later. Nick, sure enough, this kind of thing is what you do. Pierce already knew what he was going to do. Pierce, you just need to do something now, and if you can't do that, then maybe I'll ask Charles to change your memory too. Nick Fury at the moment, language indifference. Altered my memory, is that what you're going to do to me in the end? It seems that you are not reluctant to give up the fruit of memory. What kind of identity will you give me afterwards? Is it a researcher or a mutant? Or other identities? Pierce at the moment couldn't help but tease Nick Fury. This may be the only thing he can do now. Really waited until one day his memory was modified by Charles. Then he might not be his real self anymore. As for killing himself, Pierce believes that Nick Fury will not do it. Memory fruit modify memory. Such power, Nick Fury knows exactly how to use it. He couldn't bear to kill himself. Nick Fury didn't pay much attention to what Pierce said. Just do what you do next, and you don't need to worry about the rest of 4 for the time being. The two came to a place. A figure stayed inside quietly. Killian, one of the developers of Extremis. Those who eat the hot fruit can change the body temperature into more than 10,000 fruit abilities. But because of his original thoughts and actions, he has been monitored in SHIELD. Originally, there was no way to take Killian. But now with Pierce, Nick Fury knows exactly what to do. Modify Killian's memory. Make Killian a SHIELD loyalist, put him in a more important position. All he has to do now is to let Pierce change his memory. In fact, besides Pierce, Charles' ability is stronger. But there's no way Nick Fury could have gotten Charles to do that. Charles' mind wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. There was no way to do it before, but now there is a way. This somewhat sociopath turns into a devoted SHIELD scientist. Killian feels a little flustered with doing ye recently. All the fruit abilities of SHIELD in New York have left. Even he himself was transferred to this completely unknown place. Until now, he saw 2 people appearing in front of his eyes. From the internal information of SHIELD, he knew that these 2 people were the highest commanders of SHIELD. He had no idea that at the moment would lead to these 2 people. What are you going to do to me? Killian sensed something was wrong. I will give you a SHIELD status so that you don't have to be watched and locked up like you are now. Nick Fury told Killian the answer. But this answer made Killian feel even more horrified. He knows exactly what kind of person he is and what he has done. How could it be possible to be regarded as someone from SHIELD? I don't believe it, what are you going to do? When Pierce heard this, he looked at Nick Fury with a funny face. Well, your tricks of deception no longer work. So what if it doesn't work, isn't this for you? Hurry up and do your thing, and I will supervise you by the side. Nick Fury stepped back after speaking. Pierce had no choice but to walk in front of Killian. At the moment, Killian looked nervous. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Pierce whispered in Killian's ear. His hand went straight up Killian's temple. Immediately afterwards, the memory of the other party was pulled out like a film. Nick Fury watched Pierce's operation from a distance using the power of the fruit of the stare. Pierce carried out what Nick Fury told him seriously. Needed memories are implanted and those not needed are deleted. Because of the altered memory, Killian was in a coma. The 2 waited for a long time and Killian finally woke up. He looked at the 2 people in front of him a little nervous and excited. Director Nick Fury, Secretary Pierce, why are you here? At the moment, his memory is completely a member of the scientific research team of SHIELD. The research project is Extremis. Not only that, he is also the protector of the Extremis project, because he is a fruit ability, has a strong strength. In other words, his identity and status in SHIELD are actually very special. After all, there are not many fruit abilities in the entire SHIELD. It's okay, we're just going to take a look. This time the Hydra incident brought us a lot of trouble for SHIELD. We wanted to see if Extremis had been laked. Nick Fury gave one of the most relentless answers directly. Killian was excited when he heard that. Director Fu Rui, don't worry, I can protect my research results. After Killian finished speaking, his whole body gradually turned red. Nick Fury didn't even know whether he was showing the ability of Extremis or the ability of fruit. It's best to be able to guard, because Dr. Banner is helping Tony recently. Therefore, the reverse research on Extremis must be strengthened. We need such potions to create a super strong agent army. This arduous task is handed over to you and your team members. Nick Fury's big filling chicken soup. Yes, Director Fu Rui, I must complete the 850 task. Killian excitedly accepted the task. Pierce, who was on the side, shook his head slightly. Another normal person has been changed. He himself felt that his ability was a little abnormal. Pierce looked at the sleeping man with a gloomy expression on his face. You have been using me from the beginning to the end, and now I will not let all this on you. Go ahead and change his memory. Killian, the four of them, are you sure you can recruit them? Nick Fury was skeptical. Simply talking about recruitment, it may be said that it is really impossible to do it, but their research is about one thing: money. As it happens, what I can do is provide financial support to them. With the financial support, they will basically be in our hands. Moreover, they are now mutating and experimenting, compared to experimenting inside the city of New York City. I think our suburbs of Shield are safer. Even if something happens at that time, we can also respond accordingly. Tony had clearly thought of everything he was going to do next, and what he said made a lot of sense. Regardless of his positioning of himself providing money autonomy, it is still an analysis of the other party's experiments in New York City and outside the city. All as he said. Wait, Director Nick Fury, Tony, what the hell are you talking about? Captain Rogers finally asked the question. Originally, he came to find Nick Fury and fight for the transfer of tubing to the New York branch of Shield. But now it looks like something new is happening in New York. And these people, these things seem to involve the New York branch of Shield in New York City. He must ask clearly, otherwise problems will easily arise. The thing is, there's a scientist in New York called Dr. 500 Reed. His main research is life science. Not sure if it was inspired by the variant mutant. It is still stimulated by the fruit ability. Let him start a new study. It is said that exposure to high-energy solar storms formed by the coronal solar wind may have triggered the evolution of early planetary life. Coincidentally, we human beings have the pleasure of living on the planet. This is a bit like the gene mutation of mutant. It is a little bit beyond the normal theory of evolution. To this end, they want to conduct research in space to advance human understanding of the structure of the genome. The idea given is what cures disease and prolongs life. Let children live longer, longer and healthier. Anyway, this is just a slogan to attract sponsorship, but you also know that all research requires money. Especially for research in space, they need more than money. Money, a space station, they all need it. It is impossible for them to use the National Space Station, so they just found a private space station. There are only so many people who own a private space station. One of them was a doctor and businessman named Victor Von Doom. He happened to be classmates with Dr. Reed again. So in the end, I sponsored Reed's research. Dr. Doom's space station has a protective cover outside the control room, just enough to withstand this radiation storm and ensure that the people inside are not harmed. They hit it off a few days ago and went straight into space. Originally, all of this was very normal, and Dr. Reed's calculations were also very accurate. But when a solar storm is really encountered, the trajectory of the entire solar storm is completely beyond the normal calculation. So everyone on the space station was irradiated by the solar storm. If it's just radiation, it doesn't matter much. But their bodies have really mutated after being irradiated. Now Dr. Reed's whole body can be extended infinitely, just like a rubber. And Susan, the only woman in the study, can now become invisible. She can disappear directly from everyone's sight and can also form a protective shield. Susan's younger brother Johnny turned into a pyroman. His whole body can burn directly. The three of them were relatively normal and lucky, at least they kept their human form. The rest of them were considered the most unlucky, and his whole body turned into a stone, and this look is more troublesome than Hulk. Hulk can also transform into Dr. Banner and return to human form. Ben, on the other hand, has remained in the state of a stone. Nick Fury told Captain Rogers all about the arrival. Hearing these words, Captain Rogers said it was completely unacceptable. Are you sure they weren't mutants or didn't ask Qin to eat devil fruit? We confirmed that the other party was indeed not a mutant, and he never ate a devil fruit afterwards, because they have been under the surveillance of Shield since the accident. Nick Fury gave a positive answer. If that's what you said, I think Charles and Qin should be involved in this matter. No one is more familiar with mutants than the two of them. Captain Rogers offered his opinion. Tony, on the opposite side, thought for a while, then nodded. You're right, maybe the two of them should be invited to take a look at this matter. Director Nick Fury, Charles is still with you. Next, you need to invite her and Qin to New York. I'm going to have a good talk with Dr. Reed and the others first. Tony makes his decision. Since Charles is still in Shield, he can just go to the branch in New York after finishing here. As for the fact that Qin at the moment doesn't know where he is, Nick Fury just invites him. Qin doesn't need to invite, I just contacted him today, I will talk to him later. Captain Rogers gave them another answer. Are you with Qin? What did you do with Qin? Nick Fury of the Bureau had a bad idea. I took Qin to see Bucky today, and in the end Bucky also became a fruit ability holder. So I came to you this time to ask Bucky to go to the New York branch. Captain Rogers came directly with a cut first, and then a play. Hearing this result, Nick Fury was a little hard to understand and accept, but he also knew that this was Captain Rogers' statement. Bucky is his friend, and he won't give up easily. Tony heard the words but silently praised the captain. Didn't expect even Captain Rogers to make an exception every now and then, but well done. Things are already like this, and Nick Fury has nothing to do. Okay, I get it. Just when I go to the New York branch this time, bring Bucky with me. The captain felt a little relieved when he heard that Nick Fury agreed. Afterwards, the group decisively went to the New York branch. Qin Xiao, who was in New York, received another invitation from the captain. 4 people irradiated in space came into SHIELD's observation. Could this be the Fantastic Four? Qin Xiao thought of who the other party might be in the blink of an eye. This time his interest increased sharply. Xi tilde. The portal opens directly. Tony's face was serious. A cosmic signal. The whole signal is translated into 2 words. Qin Xiao murmured silently in his heart. Here he saw several strangers doing experiments. Qin, are you here? A woman who is invisible and sometimes ineffective. A rubber figure that extends infinitely. What's the matter? Your complexion seems a bit unwell. Qin Xiao couldn't wait to come to the New York branch of SHIELD. Sure enough, it's really the Fantastic Four. What word? Tony said this, his face became more and more ugly. I got some bad news from their space station data black box. A man on fires. Tony saw Qin Xiao appearing, his face was Yan Wying. What news? There is also a stone-like stone man. Help run away, help run away. 2 unexpected words came out of Tony's mouth. Are you sure this is the translated cosmic signal? Qin Xiao had an expression of "Are you fooling me tilde?" I hope it's wrong, but it's not just me. The Dr. Lee, Dr. Banner, and even Charles' translation all come to the same conclusion. Tony gave an affirmative answer. That's right, the interstellar signal gave these 2 inexplicable but terrifying messages. Dr. Banner at the moment also came over. His hair looks whiter. It seems to have suffered greater psychological pressure. Hulk, on the other hand, doesn't know where he went. In fact, we didn't read this message at first. It was Dr. Reed who first calculated it in order to study his own ability. Afterwards, we passed various verifications and found that the final result was the same. Now there is a big question: what happened in the universe? Is this message sent at a fixed point or sent across the universe? If it was sent at a fixed point, did we inadvertently intercept this message? If not, then is this a cosmic announcement? Another point is that the information flow of this information can directly affect the solar storm. So what happened to its source? What level does that civilization need to achieve? It is only the information flow that can cause drastic changes in the solar storm. No matter which problem, it is enough to make us feel the crisis. Even feel horrible. Tony and them obviously communicated enough. Just then, Charles and Jean Grey also walked over. The strength of the 4 of them is similar to that of mutant, but they do not have the X gene. So they are not born mutant. I don't know if their power and your demon's power are some imagination. Charles gave his answer. Qin Xiao shook his head. They can't match the power of the devil. In fact, they can match the devil fruit even now. The others immediately understood Qin Xiao's words when they heard the words. These few people are actually very special. They have abilities that match devil fruits. However, they haven't eaten the devil fruit yet. Their variation is indeed from the strange power in the universe. We seem to have fallen into a dead end in this matter, and we still have too little understanding of the universe. Tony felt helpless. He is smart, but he doesn't know much more about the universe than everyone else. After all, this is limited by the technological level of the Earth. Maybe I need to ask Thor about this. Qin Xiao thought of who to look for in a blink of an eye. Thor. We thought about it too, but unfortunately we couldn't get in touch with him. I'll go find him. Qin Xiao took over the task. In fact, he was also full of doubts in his heart. An arcane door opens directly to the end of Bifrost. Qin Xiao walked through the portal and saw a scene that shocked him. Odin, Frigga, Thor, they are standing at the end of Bifrost at the moment. Everyone looked dignified. Thor turned his head and glanced at Qin Xiao. You're finally here, and I was going to wait until Heimdall read the results to tell you. Obviously, Thor is ready to go to Qin Xiao and the others. What is going on? Recently, it seems that one of the most powerful forces in the universe has awakened, and the awakening of this power seems to require energy very much. In the universe, countless planets have disappeared from my sight. However, I can't see what the other party is. There are many life forms and civilizations in the universe that sent distress and warning messages to the universe before being wiped out. Heimdall's eyes were constantly shining with stars. Others don't see any difference, but in Heimdall's eyes, one star after another is dying. That is the fear of death. Help, run away. Qin Xiao said these two words subconsciously. That's right, that's the news. We Asgard have also received this news. Nothing like this is found in our records of Asgard. So, lately Heimdall has been looking at the limits of what he can see. If one day this force enters the 9 realms, then it is time for us to dispatch. Odin held the gun of eternity with a serious look on his face. The power that can continuously destroy the stars originally represents strength. It's hard for them Asgard to do such a thing. Hearing Odin's words, Qin Xiao also fell into deep thought. He originally thought that sterilization might be behind this incident. After all, Thanos, the director of the Family Planning Office, has been working on balancing the population and resources in the universe. Ask for flowers. Under his threat, it is not surprising that more life and civilization send out the signal help. Run away. So he wanted to come to Asgard to see the results. But judging from the current situation, this matter was not done by because Thanos will not let the entire civilization be broken. What he needs is only half of his life. He will not let the stars die. He can't do it. So who else is behind this? Qin Xiao thought about the death of the planet a lot. Phoenix Force across the universe will make the planet die. And this is a crushing death. Almost no one can stop it. But judging from Qin Jelly's situation, it doesn't seem like the Phoenix Force is in full swing. Another, if it is the recovery of the planet Devourer. Hungry, he will constantly devour the stars. Or the emergence of the celestial group, they may also destroy the planet. There are so many possibilities. Qin Xiao really doesn't know which one they belong to. The disappearance of the stars in the unknown is not the main thing. After all, they are still far away from us. But there is one thing that needs our special attention. Ronan the Accuser seems to be going to war with Xandar. This battle may affect the safety of the 9 realms. The Battle of the Kree might affect the final balance. Moreover, there seems to be another force behind Ronan. Qin Xiao asked and blurted out. Odin was also taken aback when he heard the name, although they signed a peace agreement with Xandar Star. Qin Xiao looked at Odin seriously. Thanos' goal, others may not be clear, but Odin should be very clear. I doubt it, but I'm not sure. Moreover, you should already know his goal. This faction is the one that provided Loki with the Chitauri core. Heimdall told the crowd an even more shocking news. Thanos of the Eternals. Odin frowned slightly. Ronan the Accuser, Thanos. Then the Kree will never give up such an expansion opportunity. This event is a major event relatively close to our 9 realms, but if Ronan the Accuser alone can defeat Xandar's Nova Corps, that's right, whether it's Loki or Ronan, behind them is Milu. Now it may be certain, after all, almost all the gems have appeared in. The gems have almost all appeared. Odin recalled Qin Xiao's words, and then his heart sank. Yeah, the gem is almost there. The space gem is in Asgard. The time gem is in Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme. Mind gem is disguised also in Midgard. The reality gem was delivered to Collector not long ago. This time, Ronan appears to be looking for the Power Stone. Well, in the end, there is only one soul gem missing. And the soul gem, Odin just so happens to know where it is. Thanos of the Eternal family has an endless reputation in the universe. He slaughtered one race after another in the universe. It is no longer known how many races were slaughtered in half under his hands. I don't know how many people are waiting to destroy him, but it is a pity that the opponent's strength is too strong. Few people can possess the power to defeat him. But Thanos also has his fears, like Odin's 823 Asgard, he will never attack. But now the other party seems to have started his layout. Use Loki to test the reactions of Midgard and Asgard. Use Ronan to collect gems scattered in the universe. Once all the gemstones are located, it may be time for him to take the initiative. Right now, the crisis in the universe seems to be getting worse. In order to deal with the unknown crisis, perhaps we need to actively maintain the peace of this universe. Odin seemed to have made his choice, actively keeping the peace. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that Asgard wants to make a move? However, your current strength should not be enough to deal with the war in the universe, right? Yes, some things seem to need to be explained in advance. Odin had really made up his mind. Odin, is this really a good thing to do? Frigga was a little worried. Queen, haven't we already discussed it several times? It is best to deal with those crises while my strength is still strong. Originally, there were some unreasonable reasons, but now that the crisis in the universe is so serious, it is time to borrow her power. Odin looked at Frigg and comforted him. Well, everything is up to you. After Frigg finished speaking, she looked at Thor. Father Queen, what do you mean? So I looked puzzled. But on the other side, Heimdall, who was hitting the Guardian's sword, had a slight straight fight. He knew what Odin and Frigga were up to. Thor, there is something I need to tell you. Do you know that we Asgard have always heard about Ragnarök? Know that the flame titan Surt will destroy us Asgard. I'm about to kill Surt sometime. Thor waved his hammer with excitement. He is getting stronger and stronger now. I am also more and more confident in my own strength. He believed that he could prevent Ragnarök from coming. No, the end of the gods P***N is indeed Surt destroying Asgard. But do you know why he wants to destroy Asgard? We are enemies. My father defeated Surt in the time of complete victory. He must have been thinking about getting revenge on us, so the destruction of Asgard is no surprise. Thor thinks he knows what happened and what happened. You're right, but that's not the main thing. Also, if Surt is eliminated, Ragnarök can be eliminated, then you don't need to do anything. I will eliminate the other party directly. After all, even Surt in his heyday was no match for me. What's more, he is no longer in his heyday. He exists for his reasons. Odin's words startle Thor. This point he has never thought of. If eliminating Surt would work, Surt would have been dead long ago. Odin kept the other party, and it seemed that something really happened. Why did you keep him? In fact, Asgard bred a powerful Protos, and this Protos coexisted with Asgard. As long as Asgard exists, she will always exist. Also, her powers grow more terrifying the longer she spends in Asgard. Thor froze when Odin finished speaking. This kind of situation seems to be very similar to some dimension barriers. Thor thought of that the first time. There are many dimensions of Mephisto. The longer they stay in their territory, the stronger they become. There is even a look of being almost invincible in one's own territory. Asgard also bred such a Protos. This doesn't always feel good. That's right, it is very similar to Dimension Mephisto, and what she does is also very similar to Dimension Mephisto. Odin sighed helplessly. Who is this Asgard Protos you are talking about? Why have I never heard of it? Thor feels more and more curious. He lived 1500 years in Asgard, but I have never heard of such a person as Odin mentioned. Odin looked around for a week and finally set his sights on Qin Xiao. Don't look at me, you can settle the affairs of your family by yourself, but I didn't expect that you would tell Thor about this at this time. Qin Xiao at the moment is also heart-shocking. The current situation, I did not expect it at all. Shouldn't we wait until he dies to talk about Hela? And after Odin died, Thor and Loki were left with a mess. But now, Odin actually wants to tell this matter directly. This completely exceeded Qin Xiao's expectations. But in a blink of an eye he figured it out. Because of his participation, Odin would no longer age. He is at the top of his game now with great power and a healthy body. At this time, he has the ability to deal with Hela. As a father, he seemed to intend to solve this problem himself. Odin nodded when he heard Qin Xiao's words. Sure enough, the abstract Mephisto behind you is really powerful and even knows this. Thor, the following news may still be a little hard for you to accept, but these news, some are indeed true. The Protos with Asgard is your sister Hela. Sister Hela. Thor looked bewildered. What's the situation? Why did a sister appear all of a sudden? Right now I'm at my strongest. You said that her ambition has swelled to the point that you want to imprison her. What's going on? It swelled to the point where I couldn't stop her, so I imprisoned her. I see, my sister is with Asgard, and Surt is what destroys Asgard. Odin spoke information that Thor couldn't digest for a while. Before you were born, I had another child, Hela. Thor finally sorts out this reality. That's right. Since she wants war, wants to attack, then let her take her hands to see places in Heim that everyone can't see. The divine power is almost endless, and the body can withstand this divine power. But because of Qin, because of his devil fruit, because Frigga ate it. In other words, the final result of this matter is that Surt exists to destroy my sister. She is called the goddess of death, and her ambition expands infinitely. My divine power is the only prison to stop her. Originally, my time is approaching, and she has to break through the cage 3.5. That's right, your sister Hela, so I want to have a good talk with her now. Under the power of the devil fruit, my body is constantly regressing. You said that her ambition has swelled to the point that you want to imprison her. What's going on? Thor still can't take it. At that time, she was just like you. She wanted to destroy all the enemies. Not only that, she even wants to play the 9 realms so that Asgard's name can be spread throughout the universe. But you also know now that war cannot solve all problems. Because violent attacks and domination will bring about endless resistance, it will even attract some immeasurably powerful forces. I told Hela about this, but she didn't want to stop. Then I imprisoned her with divine power. Odin simply explained. Thor was lost in thought when he heard these words. Are you deciding to release her now just to let her explore the unknown universe? In your mind, is she just such a tool person? In your hearts, is there no love at all? Thor finds it increasingly difficult to accept. Why is my father so cold to my child? 4. Odin shook his head helplessly when he heard Thor's words. Maybe when you see it, you'll understand. Heimdall, take us to Wertheim. There is no life there now, even if there is a war, it doesn't matter. Yes, God King, Bifrost shines with 7 colors of light. Orin, Thor, Frigga, and Qin Xiao were directly teleported to Waltheim where the Dark Elves are. Hela is imprisoned by my divine power, so where I am, her cage is there. Now prepare yourselves, Thor, and protect your mother. Thor heard the words and stopped in front of Frigg. As for Qin Xiao, he directly backed away from those people. He was just here to watch the excitement, so he should stay away so as not to be splashed with blood. Odin's eternal lance stomped hard on the ground in Wertheim. The golden divine power representing him slowly spread. In this golden divine power, the sun-green power is constantly entangled with the golden divine power. A moment later, a space like a portal opened in front of everyone. Golden divine power forms the door frame. The green divine power constantly spreads out from inside. A few seconds later, a figure came out from inside. The body is enchanting and the pace is healthy. The other party was dressed in a divine attire composed of green divine power, but these clothes at the moment are full of countless rips. Asgard's armor can be transformed with divine power. It's as if Thor regained his divine power when he was on Earth, and his armor covered his whole body in an instant. And now, this enchanting person has countless cracks all over her body, which means that her divine power is very insufficient now. Not enough to cover itself completely, because Hela's power has been fighting against Odin's power, and she has no source of power. The quickest way to replenish her divine power is to return to Asgard. After Hela walked out, she scanned the surroundings slowly. Odin, I didn't expect you to let me out now. I thought the day I came out was the day you died. Death goddess Hela looked at Odin with disdain. Originally, I would indeed let you out when I died, and no one would be able to stop you at that time. And even for this, Asgard will welcome Ragnarök, but everything has another side. I also didn't expect that something unexpected happened before I was about to die. My current power can still suppress you, and some things may be of interest to you. So I think we can have a good talk. Odin held the gun of eternity and looked at Hela with a look of disdain in front of him. Talk, do you think I'd like to talk to you? Hela stroked her hair lightly with both hands. The hair of the original shawl stood straight up like a crown. Not only that, 2 long swords suddenly appeared in Hela's hands. Looks like she's going to have a good talk with Odin by force. Odin shook his head slightly at this. Sure enough, I knew you wouldn't be willing to listen to me so easily. If you will take my word for it, nothing has changed over the millennia. The eternal lance in Odin's hand began to glow golden. Stop it, can't you two have a good talk? Thor saw that the two seemed to be about to fight and immediately stopped it. Hela at the moment turned to Thor. Mjolnir, my Mjolnir is in your hands, are you Odin's child? Thor is worth less than Mjolnir in his hand. Hela saw Mjolnir at first glance. Yes, I am Odin's child, Thor. Thor, looks like Odin didn't put much effort into developing your ability. You look too weak. Hela hits Thor without hesitation. Weak. I probably understand why my father wants to seal you. With a personality like yours, it's really easy to offend people. With just 2 sentences, Thor got annoyed directly. People who have no strength, so what if I offend them? Just like you, what can I do if I offend you? Hela's words made Thor even more angry. Then let's see who is weaker. With that, Thor threw Mjolnir directly at Hela. Mjolnir smashes at Hela with tearing air sounds. Hela smiled contemptuously, then stretched out her hand directly. Mjolnir hit Hela's hand like he hit a mountain. It was held directly by Hela. This is impossible. Thor looked horrified when he saw this. His Mjolnir was actually held by someone else. No, you have no idea what I can do. After Hela finished speaking, she began to exert strength in her hands. Thor's 43 hammers on and the thunder shines. Mjolnir, which is extremely strong, seems to be crushed more than Hela. Enough. At this moment, Odin suddenly spoke. In his hands, the eternal spear is like a dragon sailing out to sea, pressing directly on Hela to fight. And Hela's hands are constantly changing into a supernatural sword and Odin fighter. Odin was at his peak again, and after several fights, Hela was knocked down again. Thor looked at Hela in horror. At the moment Aelin showed the unique strength of the King of God, Thor held out his hand and Mjolnir slipped back into his hand again. Odin asked, retracting the eternal lance. Odin, do you want to fight? Then come and have a good fight, let me see if your body can bear your divine power. He glanced at Mjolnir and was shocked. It's a pity that at the moment her divine power was weakened and she didn't get Asgard's divine power to replenish. Knock down Mjolnir in Hela's hand directly. Talk about it, let's talk about it, but besides the mother, who is he, your illegitimate son? The eternal gun in his hand emitted a beam of energy. Mjolnir, which claims to be indestructible, has 5 fingerprints on it. Okay, my daughter, can we have a proper talk now? Hela's power so terrifying. If Odin hadn't stopped in time, maybe Mjolnir would have been crushed. Hela swung the long sword in her hand, killed directly towards Odin. Talk about it, let's talk about it, but who is he besides the mother, your illegitimate son? Hela fails against Odin, but she acted like a normal person. This is the goddess of death who has been tempered by blood and fire. This is the goddess of death who has seen endless killing and undead. Everything is nothing in front of her. She has long years to wait. This time Odin let her out, so talk. Qin Xiao was depressed when he heard Hela's words. How could my standard oriental face be the heir of Odin? Hela, this one is the demon messenger. Behind him is a dimension Mephisto. Frigga at the moment finally spoke. She looked helplessly at Hela. The opponent's character is really too strong. No matter who it is, they all want to offend. Demon messenger, dimension Mephisto. Interesting, forget it, it doesn't matter, Odin, what do you want? Hela switched targets back to Odin in the blink of an eye. I know that you want to kill, you want to conquer, you want to spread the name of Asgard throughout the universe. Now there is an opportunity for you or a deal. There are countless stars in the universe that are dying. They faded away from Heimdall's eyes. Likewise, the life in those stars is gradually disappearing. I need you take your undead army to those places in the universe to check. Perhaps there will be the battle you most yearn for. Odin stated his request directly. Hela frowned upon hearing this. The death of stars in the universe. Odin, do you still care about this issue now? Back then, you regained the reputation of Asgard by destroying countless civilizations one after another. Then one day you suddenly turn around and stop killing other races. Even for those races I was imprisoned. Now you actually care about things beyond the 9 realms and even released me for this. What made you change like this? Could it be that the older you get, the softer your heart becomes? With your mentality, how can you become the king of God? Odin, you better abdicate and hand over the throne to me. The prestige of Asgard will once again resound in the universe in my hands. Hela still didn't give up force to push the entire universe across. Hela, we are not gods, we cannot be enemies of the entire universe. Moreover, the population of our people in Asgard is too small and the loss of war is meaningless. Odin would not agree to Hela's request at all. I didn't expect the original Odin God King to become more timid and fearful after thousands of years. With me here, do you still need to worry about loss? The corpses of the dead entered the Asgard catacombs, after which I resurrected them using the eternal fire. Even if you encounter casualties, it's the glory of a soldier. Hela became more and more disdainful. There's a cemetery beneath Asgard, why didn't I know? Thor looks startled, oh, you don't know. It seems that Odin really has a lot to hide from you. Odin, what are you worried about? Worrying about raising this younger brother like me? But now it seems that this younger brother's brain doesn't seem very smart. Hela's mouth is really poisonous. This time Thor almost ran away again. Hela, don't bully your younger brother. Now I need you to answer whether I am willing to accept this mission and go to an unknown place in the universe to find out what happened. Odin asked again. It's okay if you want me to go, but this time I need Tesseract. If there is anything, I will come back to you in person. Hela made her request. No problem, not only Tesseract can be given to you, but also Infinity Gauntlet can be given to you. Odin agreed to the request without thinking. Hearing the Infinity Gauntlet, Qin Xiao's eyes changed. Isn't that thing in Odin's treasury fake? Infinity Gauntlet? Stop fooling me with fake stuff like that. Hela shook her hand directly to express her disdain. No, the Infinity Gauntlet is real. Odin gave an affirmative answer. Really? If true, why couldn't you use infinite gems when you collected them? Hela obviously didn't believe it. If the Infinity Gauntlet is real, then Thanos of the Eternals should be the ability of the Infinity Gauntlet that you know about. Moreover, his current layout should also be the beginning of the Infinity Gauntlet. Even he might have gotten the Infinity Gauntlet already. Also, the Infinity Gauntlet in your vault is apparently sized wrong. The file size of that glove is more suitable for Eternals like Thanos. It is impossible for you Protos of Asgard to have such a huge body. So I also want to know, why is your Infinity Gauntlet real? Qin Xiao also looked at Odin curiously. I want to see what kind of reasons the other party can say. This is his greatest suspicion. Many people have speculated that Odin collected infinite gems. There may be various reasons to give up afterwards. And these reasons are well-founded, but one thing is always unreasonable. Asgard's Infinity Gauntlet is too big, no one in Asgard could wear that glove. If Odin is for his own use, it is impossible for the Dwarf King to create such a huge glove. The file size of this glove is entirely for the Eternal family like Thanos. Unless it was Odin who snatched it back from the opponent's hands, that would explain why Thanos didn't go to Asgard while Odin was alive, because he failed. It can also explain why Thanos has a left hand and Asgard has a right hand. Maybe it was a pair that was going to be built at the beginning. It's just that the right hand was cut off by Odin as soon as it came out. However, there are many unreasonable places in this way. For example, why would the Dwarf King build it for the other party? Like, how long did Thanos live? Therefore, Qin Xiao wanted to know how Odin would explain this Infinity Gauntlet next. This glove is indeed real. Back then I took you across the 9 realms. But that kind of attack is also very expensive for our fighters, so I turned my attention to infinite gems. The power of these gems is so powerful that a carrier is needed, and Infinity Gauntlet is this carrier. I discussed with the Dwarf King and built the Infinity Gauntlet, then started trying to collect infinite gems. The space gem is always in Asgard, this doesn't need to be collected. TIE particles are rumored to have been destroyed by my father King Boer, so we didn't even bother looking for this gem. I have been sending people to look for power gems, time gems, heart good king spirit gems, and soul gems. But it was Soul Gem who first heard the news. The appearance of Soul Gem requires some special conditions. And that condition, I don't want to do that. Without Reality Gem, Soul Gem still has limitations. The other gems were also missing, so in the end I gave up. That Infinity Gauntlet was placed in my treasury as an exhibit. Odin explained in detail. Soul Gem requires special conditions. What conditions can make the King of God give up? All Hela's disdain turned into curiosity. Odin was silent on the side, as if he didn't want to say this condition. Because Soul Gem needs the soul of its favorite to exchange. Perhaps Odin gave up the collection of Soul Gem because of this. Need to exchange loved ones, this kind of thing not everyone can do. Qin Xiao directly stated the conditions that Soul Gem needs. Soul Gem needs to exchange the soul of the person you love the most. Soul Gem needs to exchange the soul of the person you love the most. Hela was surprised to hear this answer. Then she seemed to think of something. Soul Gem needs the person he loves the most, so why did Odin not exchange himself in the first place? Because he is not the person he loves the most, throwing himself out has no effect. Or is Ding reluctant because he is actually his favorite person? From Hela's point of view, she thinks Odin should be the first type. After all, this is a god king who has imprisoned himself with divine power for thousands of years. Such a person has love for himself, which is simply a joke. Odin glanced at Qin Xiao. Sure enough, you know it too. He didn't blame Qin Xiao for saying this condition. Anyway, since Thanos is already collecting these things, sooner or later these things will be known to others. I do know, but you still haven't answered a question. The file size of the Infinity Gauntlet was not made for you Asgard Protos. The origin of Infinity Gauntlet, there are still problems. Infinity Gauntlet's file size is not suitable for Asgard's Protos. Where did this glove come from and who was it for? Qin Xiao was extremely curious about this matter. If this problem is not resolved, all the previous statements are false. Even Hela at the moment looked at Odin curiously. For 190, everything she knows now seems strange. As the eldest daughter of Odin, he is the first heir to the throne of Asgard. There are still so many secret messages that she doesn't know. In fact, that Infinity Gauntlet was for the Destroyer. Odin had an answer that none of them expected. The Infinity Gauntlet was made for the Destroyer as a template. How is that possible? The Destroyer is just a warframe. What power does it have to wield the power of the infinite gems? Hela put forward different opinions immediately. She has seen the power of infinite gems, that's why she thought the Infinity Gauntlet was fake. What is Destroyer? It's just a suit of armor, appears to be an Asgardian from the vault of Asgard. In fact, it was able to put Odin on to deal with the god group. Regardless of winning or losing, this kind of power is indeed the largest that Asgard can reach. Even at the beginning, Hela was still wondering whether Odin chose to retreat because of the celestial group. But in the 9 realms, there isn't any group of gods. A warframe equipped with Infinity Gauntlet, this kind of thing is very unreasonable. However, Qin Xiao at the moment, who was on the side, felt a jump in his heart. If what Odin said is true, then there is a possibility that it really exists. Ea. He looked at Odin expectantly, and there might be a result about to come out of Odin's mouth. Hela, you are right, the Infinity Gauntlet cannot be used by mere destroyers. However, as long as the destroyer is strong enough, anyone in God's domain can use it. I can use it, you can use it, and Thor can use it. Even if you can't reach my level, wearing the destroyer will greatly increase your strength. and use the Infinity Gauntlet after wearing the Destroyer. We all have the opportunity to harness the power of infinite gems. Even a gem can exert huge amounts of effect. This is the real reason why I created the Infinity Gauntlet. After Odin finished speaking, Hela froze for a moment. As for Qin Xiao, it was as expected. Odin, this is leaving a way for the Asgard Protoss. Odin's own strength is very strong, and he has absolutely no problem using the Infinity Gauntlet. Hela is also very powerful, and she might be able to use infinite gems as well. However, Odin can't guarantee that all the Protoss in Asgard will be like this every other day. He can't guarantee that there will be no weak among his descendants. So once such descendants appear, why should they guard Asgard? The space gem that has always existed in Asgard is a hidden force. Another is the Destroyer and the Infinity Gauntlet. The Destroyer was made after the people of Asgard. The Infinity Gauntlet was manufactured with the same craftsmanship as the Destroyer. Even in order to match the Destroyer, the Infinity Gauntlet has also been adjusted. All this to make infinite gems available to descendants of Odin. This is the power Odin left Asgard. Indeed, one day Asgard faces destruction. Others can wear the Destroyer, wear the Infinity Gauntlet, and socket the space gem. With such power, ordinary enemies will be no match. Moreover, the Destroyer can bear part of the power of infinite gems instead of humans. This allows even some not very strong people to use it. This is the equivalent of the Infinity Gauntlet. The Destroyer help wearer that resists 2 layers of gem power. All this for Asgard. It's just that in the movie, it may be because of Frigga's death in the end, or it may be because of the damage of the Destroyer. Odin directly brought the whole secret into the Soul Castle. But now, Odin has fully revealed the secret to Hela and Thor. Now, they all know that the Destroyer has an important role to play for the Infinity Gauntlet. This also explains why Asgard's glove is so big. Because this is really not built for a certain person. It's all about using the Destroyer as a relay for everyone in Asgard to use. I didn't expect you to do so much preparation for Asgard.
Qin Xiao sighed.
Unfortunately, Ragnarok's prophecy has not disappeared yet. After Odin finished speaking, he glanced at Hela. Hela is immortal, she and Asgard will be together forever. Asgard is immortal, her power will skyrocket. With Hela's ambition in the end, he still has to embark on the road of conquering the universe. And to conquer the universe, the final result is Ragnarok. War brings hatred. They have been enemies for thousands of years along with the Frost Titans and the Dark Elves. Even after so long, the 2 races have not forgotten their revenge. So if more powerful races are offended, will Asgard really be able to bear it in the end? If you can't bear it, then there is only death. You don't even need Surt. Hela shook her head casually when she heard Odin's words. These things have been settled, so next let me meet my old subordinates.
1. Hela changed the subject decisively. Heimdall, take us back. Boom tilde tilde.
A colorful force is directly connected here. In a blink of an eye, several people disappeared without a trace. End of Asgard Bifrost, Hela asked again.
Heimdall agreed immediately. Yes, I see. Goddess Hela, long time no see. If you want to go, Xandar is a good place. It shows that at the moment his heart is not at peace.
Next, find me a place for my army to move around. Do you see any possible battles? If anyone forgets the name, perhaps I will remind them of the fear of being haunted by the goddess of death. I'm going to see how much this universe has changed in the past 1,000 years. The guardian's sword in Heimdall's hand trembled slightly. Heimdall glanced at Odin. How much prestige does the name of Asgard have in the entire universe?
He nodded slightly. Heimdall, long time no see.
Turn back and send my troops to the end of the 9 realms. Heimdall looked at the teleported crowd. Hela looked confident. Hela greeted Heimdall warmly. Xandar Star.
The site of the Nova Corps.
Hela remembered where this was in a blink of an eye. It seems that the Xandar Star has existed for at least a few thousand years. Yes, Ronan the Kree Accuser has now set his sights on Xandar. He has always been a main combatant, and he has great opinions on the peace agreement between the Kree and Xandar. So I have been trying to find a way to destroy Xandar. Now, an opportunity seems to have been found. If you want to fight in space, this is obviously the best place to go. Attacking Ronan, even if you beat him, no one will say anything. After all, Ronan was out of the center of Kree power.
Heimdall explained.
Very well, go there later, whether it's Ronan or Xandar, it's just right, let me go and see. While talking, Hela walked towards Bifrost with enchanting steps. She's going to the Asgard catacombs to call back her troops. God King Odin, since you have something to do now, I have to go back to Earth and tell others the news I got this time. Qin Xiao saw that the matter of Odin's family was resolved, and he himself decided to return to Earth immediately. The main purpose of coming to Asgard this time is to ask Heimdall what the signal meant. Now he not only knows the meaning of this signal, but also knows an Asgard secret by the way. Infinity Gauntlet, a very important prop in the Marvel Universe, actually involves something else. Okay, Qin, I'll let Heimdall inform you about something next. Understood, I'm going first. The portal opens directly, and you take the next step back to Earth. Here, Tony et al. Are still working on the variation of the Fantastic Four. Similarly, they were also waiting for news from Qin Xiao. This time it took a long time to go to Asgard, because it also passed the time to go to the Kingdom of the Dark Elves to summon Hela back to the war. The light of the portal shone, and several people who were studying here all turned their heads.
Qin, did you get any news?
Tony was the first to ask. The situation of this matter is relatively complicated, and the general situation is that a mysterious plural force has appeared in the universe. This same force is feeding on the stars for energy. During this period, countless stars gradually died out and countless civilizations disappeared in the extinction of stars. The signal help. Run away that you received was indeed sent by those vanished civilizations. But who is behind that no one knows now, not even the Protoss of Asgard know. Qin Xiao told them bad news as soon as he opened his mouth. Sure enough, something big happened in the universe. A civilization like the Earth, which still lives on the planet and cannot even travel in space, has as many water droplets in the universe as there are in the ocean. And when such a civilization encounters danger, it is easy to be killed immediately. Even others already know the danger, they don't even know the danger. This time, if it wasn't for the scientific research of the Fantastic Four that caused their mutation. Then they can't even receive the distress and alarm signals from the universe. What shall we do now? Dr. Banner's face is wary. Maybe we should put a layer of clothing on the Earth, clothing that can protect the Earth. The artificial intelligence Ultron I have been thinking about, if we can succeed, then we can provide an all-weather protection for the Earth. Tony offered his opinion directly. He has thought about the research of Ultron for a long time. Unfortunately, little progress has been made. Ultron, I thought it was just an idea. Have you already started researching it? Dr. Banner's spirits rose upon hearing the name Ultron. Artificial intelligence, which is of great interest to any of their PhDs. At this time Charles came over. Do the Asgard Protoss have any special preparations for these things? If we say that the technology of our Earthlings cannot do more prevention now that the Protoss have discovered it, do they have any plans? Sure enough, Charles was thinking too much. The others were also very interested when they heard what Charles said. Compared with the Earth, the Asgard Protoss are indeed much stronger, whether it's their individual strength or their magical technology. Thor's weapons, his own body, and the Bifrost are all powerful forces. At least in a short period of time, it is impossible for the Earth to have such a powerful force. Asgard has their preparations, and they will send an advance team to check the situation in that space area. They have the experience and ability to fight in the universe. But I do remember one thing, everyone experienced an alien invasion. Zero asking for flowers, but I'm not very familiar with the other powers of aliens. If necessary, I can take you to an alien planet to participate in a space war. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Xiao's sudden incident. Participate in the space war, can our Earth's current ability do it? Dr. Banner was the first to raise his doubts. If it's a large-scale cosmic war, we really can't participate. But if it's just a small battle, there are many of you who are actually quite strong. What Qin Xiao said is true. A force like Hulk is top-notch in the entire universe. There are not many people with strong spiritual power like Charles in the universe. If it's to see the battle in the universe, I think we can really try it. Only by knowing more about the power of the cosmic races can we properly defend the Earth. Tony first agreed to the request. Compared with slowly researching and progressing on the Earth, if there are resources of alien technology, it will become faster. If you really want to go into the universe and see, then you need a powerful spacecraft. Spaceships, it just so happens that we have some modified Quinjets right now. Take it out this time and see if it suits the flight between the universes. Tony obviously had his plans. All of these are preparations after the Chitauri invasion. In the newly modified fighter plane, there is alien technology in it. Then think about who you need to lead. I'm going to have a good chat with some of them. Qin Xiao looked at the Fantastic Four. How many of them? Looks like you've got your eye on them again, but they're thinking about getting themselves back to normal now just like me. Dr. Banner finished speaking and shrugged. It's back to normal, it's just that I haven't gotten used to it for a while. And obviously not every one of them wants to get back to normal. That burning guy obviously loves his ability. Qin Xiao knew that the one among these few people who most wanted to recover was Ben because his status as a stone man was too much of a hindrance. But Johnny the Human Torch is obsessed with his powers. Qin Xiao walked towards several people. The voice of the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, a devil fruit matchmaker has been detected. Matchable fruit ... into. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruit gum fruit. Matchable fruit invisible fruit. It can be matched with fruit burning fruit. Matchable fruit stone fruit. The match of the Fantastic Four is very interesting. Their match actually only has one devil fruit. Everyone has only one. Moreover, every devil fruit is exactly the same as their ability. That is to say, they use their own abilities and fruit abilities the same. It's like the magnetic fruit that Magneto matches. Thor's matching thunder fruit. The original Mystique match imitation fruit. If they don't make other demands, then the fruit abilities of the few of them will really be fixed. Dr. Reed, how is your reverse recovery genetic equipment researched? Qin Xiao walked up to Mr. Fantastic Reed of the Fantastic Four. Reed is even called God Stick Germany. 297, his wisdom is top-notch in the entire universe. In many cases, his IQ is #1, and that's not in dispute. Tony's IQ is mostly focused on practical real-world technology. Whether it's his new elements, or his various anti-war armor, or a system similar to Veronica. These are all display technologies, but Reed's research is not necessarily the case. In other words, this guy's brain hole is so big that there is no limit, like his reincarnation device. After the death of the Stone Man of the Fantastic Four, things went badly for Reed. Ben's death was caused by him, which made Susan and Ling Hu no longer believe him. So he opened his mind and thought about resurrecting the book. What hell is all the other people think of when they think about resurrection? But Reed wanted directly to meet God, so he built the reincarnation device. After some hardships, they really saw God, the author of Marvel. God took the pen and drew the Stone Man alive again. This thing, it's almost as magical as Deadpool breaking the fourth wall. He even helped Iron Man transform his armor to escape. But Dr. Reed at the moment, his journey of cheating has just begun. Compared with him graduating from various schools before, his life after that is really open. When Reed and the others heard Qin Xiao's words, they turned their heads to look at Qin Xiao. Who are you? I am a consultant of the SHIELD branch, and I mainly deal with people with special abilities like you. At the same time, I can also turn ordinary people into special abilities. For example, most of the fruit ability players here you know. Qin Xiao briefly introduced himself. When they heard that Qin Xiao was a consultant, the expressions of the four became very serious. It seems that they should have been educated by SHIELD, at least now, they are not the Fantastic Four who later made the enemy fearful. Now they are still ordinary people who have not fully mastered their abilities. At least their mentality hasn't completely transformed into a special ability. What do you want from us? Reed spoke again. No big deal, just to see if you have accepted the fact of being a person with a special ability. And compared to me, Charles should have done the ideological work for you, right? I want to see if you have any special ideas. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Thunderbolt was surprised. Haha, Charles already said it, and I'd love to be a special ability owner, it's pretty cool. After Johnny finished speaking, he snapped his fingers excitedly. Crack tilde. A flame burned in his hand. Yes, it's good to have this idea, and I can also make your ability stronger. Qin Xiao looked at Thunderbolt and spoke. To make my power stronger, how to do it? Thunderbolt looked surprised. As a guy who is not afraid of big things, he has his own ideas about this sudden power. His powers are really cool after all. Compared with the Stone Man Ben, he can now fly freely by relying on ability. Most importantly, you don't have to turn into stone like the Stone Man Ben. Johnny, how could you do this? We don't know if this ability will affect us now. Did you really decide to become a special ability person like this? Susan was a little speechless about Johnny. Their concerns are justified. After all, this kind of genetic mutation is really too dangerous. Charles told them that Magneto used their ability to mutate other people's genes. The end result is very bad. So they were extremely worried at the moment. Is it the influence of genes? I understand, since you have such concerns, then I can solve your problems. Qin Xiao at the moment climbed along the pole. Can you solve it? How do you solve it? Reed is most interested in these. He has been researching this reverse equipment for so long, and although the progress is fast, it has not yet reached the time of success. My way can't make you ordinary people, but it can make you stronger. During this process, your genes have also changed, so you don't have to worry about genetic collapse. Can it really make us stronger? In what way? Johnny was the most excited. He immediately asked. It's very simple, like many people in this branch become a fruit ability. A fruit ability user. Can we still become a fruit ability user when we mutate? Definitely yes, in fact, Charles is both a mutant and a fruit ability. Charles, what should we do? Hearing that Charles is also a fruit ability user, it is even more excited. There was a ripple in Qin Xiao's body. A brightly colored devil fruit appeared in his hand. Just eat it. Johnny was about to walk over and get the yucky fruit. Susan grabbed Johnny. Johnny, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you don't want to be an ordinary person again? What's so good about ordinary people? I'm now a person with a special ability. I want to be an ordinary person, so I just don't use ability. Can't I just do it? What is the difference between me who does not use ability and ordinary people? But if necessary, I can completely become a destroyer. I can fly and I can do many things. Isn't this more interesting than being a normal person? Moreover, this is a matter of mentality. Your mentality is not as good as mine. You look at Charles, obviously a powerful mutant. But he doesn't use ability. You think he's a mutant. People like Charles are truly powerful. Instead of listening to Susan, Johnny gave them a 2.7 meal. Stone Ben immediately offered his rebuttal. Crucially, what he said made sense. If you don't want to be a special ability user, then just don't use your own ability. Then you can ask the consultant if it can solve your problem. Johnny glanced at Ben. It's okay. It's unpalatable. It will bring you more benefits, right? Gulu tilde tilde. Vomit tilde. After he finished speaking, he took the devil fruit in Xiao's hand. Johnny closed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Swallow tilde tilde. Why is this thing so unpalatable? After a while, he was surprised. Johnny's face turned livid, which was completely caused by the unpalatable taste of the devil fruit. Crack. You haven't become like me. If you were like me, you wouldn't want to become a fruit ability user. This ability will not hinder you. Is it okay? Johnny's body began to burst into flames. Does it make a difference? Isn't it still burning? Reed and Susan looked at Johnny suspiciously. Forget it, you don't understand, Ben. Big man, come on, give me a punch. Johnny burned and walked directly to the stone man Ben. The stone man was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a request, but it just so happened that he had been wanting to punch Johnny for a long time. This time the other party took the initiative to ask, so I'm sorry if I don't beat the other party. The stone man clenched his fist and punched Johnny. Here, only the stone man could have approached Johnny, or Susan using her invisible stance to block the human torch's heat. In fact, it may not be possible for the stone man to be in contact with each other for a long time. After all, the high temperature of the thunderbolt directly reached the temperature of the surface of the supernova. That is a high temperature of more than 4,000 Kelvin. Boom tilde. The stone man hit Thunderbolt with a punch. Under normal circumstances, Johnny would either dodge or be directly smashed into the air by this punch. But at the moment something else happened. Ben's punch went right through Johnny. It was as if with one punch Ben smashed the human torch through the front and back. Johnny, you'll be all right. Ben, can you do this? Although he usually speaks disrespectfully to you, you can't kill him. Susan and Reed rushed to Thunderbolt's side in horror. It's a pity that the temperature of Thunderbolt is too high and they can't get close at all. The stone man Ben at the moment had an unbelievable expression on his face. His punch didn't hit anything at all. Johnny. Ben asked suspiciously, ha ha ha, I scared you. Human Torch at the moment laughed. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a scene that shocked them even more. Thunderbolt's whole body turned into a flame, that pure fire. The flame danced in the air. In a blink of an eye, he returned to his normal human form. Immediately afterwards, the flame on his body went out directly. Dr. Reed and Susan looked at Johnny in surprise. The stone man looked at his fist suspiciously, as if he had doubts about his own strength. What exactly is going on? How did you turn into a real flame? Why can't my fist hurt you? Each of the three of them compelled the astonished inquirer. At the moment's Thunderbolt, Johnny looked excited. He never thought that this unpalatable fruit he ate would have such a big change. Directly elementize her body. It was a word he received, and in fact it is. His body directly turned into a flame. Under such circumstances, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against him. If you can't find the source of the fire, can you punch the fire, this substance? Can you destroy the substance fire with your fist? Ha ha ha, I've already told you that it's cool to be a special ability. This fruit of the advisor has really improved my strength. I just used ability, which can be called elementalization, which means being able to turn one's physical body into something like fire. If it is said that my physical body still has a great weakness in the face of attacks, then the current physical body is already immune to most physical attacks. In other words, from now on, you, a big man like you, will never be able to hit me again. From now on, only I will bully you, not use. Human Torch grabs the excitement on your face. And hearing what Thunderbolt said, the other three looked in disbelief. Especially Dr. Reed, this kind of thing completely exceeds the physical change rule. But then he felt as if he hadn't exceeded the rule. After all, some energy conversions like burning seem to be normal. The only doubt is that he turned into a flame, and from the flame to the energy that people need, or where did other things come from? But as far as mutant is concerned, things like this seem to be a little bit beyond expectations. That rule should be a rule belonging to another world, or a rule other than a rule that has not been discovered yet. And Qin Xiao is thinking about the strength improvement of Thunderbolt Huo after getting the Xiaoxiao fruit. Originally, he didn't have a special idea, and felt that it was a little redundant for Pili Huo to get the Xiaoxiao fruit. After all, Human Torch originally was already very powerful. But now it seems that Xiao Xiaogu will change Thunderbolt beyond his imagination. First of all, it is the original weakness of Xiao Xiaogu. Its temperature is actually not particularly high. That's why there is a saying that it is restrained by the fruit of molten magma. But now, after cooperating with the flame of Thunderbolt, it will become a terrifying high temperature. It is important to know that the burning of the Human Torch can reach the surface temperature of a supernova. This temperature has exceeded the burning fruit a lot, but Human Torch originally had his flaws. It's just that his physical body is not very strong. Even after being mutated, he can fly in the sky. This kind of physical body has definitely undergone strengthening. But in the face of people like Ben, or people like Silver Surfer, they will be directly strangled. In the face of other physical attacks, Johnny will still suffer the damage he originally should have suffered. But burning the fruit made him elemental, and from now on, most physical attacks would be ineffective against him. This will make his fights more terrifying. High temperature is not afraid of physical attacks, and the strength of Human Torch can even be said to be the strongest among them now. Reed's Rubber Man was originally at a disadvantage against the Human Torch. High temperatures can directly melt or soften Reed. The body of the Stone Man is very strong, but it is impossible for him to persist for a long time in the face of the temperature of the supernova. How many stones can bear the temperature of the surface of the sun? But now, most people will have nothing to do with the Human Torch. But now the Human Torch, which is transformed into a flame, can expand itself unscrupulously. As long as he perseveres a little bit, repeated fire can easily complete the anti-killing of Susan. But Susan's Stealth 80 is relatively powerful. At least it takes a lot of Human Torch's spirit when fighting. At this time, the Stone Man couldn't help but speak. Human Torch has already made an attempt, fully proving that what the consultant said is true. When they had physical defects, many people could easily kill the Human Torch. But Susan's invisible force field consumes a lot of her mental power. It wasn't until Qin Xiao realized it at the moment, as if he had unintentionally created a powerful fruit ability with astonishing combat power. He at the moment wants to know if Qin Xiao can restore him to human form. On the contrary, her invisibility position may be able to control the Human Torch. But this is only when you are prepared. You can fight against the Thunderbolt. He can really improve the ability of these people and can also create new mutants. I am also not certain. After all, Susan's attack is not a physical attack. As a crazy stone man who wants to be human. Not to mention the few people here, even in the New York branch of SHIELD, there are very few people who can win the Human Torch. Consultant, I would like to ask, what kind of fruit ability can I get? Can I become a human again? I am also not certain. Qin Xiao gave an answer that exceeded everyone's expectations. You're not sure what that means either. Dr. Reed looked puzzled and even had doubts in his heart. Such an answer feels very unreliable. Let me introduce someone to you first and then you will know. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. On the other side of the portal, Logan and the Abomination were doing nothing. Logan, come here for a while, forget it, let's all come here and go to the alien planet together later. Qin Xiao originally just wanted Wolverine Logan to come over. After all, Logan's situation is somewhat similar to that of the Stone Man. But thinking about it later, most of the people on SHIELD will probably go to Xandar. It just so happens that the Abhorrents go to see it together. Going to an alien planet? Is there a fight? The last time I went to Huashi Aegis, I didn't have a fight. It made me happy for nothing. The unhappy look on his face. Last time I thought there would be a big battle. As a result, Tony and Captain Rogers solved it by themselves. But this time he actually went to an alien planet. This is actually very interesting to hear. Just like the last time he faced the Zeta Swiss soldiers, he can completely let go and fight. Going to an alien planet this time is probably enough, right? The hateful desire to fight was instantly mobilized. Come here first and talk later. Qin Xiao made way for the portal. Several people came over. No sooner had the massive size of the warrior of hate and curse emerged than someone in SHIELD turned their attention. Especially Hulk, he saw two guys with the same size as him, and he instantly became energetic. Even this time, Dr. Duplication Banner, who was made with Huahua fruit, couldn't suppress it. It took a lot of energy to suppress that angry desire a little bit. When Hate saw Hulk, he also looked for it excitedly. With their body type, they naturally have their communication. For example, fighting. It took a little while for SHIELD to quiet down again. Logan followed Qin Xiao and looked at the few people in front of him, especially the guy who looks like a stone. It's a little too sci-fi. Consultant, what do you want us to see, Tilda? Reed looks suspicious. Logan, show them your fruit ability. Next, I don't know if the stone man's instinct can reach your level. If he can do it, then he may have a human form. If you can't do it, there's no way. Logan heard the words and instantly understood why. Isn't the opponent's stone appearance the same as his own adamantium skeleton? I use the ability of the devil fruit to allow myself to turn adamantium into bones. Similarly, turn all of your body into adamantium. This stone man, if he can, he should also be able to transform from a stone man into a flesh. Logan held out his hand. Ding Tilda. The three sharp claws stretched out directly into the fist. Metal skeleton. Reed reached out and touched Logan's sharp claw with a look of surprise. Ding Tilda. Logan directly retracted the two sharp claws, leaving only the middle one. This internationally accepted gesture made Reed stiff. It seems that it is really impolite to touch others so curiously. Logan immediately turned into an adamantium lump in front of everyone's eyes. Head, body, hands. All places become adamantium. Moreover, these metals are all kinds of sharp weapons. An astonishingly cold light shone. This time the stone man couldn't help but reach out and touch Logan. Ding Tilda. Ding Tilda. The sound of stone and metal colliding sounded. Logan glanced at Qin Xiao. He was crazy. This time, why do people have a habit of touching others? The stone man Ben at the moment was also embarrassed. But he was excited. This person can become a metal body and can also become a flesh body. What if you could do it yourself? Logan ignored them and then transformed into flesh again. This time, even the sharp claw he stretched out turned into bone. Seeing Logan's body changing freely, the stone man became more and more excited. Excuse me, what kind of fruit did you eat? Ben asked expectantly. The quick-cut fruit I eat can form various swords and other cold weapons in my body. And I was originally a mutant. Someone used my body to do experiments and turned my body bones into adamantium. After eating the quick-cut fruit, I used the power of the fruit to transform the bones and body freely forward and reverse. Logan briefly described his situation, because he knew how much trouble a stone man like Ben could be. The change in the opponent's appearance was astonishing. His life must have been affected quite a bit. It is an influence that is more difficult than oneself. At any rate, he looks like an ordinary person without using his strength. It is more troublesome when you need security checks such as flying. Whenever the other party stands in the pile of stones, they will be regarded as stone carvings. That's why Logan was so kind to explain to them. I see, advisor, I don't know if the devil fruit I can match is the same. The stone man focused his attention on Qin Xiao. Tilda, I said, I'm not sure. Logan's powers were developed by himself. I just reminded him and told him how to develop it. The devil fruit you can match is called stone fruit. It can turn any stone you touch into a part of your body. In other words, you can manipulate almost any stone. You can use your power to change the controlled stone into any shape. These stones can be manipulated like a part of your body. Even you can move freely in the stone, because those stones are also a part of you. These are the basic abilities of Shishi fruit. Here is another problem. You can control the stone with your own body, but can you turn the stone of your body into flesh? I can't guarantee this kind of thing. After all, it needs your development. If only you could let your body transform freely like Logan. Qin Xiao directly told the opponent the power of Shishi fruit. So what kind of horror will it turn into in the end? What horror can he do? It can easily pull a fire truck of tens of tons. Consultant, I want to try. If with Ben's strength he controlled the stone of a building. The only question now is whether he can use the ability of the stone to control the outside world to turn his own stone body into a flesh body. And the strength of this power made others stunned after hearing it. So theoretically, you can indeed revert back to your physical body. This level will be extremely terrifying. His physical body can withstand the attack of cars and even shells. Just thinking about it is enough to scare others. If you can't do it, then neither can I. If I could, I would be able to live like an ordinary person. That is to say, you can freely switch between the physical body, the stone body, and the external stone, Xiao head. Under such circumstances, if you can still manipulate the rocks outside, Ben's strength is already astonishing, because Qin Xiao did not say the file size and range that this fruit can control. Counselor, I want to try. The stone man made his choice. He wants to try. Compared with the current appearance, he wants to regain his physical body. The way he is now, even his wife has abandoned him. He couldn't accept such a day at all. No problem, this is a shishi fruit. Qin Xiao directly handed a devil fruit to Shirenben. Ben, why don't you wait for my device to try? Reed was a little anxious at this time. He is developing this device for the stone man. Now it's about to succeed, but the other party doesn't seem to want it anymore. The stone man Ben glanced at Reed. Reed, we have been friends for many years, but you know your recent situation. In fact, you also like your powers. So you didn't pay special attention when developing this device. Don't even try to refute, I see it clearly. Moreover, your relationship with Susan is developing faster than the research equipment. In such a case, I fear that there is something wrong with the equipment you are researching. So since I have another option, why don't I give it a try? If it really doesn't work, why don't you continue to study? Now I take the initiative to extend the time I give you, isn't that good? The stone man didn't give Reed any face at all, but what he said, there is no problem, this left Reed a little speechless. Even Susan felt a little embarrassed. After all, she did somewhat influence Reed's research. Big man, I think you have realized that you must have such a mentality. Devil fruit can make you like this, then if you want to be an ordinary person, then be an ordinary person, and if you want to be an ability, then be an ability person. Isn't such a thing better than being turned into an ordinary person again? Moreover, many people who want to become special abilities cannot do it. We've done it, why bother to be uncomfortable and become normal people again? Human Torch is one who is not afraid of big things. He persuaded Shirenben with an excited expression on his face. Hearing Thunderbolt's words, Ben took the devil fruit from Qin Xiao's hand. Catch tilde. Gulu tilde. The stone man ate the stone fruit without changing his face. Thunderbolt looked curious. Big man, don't you find it unpalatable? He just realized how unpalatable the devil fruit is. But why didn't the stone man respond? I also have stones in my mouth, and the general taste just doesn't exist for me. In my mouth, this devil fruit is only as unpalatable as canned herring. But I feel a little sympathetic to you. I eat canned herring. What does it taste like to you? For the first time, I think my current mutation is not bad. At this time, the stone man took the opportunity to taunt Thunderbolt crazily. It was as if the Human Torch was constantly mocking him. This time, Thunderbolt was speechless. Ben, don't you try your fruit ability. Susan didn't want to argue with them. She looked at Stone Ben with hope. The power of shishi fruit is astonishing just by listening to it. Now it depends on the actual effect. The stone man closed his eyes to feel his own situation. Immediately afterwards, his expression became very strange. Perhaps I need to go outside to manifest the power of this fruit, but now we are being monitored by SHIELD and we cannot go out. The stone man looked strange, but his tone was very formal. No problems, leave it to me. Qin Xiao directly took over the burden. He really wanted to know how powerful shishi fruit would be in the end. Crack tilde. With a crisp sound, Qin Xiao directly pulled everyone into the mirror dimension. Those who are doing their own thing at the moment look confused. Immediately afterwards, the space in the mirror dimension flipped continuously. After a while, a group of people were directly gathered to Qin Xiao's side. Hill Agent Captain Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, Phil Coulson. Tony Dr. Banner, Flower Fruit Duplication, Hulk Flower Fruit Body Betty. Abomination Warrior of the Damned, Wolverine Logan, Yuriko Death. Falcon Sam, Winter Soldier Bucky, Charles, Crossbones Rumlo after memory change. Killian after being updated, Fake Mandarin. Except for director Nick Fury and Pierce who are not in the New York branch EFI, everyone else is. What's going on? Qin, why did you suddenly gather us together? Hill spoke first. She knew that perhaps things would not be small. Ben just ate a devil fruit, and I need to go to the outside world to test it, so everyone can take a look. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. On the other side of the portal is another desolate Gobi desert. Those wind-eroded stones looked extremely desolate. However, these stones are exactly what Shishiguo needs most. Qin Xiao took the lead and walked out. Several people from Hill Agent and SHIELD glanced at each other. This situation is very similar to the scene after the New York War. Qin Xiao also arranged everyone to a desolate Gobi Desert. The fighting there directly destroyed tens of kilometers of the Gobi Desert. This time, bringing them out again, could it be another terrifying fruit ability? Thinking of this, Near Agent felt boundless. SHIELD, maybe it really can't contain these fruit abilities anymore. Nick Fury has been secretly preparing for a new organization, and that organization seems to have reached a certain size. Could it be that Nick Fury already knew these things? How prepared is he? In their doubts, a group of people walked out of the portal. Ben, this is your battlefield. Next, it depends on your understanding of shishi fruit. Do we need to stay away? Qin Xiao looked at Ben and asked. You need to stay away from me because, according to the feedback given to me by the devil fruit, I am worried that this power will be out of control. W. Ben looked at Qin Xiao seriously, then you go over there. Qin Xiao directly opened another portal. This portal is at least 1 kilometer away from here. The stone man Ben walked over. The portal closed and everyone looked into the distance. 1 kilometer away, the stone man had already merged into the stone. No matter how they looked, they didn't see each other. The opponent's ability is hidden in the stone. Tony looked puzzled. He's the only one with such a vicious tongue. Boom tilde. After that, the chest and shoulders, catch tilde. A huge head made of stone gradually appeared in front of everyone. Ding, it is detected that the stone fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host absorbs the opponent's ability, the power of the stone man. Immediately afterwards, the countless crushed stones constantly converge towards one place. Catch tilde. In the distance, cracks spread out one after another. This is another shocking fruit. A group of people started to complain. Tony changed his tune immediately. This fruit ability, it should be interesting if it is smashed. Is this a joke? As soon as his words fell, the whole ground suddenly trembled. I think we need to move a little further apart. I bought Karma Tildes. This is the ability of stone fruit. Moreover, that head is still constantly expanding. Below the head, the neck gradually emerges. Ding, it is detected that the stone fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host absorbs the opponent's ability, the power of the stone man. Qin Xiao didn't care about what other people said, because the at-the-moment system gave him a surprise. The match between Shishkernbin and Shishigyu is far beyond his imagination. Just after using the ability, I gave him a permanent ability feedback, the power of the stone people. You know, Qin Xiao now has the power of Hulk and the power of Abomination. These feedback powers are permanent, and in theory, even if Hulk and the Abomination die, these powers will not disappear. In other words, Qin Xiao's basic strength at the moment is already terrifying. But now, he has obtained feedback from a powerful power host. Stone Man, a powerful existence that casually pulls dozens of tons of fire trucks. At the moment, Qin Xiao became more and more terrifying. But no one knew about his changes, and everyone was horrified by the terrifying scene in the distance. Even if they were separated by a kilometer, at the moment they were as if they were in front of the stone man. Too big. The body of the stone man at the moment is really terrifying. His height at the moment is at least several hundred meters. That's a giant. Around his body, a terrifying pit appeared before everyone's eyes. That is the remains left after the rock was absorbed by the stone fruit. Boom! Huge amounts of golems stepped forward. But this step is simply a natural disaster for everyone. The entire ground trembled crazily as if an earthquake had struck. In this way, it seems that it is not worse than the shocking fruit of the Abomination. This is the terrifying power of shishi fruit. How can such a power be stopped? Hill Agent thinks about such things from the perspective of SHIELD. If SHIELD wants to maintain world peace, it must think about how to deal with anyone who is dangerous to the world. As it happens, the situation here is an object that obviously needs to be dealt with. Qin Xiao asked them to watch the horror fruit ability of Stone Man Ben. It also makes them know. However, the ability of this fruit has exceeded her imagination. Originally, he thought that the shishi fruit mentioned by Qin Xiao was powerful. Maybe it was the same fruit as Wolverine Logan. As a result, looking at it now, this is a powerful fruit that they had never thought of. So powerful, she felt that its destructiveness was no worse than the Zhenjin fruit. At the moment, she already knew the ability of shishi fruit, able to turn rocks into part of the opponent's body. That alone was enough to make her feel uncomfortable. If he activates this ability in New York City, leaving aside the destructiveness of Stone Titan, just when the opponent summons the integrated Stone Titan, the city can be destroyed. Countless underground rocks were summoned by his power. This process is a terrible disaster. Afterwards, Stone Titan's actions will be an even greater disaster. It's like the terrifying impact produced when the Stone Titan took a step just now. At the scene, almost everyone was thinking about how to deal with this terrifying stone titan. The abomination clenched its fists, and the white light on it was constantly swallowing. He thought that his strength was already very strong. But now it seems that he still needs to become stronger. Not to mention anything else, just relying on She-Titan's huge size, it is very difficult for him to shock the opponent. The most important thing is that the opponent's body is originally a stone. Even if the stone man didn't summon this stone titan, his strength is still terrifying. In terms of strength, perhaps not as good as his hatred. In terms of defense, the opponent will not lose him. Under such circumstances, what kind of attack the other party can resist is the most clear. Their huge size, astonishing strength, astonishing defense, and terrific recovery are originally the most troublesome ones. In such a case, the shaking fruit may be able to shatter the stone titan. But the stone man could also summon the stone titan again. Sure enough, I thought I was already very strong, but in the end, I still needed to be stronger. The hatred, who is a fighting madman, instantly felt that he had a new goal. And another battle madman, Hulk, at the moment kept sulking. How did he smash this big guy hundreds of meters tall? I am not as thick as a finger. Such a huge size brings huge strength and defense. Even if he is a four-armed Hulk right now, it doesn't have much effect. The angrier you get, the more powerful the Hulk becomes. This made Dr. Duplication Banner, who was made by Huahua Fruit, somewhat helpless. Hulk, I told you that the power of Huahua Fruit can make your arm appear in other places. Although this big guy is powerful, as long as you want, you can grow countless arms on his body. Ask for flowers. And with your strength, if you smash down countless arms, won't he fall apart? It's all smashing, and you can be very powerful. Dr. Banner continues to teach Hulk. Hulk calmed down a little after hearing this. He is angry but not stupid. The enemies he encountered before couldn't stand his blows. So he has never wanted to use Huahua's other powers. But looking at it now, he had to use other powers. Stretch out your arms on this stone titan, maybe this is a way. Cursed Warrior looked at this huge amount of big guy. He was very helpless. His tons of crushed fruit can make him into a 10,000-ton class. But the titan, at the moment, of this shishi fruit has an unknown number of tons. A cubic stone is about 2.5 tons. The stone titan at the moment is hundreds of meters high, at least millions of cubic meters. That said, it would weigh a staggering few million tons. It can even reach tens of millions of tons. This is directly hundreds or even 1,000 times larger than his 10,000-ton class. The destructive power of this horror is completely beyond the imagination of others. Captain Rogers looked at She-Titan in front of him. He also had a full head. How should I fight this thing? The effect of Blob Fruit's air cannon on the opponent is worrying. Moreover, with such a huge body size, it is even more difficult for Thunderbolt to injure the opponent. The Stone Man came out of the Stone Titan. On the contrary, it is the kind of power that ejects everything. I don't know if it can eject the other party. At this moment, the entire Stone Titan stopped in place. This thing, it seems that I need a more powerful weapon. Suddenly, it seemed like I didn't want to be a normal person anymore. Otherwise, there will be no way to face each other. This thing, a casual slap can knock him apart. Boom. But now compared with Shishiguo's Benyi, he is a piece of rubbish. He thought he was already very strong. Other fruit ability users constantly complained in their hearts. And Johnny the Human Torch in the Fantastic Four at the moment withered directly. Sure enough, I got excited too early. Tony looked at the huge Stone Titan and his heart was not at all peaceful. For a moment, a ripple flashed under She-Titan's feet. At the scene, a stone statue of Fangshan hundreds of meters away was left behind. Even if it can't hurt him, it can disgust him. Suddenly, it seemed like I didn't want to be normal anymore. This was the first sentence the Stone Man said when he returned to everyone. He realized the powerful power brought to him by the shishi fruit. This power exceeded his expectations. This feeling of ordinary people suddenly gaining great power and transforming like a god will always make people lost. This kind of power is much stronger than the feeling brought by his own transformation into a stone man. Turning into a stone man, he felt nothing but inconvenience. For this body, his wife left him. But now, after possessing the power of shishi fruit, he suddenly fell in love with such power. The stone fruit can use its own body to assimilate the stones around it. In this way, the stones around him can be transformed into a part of their own body. However, my own body was originally a stone. This makes it almost unnecessary for me to assimilate the 423 stones around me. What I need is to integrate into it. Others may feel a little uncomfortable with a body made of stone. After all, a body and a stone are two different things. But I was originally a rock. During this period of time, all he manipulated were stone bodies, when those outside stones are manipulated by the stone fruit. It was like a continuation of his body. There is no barrier or discomfort. That feeling is really like manipulating one's own body. The only regret is that the more stones are incorporated, the more bulky the body will be. This cumbersomeness is the only limitation of the Stone Titan file size that the Stone Man can control. When he is too heavy to a certain extent, he can't move. The first time he used the Stone Fruit, he directly controlled the Stone Titan hundreds of meters away. This is the balance point where he can act more normally. With this size, his speed, strength, and reaction can all be controlled. Similarly, it was also because he originally possessed dozens of tons of strength. That's why it is possible to override such a large Stone Titan. If it is an ordinary person, perhaps only 1% of this Stone Titan can be manipulated for the first time. Because their physical and mental strength can't keep up. This feeling of overlooking the world with one's own huge body of hundreds of meters, just one time has already made the Stone Man intoxicated. Qin Xiao, who was 1 kilometer away, looked like an ant in front of She Titan. It seemed that if he stomped his feet casually, these people would have been shot to death. It really is a feeling of omnipotence. Just this moment shattered his original idea of wanting to be an ordinary person. That's why he said suddenly, "It seems that I don't want to be an ordinary person anymore." But no one answered his words at the moment. Everyone looked at the stone statue standing in place. Stone Titan at the moment turned into a stone statue. He stood motionless in the distance. It's as if it was specially carved to look like this. However, this carved stone statue is only a few hundred meters high. Moreover, it is surrounded by a huge pit. So after the change, he's going to be permanently like this. It was Dr. Na that first raised his question. The Stone Man had already come out of the stone statue. Normally, shouldn't these things be restored? It seems that there is a place where this exists, and stone carvings and the like are completely unnecessary. As long as you use its power, you can create any style of stone sculpture you want. Someone at the moment even made a joke. I want to know one thing now, since Ben was able to walk out of the stone carving. Does it mean that his body is actually only hidden in this stone statue? That is to say, attacking this stone statue can't actually hurt his body. The only thing that can be done is to weaken the file size of the stone statue so as to find out the opponent's position in the stone statue. Tony directly asked an interesting question, because he has been thinking about how to deal with such a power as Shishiguo. Judging from the strength Shishiguo showed just now, it is likely to be just like what he said. The body of the Stone Man Ben is hidden in this huge amounts of stone statue. Trying to eliminate the huge amounts of stone statue originally is useless. Ben's body hidden in the stone statue must be found. That's right, the general situation is very similar to what you said. His body can swim constantly in the rocks. Even the stone statues he created with his strength did not affect his ability to walk in them. Qin Xiao directly pointed out the characteristics of this power. Because even if you knew it was such a characteristic, so what? If you want to attack his body, you have to face this huge stone statue. And if you can defeat this huge stone statue, then you can definitely defeat his body. This was originally a paradox. Hearing Qin Xiao's affirmative words, everyone did not feel happy. Because everyone thought of what Qin Xiao thought of. However, Qin Xiao's gaze at the moment shifted to the Stone Man Ben. Next, you can try to see if you can use the power of the fruit to transform your current stone body into a human form again. In fact, this is the biggest reason why the stone people have eaten the fruits of implementation. Like Wolverine Logan, turn your own full-body adamantium bones into flesh. The Stone Man's body also wants to become flesh. This is what he wanted to do the most, but after a baptism of a huge stone statue. He seems to have lost that strong desire to return to his human body now. But he still wanted to try, thinking that turning into a flesh body would not affect the power of the fruit. It's like the burning fruit of Thunderbolt. It's like Wolverine's quick-cut fruit. I try to control the power of Shishi fruit. The Stone Man gently closed his eyes. He is feeling his power, which belongs to the power of Shishi fruit. Can it be successful? Can he become flesh again? Susan at the moment looked nervous. But since he can use the stone fruit to conjure such a powerful stone statue titan, it should be possible to transform myself back into the flesh again, right? After all, this is the first time I have encountered such a 1.8 thing. Afterwards, in the eyes of everyone, Ben became a normal human again. The others actually looked at each other expectantly. The final result is not necessarily better than the present. Thankfully, his body looks like it's all stone. Transforming into a flesh body, maybe the difficulty of arresting will be much lower at that time, because he didn't have much confidence in this kind of conversion equipment. But after all, there is still a little bit of meat. As long as Ben changes back again, his equipment research can be stopped. These internal organs are also internal organs after strengthening, but there are still some guts. This idea at first glance comes from everyone in SHIELD, but if waiting fails, his research will continue. The power of Shishi fruit gradually penetrated from these flesh to his body skin. He at the moment is working hard to mobilize the power of Shishi fruit in his body. Dr. Reed is also full of hope for the stone man. I recovered, hahaha, I really recovered. Stone people don't know what other people think. I recovered, hahaha, I really recovered. The stone man was excited. It just makes him look a little bit stronger than normal. Compared with his stone, his body is much slimmer. He did change from stone to flesh. But as he transformed into a physical body, Shishi fruit has been consuming his physical strength. This situation is more expensive than Logan's quick-cut fruit, because Logan doesn't need to maintain the power of the quick-cut fruit all the time. It will only transform under special circumstances. For the most part, his skeleton is still adamantium, because adamantium provides him with more amazing strength than ordinary bones. But it's clear that the golem would have required far more physical strength than Wolverine Logan. However, this is nothing to Ben. Having withstood the solar storm, his whole body has undergone mutation. His physical strength is astonishing. In addition, the stone fruit is the physical strength consumed by his stone man's body. And the physical strength of the stone man's body is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is quite difficult to consume the physical strength of the stone man. The only problem with this now is that Shishi 4 Renbin continues to use Shishi fruit. Then his physical strength will never be in a perfect state. The longer the transformation time, the more stamina consumed. When the fruit ability needs to be used at that time, the rocks that can be manipulated will become smaller. But Ben obviously didn't care about that. Even if the rock he manipulates becomes smaller, his strength is still astonishing. Very well, it seems that the test of Shishi fruit is over. Let's go back. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. Opposite the portal is the New York branch of SHIELD. When the group returned to SHIELD, Hill agent immediately sorted out the information just now and prepared to report. Meanwhile, the rest of SHIELD are now choosing to stay with Qin Xiao and the Fantastic Four. They wanted to see that Johnny the Human Torch had matched the Xiao fruit. The Stone Man originally matched the stone fruit. Then the remaining two, Dr. Reed and the Invisible Woman Susan, can match what kind of terrifying fruit. Consultant, I want to know, what kind of devil fruit can my sister match? Others may be embarrassed to speak. But Johnny the Human Torch didn't have the slightest idea of that. He asked the question directly. What Susan can match is the transparent fruit, which is the same as her current ability. What Dr. Reed can match is the rubber fruit, which is also the same as his ability. The fruit of the two of you, there is no big surprise. Qin Xiao not only revealed the devil fruit matched by the invisible girl Susan. Even the fruits of Mr. Fantastic Reed's matching were also mentioned. The fruits of these two people are indeed not like the burning fruit and stone fruit that can bring about obvious changes, because their strengths highly overlap. Crucially, this coincidence isn't yet like Thor's thunder fruit. The thunder fruit somehow makes Thor immune to physical attacks, because the thunder fruit can also be elementalized. It's not like the burning fruit of Thunderbolt. Burning the fruit to Thunderbolt also directly strengthened his strength. However, rubber fruits and transparent fruits do not have such abilities. When everyone heard this result, everyone reacted differently. Both Susan and Reed were obviously disappointed. After seeing the elementalization of Thunderbolt, they had already aroused their curiosity. And the stone fruit made them look forward to the devil fruit even more. But they never expected that the final result was not what they thought. A devil fruit can make them stronger. On the contrary, the fruit power overlaps with their ability. And SHIELD agents like Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson are relieved. The shock brought by Shishi fruit is not over yet. If there are a few more powerful fruits, then their life may be difficult. Well, then we need to think about it. Reed made his choice. Since they are all the same, there is no choice for the time being. No problem, you can think about it. Qin Xiao did not urge them. Since this is the case, then perhaps we should have a good fight next. Qin, give us a fighting space, I want to fight with him. At this moment, the abomination who had been waiting for the matching here finally made his request. As Qin Xiao's beater, his dedication to fighting is the highest. Right now, he just wants to fight the Stone Man. Hulk fights too. When Hulk hears the words of hatred, he wants to fight too. Fighting. Even the Cursed Warrior had no intention of giving up the fight. This time, it seemed that it directly aroused everyone's interest in fighting. Even Captain Rogers has the desire to fight. If that's the case, you go to fight there just now. Qin Xiao used another portal to send everyone back. Originally, mirror space was a good place, but in the mirror dimension, Shishi fruit is basically useless. because it is impossible for him to absorb the stone from the mirror dimension. In the mirror dimension, it is impossible for the shaking fruit to shake the ground. In this way, their true combat effectiveness cannot be reflected. Several people who wanted to fight passed through the portal again. After everyone left, Charles took the initiative to find Qin Xiao. Qin, I don't know if your devil fruit can solve the side effect of the ability of the little naughty. Her mutant powers make it impossible for her to even have normal contact with other people now. We can't find out how to solve her problem for a while, since you have so many kinds of devil fruits. Is there a solution to her problem? Charles actually asked this question. As for this problem, in fact, Qin Xiao has no solution. This kind of mutant power that can't even be touched is really helpless. The opponent can indeed match some fruits, such as diamond fruit, slippery fruit. This kind of fruit can make her body become like a diamond. I don't know if such a body can't be touched by 117. Another slippery fruit is more interesting. It will make the body of the eater become as if there is zero friction. Such power actually prevents contact with other people to some extent. Think about it, you slide away the moment you touch the other person. This kind of short-term contact will not affect others. In a sense, this is the protection of others. However, this does not change the super ability of Little Rascal. As long as she wants to, she will still cause harm to others. This is a really amazing ability with backlash. Not only that, Little Rascal even matched several fruits that can increase her ability. For example, transparent fruit, silent fruit, rubber fruit. Think about it, a transparent person comes up to you and almost kills you just by touching you. Is such power terrifying? And the fruit of silence can make the approach of the Little Rascal silent. This power is not comparable to the transparent fruit, but it is also a fruit that can get close. The rubber fruit can change the body. You were far away, but she stretched out her hand towards you. Such a result is also extremely terrifying. Qin Xiao shook his head directly. Her situation is too special. It is very difficult to prevent her damage. Instead, I still have the calendar to increase her strength. Is that so? It seems that I need to think of other ways. Charles understood Qin Xiao's words. Actually, there may be a way to eliminate her power. Qin Xiao suddenly thought of something. Is there a devil fruit that can remove her power? No, or is there another way? Charles became more and more confused. Remove her mutant power, only in this way can she live like a normal person. Qin Xiao gave his answer. Eliminate mutant ability, that doesn't seem to fit. Charles didn't continue, but what he meant was obvious and it wasn't in his choice. Also, is there anything that can remove mutants' power now? Charles' attention returned to the question in an instant. If only there was something that would remove mutant ability. Whatever it is, it's a threat to mutant. It can even be said to be subversive. I heard that a government laboratory has recently studied a drug that can turn mutants into ordinary people. Even they have started experiments, many mutants have become ordinary people. For specific situations, maybe you can ask Beast Hank. Qin Xiao told a piece of news that made Charles stunned. This is exactly what happens in X-Men 3. There is a mutant with the ability to make other mutant abilities disappear. This has to be said to be a kind of irony. To deal with mutant, it turned out to be mutant in the end. The news came from the recently departed Punisher Frank, so he told Charles directly. This news made Charles feel the crisis behind him. Qin, send me back to School X, I need to know if this is true. The light of the portal flashed, and Charles disappeared in place. Charles' departure didn't have much of an impact here. Instead, he missed an opportunity to enter the universe. Because Qin Xiao said that he would take everyone to Xandar. So SHIELD made preparations for Xandar directly after the arrangement. A modified Quinjet fighter jet on the tarmac. In the fighter plane, a group of people who had participated in the actual test of Shishigyu before were all inside. Qin Xiao opened a huge amounts of portal. The opposite of the portal is not Xandar, but the land of nothingness. At the moment, Xandar is in harmony, and it is not convenient for them to go there for the time being. Because their spacecraft does not have the basic information of space travel, it is likely that Xandar was treated as a spy. Moreover, even if you don't go to Xandar as a spy, you have to abide by the rules there. Among the group of people here, several are not so disciplined. Maybe Ronan didn't fight Xandar. Instead, they had a falling out with the people from Xandar. The Void is a good place. There are no rules here but strength. Such a scene is undoubtedly a favorite of many in the group. letter 3005 tilde. The engine of the fighter jet roared. In a blink of an eye, it passed through the portal and entered the void of the universe. The transformed fighter plane can finally be regarded as a spaceship of the lowest standard. Under the strong power, the spacecraft moved forward in one direction. Everyone here is experiencing the situation in the universe for the first time. Not long after, a group of people stood in front of the glass window of the spaceship in astonishment. They watched everything in the distance. Does that look like a head? Captain Rogers was the first to raise this question. I feel that too. Celestial bodies in the universe and skull-shaped ones. Our knowledge seems to be subverted just after entering the void of the universe. Is it because they are too far away, so we see them like this visually? In fact, it is a nebula. A group of people couldn't help discussing. In fact, at the moment Qin Xiao was also shocked. The head of this ancient god was so big that it far exceeded his imagination. Only when you experience it yourself can you understand the powerful, shocking power it brings. This place is called the Land of Nothingness, and it was originally the head of an ancient god. Qin Xiao told everyone the only thing he knew. The head of an ancient god, what is that? You mean this is really a head, it's just that he is an ancient god. Ancient god, what exactly is it? Could it be that there was such a huge creature in the universe? This is completely impossible. If such powerful creatures can live in the universe, what do they use as their energy source? One question after another is constantly being asked. Creatures, indeed, they're a kind of paleontology. But their forms and methods are different from the creatures we generally understand. We don't know what he was before, but now he is a place of treasure. In fact, there is a huge amount of cosmic black market here. It has existed here for many years. At the beginning, a cosmic group sent workers here. Their purpose is to mine the organic matter in this skull. Bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, either way it is a scarce substance in the universe. All of this can be sold for a good price. However, the work here is dangerous because it is sold on the black market. Over time, this place has become a gathering place for criminals. The people here are all desperados. Once something is taken by them, the final result is to determine the final ownership by force. Following Qin Xiao's narration, the expressions of the people present were all the same. For someone like Captain Rogers, things are a little grim, but for people like Hate and Hulk, they think this place is like heaven. This is the case. Can we also encounter spaceships and technologies from all over the universe here? At this moment, Tony took the initiative to speak. That's right, at least the spaceship here is much higher level than this remodeled Quinjet. Tony got an affirmative answer. Very well, Hulk the Abomination, and you, when we leave here, we hope that we are a fleet, not this lonely spaceship. Everyone was shocked when they heard Tony's words. Tony is also going to make trouble, but as a pragmatic inventor, he does have his own ideas about these. All kinds of warships and spaceships drove back to Earth. When the time comes, just study slowly. A Chitauri warship provides them with a lot of alien technology. If it weren't for the good money Chitauri technology, the Quinjet spaceship wouldn't be in space so quickly. Hulk likes you just like that. Hulk actually spoke first this time. For him, battleship or not is not important. The important thing is that when capturing these things, there is no fighting. Quinjet fighters are constantly marching toward nothingness. It took a while and finally entered the land of nothingness. Everyone looked at the space inside excitedly. In it, I actually did a job that allowed me to live a normal life. In other words, there is air in it. It seems that we can also live normally here. Dr. Banner sighed. Hey, didn't she say to go to Xandar? Why did you come here? Qin Xiao at the moment discovered something that surprised him. He is here seeing Asgard's fighting skills, and in the battleship there are countless undead warriors. Such power can only be possessed by one person, Goddess of Death, Hela. Qin Xiao never imagined that he would see Hela's fleet here. Because according to Hela, she should go to Xandar to wait for Ronan. The opponent we're going to face next is a bit strong. You all pay attention, don't mess with her. Qin Xiao at the moment specially explained to everyone. The opponent is a bit strong. How strong is it? Hate the excitement on at the moment's face. He is not afraid of a strong opponent. The more powerful, the more interesting. She is the sister of Thor, who was beaten like a child in front of him. Even Thor's Mjolnir can be crushed with one hand. You decide whether or not you can offend each other. Everyone was taken aback when they heard Qin Xiao's words. Thor's strength is clear to them. The power of his hammer is well known to all. Of the strongest men here, none of them could do any harm to Thor's hammer. Can't even lift it. On this point, Hulk has the most say. However, Thor's sister can crush Mjolnir with one hand. This immediately knocked out everyone's desire to challenge. I'm afraid, I can't afford it. A challenge is a challenge. This is not looking for abuse. After parking the Qin-style spacecraft, everyone stepped into the alien territory for the first time. 873, everyone was extremely excited. When they really went up, they found that there were indeed many differences. All kinds of aliens occupy their site, green, blue, red. As long as you can't think of it, there is no skin color that you can't grow. And the appearance of these aliens is also strange. But the aliens looked at the people on Earth and felt that they were all kinds of strange things. Yellow abominations, green hulks, black cursed warriors, and stone-like golems. This degree of mixing even exceeds that of many small teams. When the aliens saw such a team, no one would not open their eyes and want to try it. After all, the size of these guys is really amazing. Qin Xiao led a group of people straight to where Hela was. At the moment's Hela, at the Collector's house. Collector at the moment had an unbelievable expression on his face. The figure in front of him actually appeared in the universe all at once. The meaning behind this is profound. Collector, Tanya Tiwan, long time no see. Hela wandered around like she was at home. Collector looked at Hela and gave her a big gift. Goddess Hela, your name has not been heard for thousands of years, Age. It is a great honor to see you again, and may your reputation resound throughout the universe. Collector has sight. When he saw the goddess of death, he knelt down. It was just when Sif and the others went to Collector to deliver reality gem. He received the other party with the highest standard. Now a person who makes everyone in the universe fearful stands in front of him. He must maintain a higher standard of reception etiquette. The goddess of death is also Hela, who galloped the universe back then. Wherever she passed, countless souls were collected by her into ghosts. It can be said that the prestige of Asgard was at the beginning. A large part of it is because of the title of Hela, the goddess of death. If it is Odin, there may be a chance to intercede and survive. But facing the goddess of death, there will be no chance of survival. Not even the soul can be redeemed. Iron blood, ruthless killing. This is the terrifying prestige brought by the goddess of death to this cosmic creature. It really has the effect of stopping crying in children. Very well, this time I'm here to retrieve something. Hela doesn't beat around the bush. Not the goddess of death, what do you want to get back? Collector Tiwan was taken aback. Tai Particle's reality gem. After Hela finished speaking, she looked at Collector quietly. Collector's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Sure enough, the other party came to get this. However, God King Odin handed over infinite gems to me just to prevent two infinite gems from getting too close. Goddess Hela is now taking back the reality gem. Will it conflict with God King Odin's plan? Tiwan wants to use Odin to crush the goddess Hela. Hela smiled slightly upon hearing this. Boom tilde tilde. But then she directly grabbed Tiwan's neck with one hand. Are you teaching me how to do things? Her voice gradually became colder. No, yes, I just ask, just gems are over there. Collector Tiwan was once again overwhelmed by the murderous intent of Hela, the goddess of death. Compared with others, life-saving is more important. He has lived for endless years, so don't let yourself be fooled by such a trivial matter. While facing Hela, he doesn't necessarily die. But if they really fight, their collection room will be completely destroyed. Hela heard this and gently put down Collector. Not only that, she also helped Collector tidy up his clothes. Very well, I like you who know the times. After Hela finished speaking, she walked in the direction Collector said with enchanting steps. Collector is not far behind. I don't know what goddess Hela wants to do with the reality gem. He followed behind and asked cautiously. It's okay to tell you, we, the Asgard god realm, have observed that in the endless universe some areas are dying. Not only that, but Thanos of the Eternals is also collecting infinite gems. I'm going to use infinite gems to explore that dead universe. Also, stop the Eternals from collecting infinite gems. Now, do you understand? Collector's heart sank when he heard Hela's words. If so, his collection of infinite gems is just because of his hobby. Then Thanos, definitely not for the same reason, because Thanos' reputation has spread throughout the universe. His practice of massacring half of the creatures aroused the resistance of all races in the universe. However, there are very few who can really resist him. Perhaps except for super empires such as the Kree Empire and the Shia Empire. Most people can't resist his attack. Infinite gems handed over to the goddess of death, this is courting death. However, Odin actually released the goddess of death. But in a blink of an eye, he thought of something even more terrifying. Otherwise, how could those powerful individuals of the ancient god group disappear into the universe? He even has some understanding of the ancient god group. Every regional extinction of the universe is a terrifying mass extinction. The entire universe may become more dangerous. Thanos is already so terrifying. If he gets infinite gems again, it will become even scarier. This can only show one thing: the annihilation of the unknown universe is more terrifying than the goddess of death. Things in the universe should be handed over to the goddess of death. Even an empire like Xandar cannot resist it. Thinking of this, his steps were 3 points faster. Could it be that this time is the same thing as the mass extinction of the universe? How could I live in the head of this ancient god? This, he does not believe Odin cannot understand. Goddess Hela, this is the reality gem. He lived endless ages and knew everything that no one else knew. After getting this result, Collector became more and more frightened. Goddess Hela, this is the reality gem. Collector Tiwin pulled the reality gem straight from a vault, because reality gem is the only one that can become liquid. So its containment relies on a special container. Death Goddess Hela took over the container containing the reality gem. Yes, it is Asgard's work, Tiwin, you are well. She held the container and complimented the Collector. Thank you, Goddess, for your praise. I hope Goddess can quell the crisis of the unknown universe. Collector is like a licking dog. Death Goddess Hela carried the reality gem and walked directly outside. Collector followed closely. Goddess Hela, I don't know, how would you use the reality gem? Each of them has powerful power, and ordinary people can't bear this power at all. Definitely, I don't doubt whether the strength of the goddess can bear it. I'm just curious about how Asgard will avoid this kind of backlash. Collector is like a familiar. He is constantly asking the goddess of death about how to use infinite gems. After all, this thing can only be used as a collectible in his collector for a short time. If you want to use the power of gems, you have to think of other ways. Hela listened to Collector's words. She still walked out on her own. Infinite gems, we naturally have our own way. At the moment, Hela has to admire her father Odin in her heart. The kind of preparations made in advance can really be used immediately now. When Hela walked out of Collector's collection hall, I saw a group of people walking towards the Collector's hall outside. The leader was none other than Qin Xiao, whom she had met when she was released. Thor then explained Qin Xiao's identity to her, Demon Messenger. It can be exchanged for a magical devil fruit so that people can become fruit ability holders. Even Thor, Frigg, and Heimdall are fruit ability users. Frigga even used the fruit ability to keep Odin at its peak combat power. This is the biggest reason why Odin dared to release himself. Aren't you supposed to go to Xandar? How did you come here? Seeing Hela, Qin Xiao asked directly. I resurrected my warriors and learned things I didn't know when I was sealed. As you know, Hanki handed over the space gem to me. Also given to me is the Infinity Gauntlet. Now that I have the Infinity Gauntlet, it's time for me to find the infinite gems. Coincidentally, not long ago, Asgard gave an infinite gems to Collector. I stopped by here to retrieve this gem. When I get the gem, I will go to Xandar and wait for another gem. Hela gave her answer. I see, but if you're just collecting infinite gems, I think you can just wait here. Anyway, Collector offered a very high price to buy infinite gems. When the time comes, those looters will naturally send the gems here. Qin Xiao at the moment gave Hela another suggestion instead. When Hela heard this, she looked back at Collector. Is what he said true? Are you collecting infinite gems? Collector's face straightened upon hearing this. Yes, as a collector, I will naturally not give up things like infinite gems. I did issue a bounty order to the outside world, but for a long time no one sent infinite gems. After all, this thing is not so easy to get. Collector admitted it directly. There is nothing that cannot be said about this matter. Hela heard this and looked at Qin Xiao again. You knew the gems would come here. It seems that Odin is right. The Mephisto behind you has great power. I don't know, what are you doing here again? Your goal is not the same as mine, is it? Hela at the moment threw the question back. No, I'm just curious about how you came here, so I came here to take a look. My purpose is very simple. If the Earth wants to face more crises, it must go out of the universe. We are here to see the creatures of the universe. At the same time, find some people to fight a battle to see the strength of everyone. Qin Xiao didn't hide their purpose either. This time it's really for that. I understand, as long as it doesn't conflict with my affairs. Hela finished speaking and walked towards his fleet. In a blink of an eye, a tall robot came out. Destroyer on its hand at the moment also wears a glove. That's the Infinity Gauntlet. On the Infinity Gauntlet, a gemstone emitting blue light is embedded in it. Hela walked up to the Destroyer. The container containing the reality gem was opened by her directly. The TIE particles inside flow constantly like a liquid. Hela directly poured the TIE particles into a slot of the Infinity Gauntlet. The liquid TIE particles directly became solid, embedded into the slot of the Infinity Gauntlet. Hela looks at the reality gem that has been pinned. She glanced up at the Destroyer armor. Turn on wearable mode. The Destroyer armor received the order, catch tilde. Crack tilde. Its body is like a set of real armor spreading out one by one, seeking flowers 0. Chest, legs, upper arms. Hela stepped into the Destroyer armor. The entire armor was suddenly closed again. This time, with life in the Warframe, the power of the infinite gems began to spread along the Infinity Gauntlet towards the Destroyer Warframe. Ah tilde tilde. Hela in the Destroyer armor made a somewhat excited sound. It was a refreshing feeling of powerful force pouring into the body. Chinese letter tilde tilde. At this moment, the Destroyer emitted a red light. In the place illuminated by this light, everything became fragmented. Collector looked at the collection hall behind him in horror. The entire hall was fragmented as if it had been completely cut open. My treasure. Collector's voice trembled. This is a good thing he has spent endless years collecting. Now it's all in a broken state. Point zero. This was really distressing for him. He didn't dare to trouble Hela. I can only feel sorry for my own things here. Is this the power of reality gem? Sure enough, Hela's voice came from the Destroyer armor. Recover. With an order, another red light flashed past. Items that were just broken are all restored. Recovered. Fortunately, recovered. Collector went directly from being heartbroken to being grateful. Reality gems, reality changing, really powerful. The hearts of the others who followed Qin Xiao sank at the moment. Sure enough, there are too many things in this universe that they don't know. This kind of thing called infinite gems is really terrifying, and Destroyer someone here knows. At the moment she looked excited, she looked at Qin Xiao. Everyone is thinking in their hearts. The Destroyer armor made a metallic sound again. More importantly, the gems, the Destroyer, and the people of God's domain. You said, and infinite gems will come here, is it true? Now with this infinite gems, how terrifying can the Destroyer become again? How to change reality at will? Catch tilde. Hela stepped out of the open Destroyer. It's already very powerful. How many such powerful forces are there in this universe? Catch tilde. How scary would this fit be? Without strong strength, provoking the other party is simply courting death. Space gem, reality gem, let her feel more and more powerful. At the moment, they also understood why Qin Xiao told them not to mess with Hela easily. You said that infinite gems will come here, is that true? Hela confirmed to Qin Xiao again. It is definitely true, in fact, that you can get not only a gem here, but maybe Ronan the Accuser as well. That way, you don't even have to go to Xandar. Qin Xiao told Hela a more important piece of information. Ronan, you mean the Accuser Ronan is coming? Collector Tiwin was shocked after hearing this. It's possible anyway, it's all caused by your bounty, because Ronan is also looking for gems. Oh my god, no, I'm going to temporarily close my collection hall. Ronan is not easy to provoke. Collector directly wants to avoid Ronan's arrival. Is he more difficult to provoke than me? Seeing Collector's performance, Hela looked disdainful. Hearing Hela's words, Collector's heart trembled, hasty. I haven't heard the name of the goddess of death for too long, so he actually showed such emotions in front of her. Ronan, will 337 be scarier than the goddess of death? No, absolutely not. Compared with the goddess of death, Ronan is really not worth mentioning. Your terror, Ronan, has only been heard over the years. The reputation of Hela, the goddess of death, has been extremely terrifying thousands of years ago. If it hadn't been for Odin's righteous killing of relatives, no one knows what will happen in this universe now. Goddess Hela, I was wrong, how could Ronan compare with you? Oh no, Ronan is just a child in front of you. I'm looking forward to it, he came here to be cleaned up by the goddess. Collector quickly changed his face. Ronan, you're out of luck. Really, I believe in you, I'll just wait here for the other party. I'm staying here with these folks from Midgard, you don't mind. Hela looked at Collector seriously. No, absolutely not, it's my honor, you ready to entertain guests. Collector directly arranges his collection to start entertaining guests. Qin, are we waiting here too? Hill agent at the moment asked Qin Xiao actively. Qin Xiao thought about it. It's right here anyway, this can be said to be Collector's back garden. Going to other places will also cause unnecessary trouble. But here, no one will trouble the Collector without opening their eyes. Definitely, if any of you want to go out and have a look, it's not too late to go out after settling here. Everyone accepted Qin Xiao's suggestion. Live here temporarily at Collector. After everyone settled down, the Collector came to find Qin Xiao and the others with a look of excitement. He looked at Qin Xiao's team with fiery eyes. I really want to get to know you well. There are really too many races in your team that I don't know. This stone body of yours looks a lot like a Krona, and the silicon-based body is awesome. I've always wanted to collect a Krona, but they are just too powerful. I want to ask, are you from Krona too? The first thing Collector sees is the stone man. The others who followed Qin Xiao were shocked when they heard this. There are actually such races in the universe. This is really beyond their imagination, but now they finally understood why the stone man would have become like this. It turns out that there is indeed a race of stone men in the universe. Thor, that chatterbox in Ragnarok is a golem. Not only that, in fact, Thor also encountered a stone man when he pacified Nahim, so stone people are not rare in the universe. Unfortunately, I'm from Earth, not the Kron people you're talking about. After the stone man finished speaking, he activated the power of the stone fruit and directly turned into an ordinary flesh body. This proved that he was indeed not a Krona. However, this made Collector even more excited. This is even rarer than a simple stone man. Oh my god, it can still change. If one day you die, can I keep your body? Definitely I will pay my price, even now I can pay in advance. Collector is doing everything for collection, even willing to pay in advance. Unfortunately, I decline. Ben directly refused, even he was taken aback by Collector's fiery emotion. No one wants to be alone or be remembered about the dead body. It's not okay to give money. Collector looked regretful. Hey, it's a pity, but one day you change your mind, remember to find me. Collector has transferred the main force to other people. Let me see, I seem to have seen your appearance before. Are you a cursed warrior of the Dark Elves? God, I haven't seen you in thousands of years. I didn't expect to see you again today. Collector once again set his sights on the cursed warrior. As the longest living existence in the universe, it can be said, he knew even Dark Elves. There are even Dark Elves in his collection. However, the cursed warrior of the Dark Elves he could not have, because the cursed warrior is really too powerful. If he collects cursed warriors, unless he is ready for his collection to be destroyed. You know, the Doom Slayer is an existence that even Thor can only be suppressed unilaterally. Leave me alone, unless you want me to tear down your place. The cursed warrior looked unhappy. He is more and more able to feel that he is being approached by the darkness to zero. That is to say, he is more and more assimilated. Maybe when he will completely return to darkness. Yes, I understand, I wish you glory in the darkness. The Collector saluted the cursed warrior. No matter what the identity of the other party is, it is worth saluting just to sacrifice for the sake of race. As for collecting cursed warriors, he would not have such a plan. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the Abomination and the Hulk again. Green skin, such a strong body, I don't know which race you are, Zehuberi. Unlike this race is now best known as Thanos' daughter Gamora, it is impossible for their race to have such powerful fighters, otherwise their race would not have been slaughtered. Skrulls. No, you don't have their pointy ears, are you shape-shifting like that? Collector also looked at Hulk in surprise. Green skin, many races in the universe are like this, but so strong, hardly ever seen. Hulk, leave me alone. Hulk growled directly at Collector angrily. Not only that, but two arms grew out of his original hands again. A two-armed Hulk directly becomes a four-armed Hulk. That oppressive roar made Collector's heart tremble. The most important thing is that the sudden two arms shocked Collector even more. This guy is not easy to mess with. Two arms are tough enough, four arms are tougher. Okay, I see, so what about you? Collector focused his gaze on the Abomination. Hate smiled, let's play one game and I'll tell you, 1.0. Collector's expression changed upon hearing this. Fighting, I don't like it, favorites are your favorites. I see, I don't bother you anymore. He knew that it seemed that these special items could not be collected this time. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Hey, why don't you ask us? At this time, a voice stopped the Collector from leaving. The person who spoke was none other than Thunderbolt Johnny. Johnny, don't mess around. Susan sees Johnny talking, she starts layering. Haha, the consultants have said that this is a disorderly place, don't worry. After Johnny finished speaking, he walked up to Collector. His whole body suddenly burst into flames. The supernova-like temperature made Collector back again and again. You have this special ability, how is this possible? Could it be that Midgard of the Nine Realms has become so terrifying now? Does anyone have a special ability? Seeing the sudden blazing human torch, Collector was terrified. What Midgard was like, he knew something. After all, the domain of God represented by Asgard is too famous. In addition, the Nine Realms are also very famous in the universe. Midgard should be the weakest of the Nine Realms. But Midgard is the most mysterious of the Nine Realms. Others may have forgotten some things, but he, the Collector, will not forget. The Kree did countless experiments in Midgard. Could it be that the experiment of the Kree people is now successful, or have the people of Midgard really become so terrifying? Now, do you still want to collect us? Thunderbolt asked again. No, absolutely not, I hope you can have fun in the void. Collector completely dismissed the plan to collect Midgardians. I thought that ordinary-looking people would be ordinary. Unexpectedly, the other party actually has a special calendar area. Looking back, it seems that I need to know more about the current situation of Midgard. After the Collector finished speaking, he turned and left the place where the human race lived. Okay, then you can do whatever you want. It is estimated that Tiwin will arrange someone to follow everyone. But it's not surprising, there shouldn't be too many unscrupulous people in Four coming to trouble everyone. Well, Qin Xiao didn't stop anyone just now, because he knows that in a land of disorder, strength is the most important thing. In particular, the provocation of Thunderbolt is really a finishing touch. Ordinary people. Now Collector would never have imagined that there would be ordinary people among them. Collector's habit of collecting should be temporarily suppressed. A group of people kept visiting in the void. Fully understand the power of alien civilization and technology. A few days later, a spaceship came to the void. This is Star-Lord and his Guardians of Galaxy members. Because they had to wait for the reception of the Collector, a group of people went to find a place to have a good time. Master Tiwin, Thanos' daughter Gamora has brought people to the void, and they are waiting for your reception. Collector's men reported the news to him. Really? After waiting for them for several days, they finally came. Let's bring them in. Before Collector could speak, Hela directly took over the command. His subordinates were a little uncertain and subconsciously glanced at him. Collector nodded. Everything, obey Goddess Hela and bring Gamora in. After a while, a group of people were brought in. The leader is none other than Gamora. Behind her, there are raccoons, a tree, and an ordinary person. Tiwin's eyelids twitched the first time he saw Gamora. The other party is the daughter of Thanos. He is also one of Thanos' generals. Over the years, what Thanos has done with his legion has terrified many. His 4 Obsidian generals, as well as his daughters Gamora and Nebula, also have huge amounts of fame in the universe. And this reputation is not a good reputation. Dear Gamora, it is an honor to meet your true self. Divan walks towards Gamora and is about to give a hand kiss. For him, all he wants is to do business. The kind of business where no one is offended. That's enough, Tiwin, all your red tape aside. Right now, it's best to just get the deal done. The Goddess of Death doesn't want to see the mess here. All she wants is an infinite gems. Yes, Goddess Hela. Gamora, this time, I don't know what good things you brought me. Collector at the moment also changes face instantly. This time, Gamora became more and more curious about the woman behind Collector. In the universe, when did a woman appear and make the Collector so obedient, she couldn't help watching Hela a few more times. In fact, the Collector wouldn't be in such a hurry if Hela wasn't there. He'll even have a nice talk with Groot. This kind of treat is not in his collection. Even in this universe, there are not many tree people. There is no way to collect living tree people, but what if the other party dies? As long as the deal is willing, he can even pay first. He gave the money for buying the other party's corpse directly. This is Collector. When you see something new, you want to collect it. You know, even the people with Hela, he wants to collect them. Is there a deal? It's good. After the deal is completed, we still have things to do. Gamora looked at Star-Lord and gestured to him. Xingju took out the Cosmic Spirit Ball from his bag. Collector took the Cosmic Spirit Ball and he put it on his own unique decryption device. He didn't want to touch the contents with his own hands. Inside, what exactly is it? Gamora looked curious. After all, it was something Ronan wanted too. They've literally snatched the food out of Ronan's hands. Before the creation of the universe, there were 6 singularities and the Big Bang created everything. The remnants of these 6 singularities were collected to become gems, called infinite gems. These gems can only be controlled by those with extraordinary power. Some can be controlled, and with the power of gems, civilization can be directly destroyed. While the Collector was speaking, he used his technology and magic to show the knowledge to everyone. Speaking of which, Melkith can be regarded as the person who collected the last singularity matter. I really didn't expect that Melkith, who looked so weak, actually possessed such abilities. Hela at the moment expresses feelings. Tie particles, exactly what Melkith collected. Speaking of which, Melkith did one more good thing while being imprisoned in the Asgard dungeon. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to collect the 6 infinite gems anyway. That's right, Melkith is indeed a genius, but his ambition is too great. The universe has the law of development of the universe, and forced changes will always be hindered by various obstacles. Collector is the most qualified to say this, because he has seen many talented and intelligent people. I have seen their determination to change the universe. In the end, the effect was not good. Even a powerful person like the ancient gods had no bones left in the end. Ding tilde. At this moment, the Cosmic Spirit Ball was untied directly. Inside, a purple gem is displayed in front of everyone. It's beautiful 260. Collector trembled as he looked at the gem. Tiwin, it's time to pay. Hela at the moment directly urges Tiwin to pay. Tiwin kept his eyes on the gem. He knew that the gem was in Hela's hands, and he didn't know how many years later he wanted to get it again. Gamora, what kind of payment method do you want? Tiwin looks at infinite gems and asks Gamora. Cash, we're fine. Rocket Raccoon made his choice directly. Immediately afterwards, she mounted the power gem directly onto the Infinity Gauntlet. Tiwin turned and went to get the money. The destroyer held out the hand, carrying the Infinity Gauntlet directly in front of Hela. Hela beckons the destroyer directly to the gem. Hela gets an infinite gem again. Tiwin, you can just give me the money, this gem, I will take it away first. If you want your money, you can go to Odin to get it, destroyer, come here. When the power gem touched her body, no problem, Shida Yes. The body of a person in the Asgard god realm can resist the power of this gemstone for a short time. Ding tilde. Hela let out a long breath, there was a crisp impact sound. Anyway, they parted ways when they got the money. Tiwin, who is she? Are you collecting infinite gems for her? Hela reached out and gently squeezed the power gem in her hand. Tilde, what a powerful force. Moreover, her strong resilience is also the reason why she can grab gems with her bare hands. A powerful force continued to move horizontally and vertically in her body. Tiwin, who is she? Are you collecting infinite gems for her? Gamora looked at the collection with a serious face. She already said the name of Odin just now. Those who can be called like this are definitely Odin's relatives. Collector simply explained a sentence, but did not say Hela's specific name and godhead, because he didn't know if Hela wanted others to know. Odin, the Odin who is known as the King of God. Gamora's heart skipped a beat. The name, even the one that hasn't done much over the years without much spread, but there was a point in Thanos' account. Before Odin dies, Asgard cannot be attacked temporarily. But in the information about Asgard, there is no such a woman. Could it be that this is some special team of Asgard? When she entered the Collector's collection hall, she also found some strange space battleships parked outside. Originally, she didn't really care about it. After all, there are all kinds of people in the universe. But if this army belongs to Asgard, then maybe this is really his best chance to get rid of Thanos and Ronan. Yes, I am Hela, goddess of death, and the universe has not heard my name for more than 1,000 years. But it doesn't matter, from now on, my name will resound throughout the universe again. Hela delivered her speech with great ego. She just felt the powerful energy of the power gem. This is still a strength that she can bear physically, with the bonus of Infinity Gauntlet and Destroyer Warframe. She will be able to exert more powerful power. And this kind of power is what she wants most. With these powers, she will make her name known in the universe. Everyone will surrender at her feet. What Thanos, what Ronan, they are her stepping stones. Hearing this, Gamora had some surprises in her heart. The other party was so confident, so he drew Ronan's attention to the goddess of death. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between the two of them, it is a good thing for her. Just when she was about to speak, the entire Collector hall trembled. What's going on here? Hela took a serious look at Collector. Collector at the moment is also confused. This is the head of an ancient god, and it is not a normal planet. How could there be such a shock suddenly? The only possibility is that there is a battle outside. Go outside, maybe there's a fight outside. Collector said seriously, battle. Interesting, no accident, it should be the Ronan you guys are talking about. Hela walked out while talking. It could be Ronan, Gamora, and Rocket looking nervous. What to do? What if Ronan really came? No, how does love know that we are paralyzed here? Delax, who of you saw Delax? Falker, Delax must have summoned Ronan for revenge. Tiwin, hurry up and give the money, we're leaving after we've given the money. Rocket Raccoon has not forgotten to ask for money until this time. The gems have been taken away by others, and if you don't want money now, you will really lose money. Besides, that arrogant woman has gone out. Maybe she and Ronan will fight. With such a powerful gem, she should be able to win, right? Rocket Raccoon at the moment is still the little rocket who recognizes money but not people. No problem, but I think we can go outside and watch them fight first. Anyway, my collection hall will not run here, but if you miss the battle outside, you may regret it. Goddess Hela won, you don't have to worry about Ronan. If Goddess Hela loses, then there might really be no one in this universe who can stop her. Definitely, it might not be Ronan. Maybe some of my competitors are here to make trouble. Moreover, 4 billion in cash cannot be counted at once. This takes a lot of time. Otherwise, exchange for electronic currency, shall I transfer money to you? Collector at the moment is like a cat scratching in his heart. He wanted to see if it was really Ronan who was making trouble here. More like seeing with your own eyes, Hela, the goddess of death, passed through millennia of captivity. Is it still the all-powerful goddess of death? He wanted to know the current strength of Asgard through this battle. After that, he can adjust his countermeasures. Okay, let's go take a look too. Gamora was the first to be persuaded. After all, Collector had a good point. Moreover, what Ronan wanted was already in Hela's hands. At that time, even if they want to find trouble, the other party should find Hela first. Their safety should be guaranteed. So several people also walked outside. A group of Earthlings headed by Qin Xiao have been constantly visiting and wandering outside in 2s and 3s these days. Technology of all kinds is what Tony, Banner, and Dr. Reed are most interested in. In the past few days, they have checked many alien technologies. They have even marked the types of spaceships that may be taken away by then. None of these things are repeated. As for whether to find the collector to deliver or grab it by themselves, it is hard to say. Hulk hates and is interested in beating people. Anyway, this is a place of chaos. Some people forget their last name after drinking. A little provocation, and you will be beaten by these two people. Several people from SHIELD at the moment are working separately. They are constantly investigating the things here. After all, there are so many things in the universe that can be heard here. Moreover, SHIELD has a large number of people. It's best that they come to do it. Hill Agent, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Captain Rogers, Phil Coulson, Crossbones, Rumlo, Sam Falcon, Hawkeye Barton, Winter Soldier, Bucky. These people don't have a simple role. It is too easy for them to do these things. And people like Thunderbolt are simply troublemakers. Anyway, Susan and Ben are constantly putting the finishing touches on him, and people like Logan who spend almost all their time drinking. This alien wine really has too many flavors. He can't drink it if he doesn't repeat the same thing every day. As for Qin Xiao, he has been constantly wandering around by himself. For him, everyone here is his potential believer. Maybe you can meet some people who can match the devil fruit, Li Mozhao. In fact, did meet some people who were able to match only, but they are all unimportant guys, so he didn't go looking for them either. After a few days like this, I finally waited for Xingju and his party to arrive. When Gamora and the others went to Collector's Collection Hall, Delax had tilde a flash of inspiration and thought Ronan had sent a message that they were here. This operation is really too coquettish, so Gamora and the others traded with Collector inside. Outside, Ronan's fleet came straight into the void. Because of the file size of the head of the god, his large battleship cannot enter. Therefore, headed by Xingyun, people on the left and right rode small flight devices into the void. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally ashamed of waiting for you to come. Delax raised his two knives and growled excitedly. Accuser Ronan steps down from the airship. He looked at the topless guy in front of him suspiciously. Who are you? Who are you? Ronan looked confused. This man doesn't look normal. You killed my wife, you also killed my daughter today. I will kill you with my own hands. Delax growled wildly. I don't remember you at all, and I don't remember killing your wife or daughter because I killed too many people. The accusers paid little heed to Delax's accusations. No, I'm going to kill you. Delax was choked up by this sentence. Xing Yun, go find the cosmic spirit orb. This person is out of his mind. Yes, everyone disperses and looks for the cosmic spirit ball. Do you need me to stay? Unnecessary. Nebula directly separated the accuser legion. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The Abomination and Hulk, who are afraid of chaos, are the first to rush over. And when they came over, they saw Ronan beating Delax violently. Delax, who was holding two knives, couldn't make a move in Ronan's hands. If it wasn't for Delax's strong body, he might have been beaten and disabled right now. This man is a bit fierce. Hate watched Ronan's eyes light up. Hulk thinks so too. Hulk nodded too. Shall we provoke each other? The Abomination had the desire to fight again. There are many people. Hulk saw the situation of the other party at a glance. After all, there are still many airships flying in the sky. 330. There are many people. It's fun when there are many people. Hate grew more excited. This time Hulk was also excited. There are many people. Enjoy yourself. Fight. Hulk rushed straight out. Hulk, he's mine. Hate saw Hulk rushing out and he followed closely. The relationship between the two has grown closer recently. When it comes to trouble, the two are professionals. Anyway, few people can beat them. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps on the ground directly caught Ronan's attention. He slapped Delax into the air and then turned to look in the direction of the sound. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank. A big green monster with a burly figure and 4 arms rushed towards him crazily. Behind the green monster, there is the same yellow hideous monster. These two guys seem to be aiming at themselves. Ronan was startled. When did he offend such a race? Although he says he doesn't remember Delax, but Delax's race is very clear to him. It's too easy to deal with that kind of single-minded guy. But Hulk and abominations like that, he hadn't seen that, because if he has seen it, he will never forget it. These two guys are really too oppressive. Hulk, fight with you. Hulk growled as he ran. Ronan heard the words and immediately made preparations for battle. Too bad he came down without his Kree hammer, the almighty weapon. Now only hand-to-hand combat is left. Boom. Hulk punched Ronan's. Ronan dodged the punch with a dodge, but don't forget Hulk has 4 hands, just dodged a punch from Hulk but Hulk punched him with the other hand. Boom tilde. Ronan flew out like a cannonball, that's farther than he's flying Delex. Hulk, you stole my opponent again. I'm also in a hurry to hate this. Ronan's fleet saw Ronan being beaten, and countless small spaceships rushed towards the abomination and Hulk frantically. Heaven. Hit tilde. Hulk at the moment doesn't care about hateful words. He looked at more and more airships in the sky and directly called the abomination to shoot them down. Call out. Feud tilde. Feud tilde. The energy of the airship rushed towards Hulk like it didn't want money. Only a small part of the attacks fell on the abomination. After all, Ronan was the first Hulk attacked at the start. The abomination raised its hand to ward off the attacks. It still hurts when those powerful energy cannons fall on the body. A burst of white light wrapped around his hand. The power of the shaking fruit began to exert force. Boom! The hatred's fist shining with white light violently waved towards the air. Boom. Catch tilde. Catch tilde. Starting from the fist of the loathing, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. It was like the sound of shattering glass. And this strong shock force directly overturned the airship flying in the air. However, the fist of hatred still controlled the power. Because he doesn't know whether these people are good or bad. No, Deadman, it's okay to say it will be troublesome when someone dies. After all, they don't have many people and they can't compare with this overwhelming army. So with one punch, all the airships in the sky were shaken and damaged. In desperation, these airships had to find a place to land. But in Ronan's eyes, all this is different. In his eyes, these airships fell directly to the ground like rain. His pupils tightened more and more. What is this yellow monster? How could he exert such terrifying concussion power with one punch? This shock force not only crushed the airship in the sky and scattered in all directions, the entire void was shaken by this force. It was precisely because of this punch that Hela and Gamora in the collection hall knew that someone was attacking here. It has to be said that the shocking fruit of hatred is getting more and more terrifying. Who are you? Which planet are you from? Have I ever attacked your planets? Ronan hesitated a bit. He came to find the universe spirit ball, not to fight. He got up and didn't immediately attack Hulk and the others. Instead, he asked where the other party came from with a serious face. He wanted to know who the other party was. Hulk, Earth. Hulk growled and told where he came from, Earth's. Ronan looked puzzled. He seemed to remember the name a bit. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank for a while. Earth, planet C-53, back then he really attacked there. However, he failed at the beginning. It was obvious that several spaceships were blown up by them and even he himself was scared and ran away. After so long, are the people on Earth still looking for their own troubles? Thinking of this, he felt deeply powerless. Back then, that guy was roaming freely in the universe. Even now her name is circulated in the universe. I have avoided the other party as much as possible. How can I still meet a guy who is also an Earthling here? Moreover, the opponent's strength is obviously so terrifying. Could it be that the ball is so special? Ronan finally asked the question, even stopped 2 people when needed. At this time, Tony came to the scene of the battle wearing a battle armor. Can't even compare to owning the top technological power of the Carry Empire. You have a grudge against the Earths. The fastest Captain Rogers, his blob air cannon sends him straight from here. A group of people faintly surrounded Ronan. After that is Human Torch, he burns with fire and flight speed is not low. You guys, didn't you bother me because of the grievances between me and the Earth? The individual combat power inside has already stood at the top of the universe. The other party actually has grievances with the Earth. Not only him, but everyone else rushed over excitedly. The grievances between me and the Earth have been settled. Are you still holding on to the Earth? After all, I hate finding fault these days, but I have never used the fruit of Zhen. As a result, a news broke out on the opposite side that made everyone puzzled. Originally, they just wanted to see the Hulk fight the abomination. It is impossible not to understand this matter clearly. You guys, didn't you bother me because of my grievances with the Earth? Ronan felt more and more that the matter was not simple. This is not because the Earth came to trouble themselves, so why did they beat themselves when they came? Could it be that there is something wrong with this big green and yellow guy, but he is not particularly worried at the moment, because he has a whole fleet here. During this delay, countless airships surrounded the place. Even Nebula is back here. It seems that helping Ronan is the most important thing now than finding the Cosmic Spirit Orb. Without Ronan's army, even if Nebula found the Cosmic Spirit Orb, it would be difficult to take it away. Can you tell us about your vendetta with the Earth? We suddenly want to know. Tony's armor landed on the ground, exposing the visor and watching Ronan. In the universe, there are still conflicts with the Earth. This means that people have entered the universe once. And if the Earth is fine, it proves that the other party has prevented the riots in the universe. However, since they met each other here, then he felt that they had an obligation to know what happened back then. After all, what if the other party makes trouble again if this is not handled well? These things happened decades ago. Since you are not for those things, I don't think we need to talk about them. And I'm here because I have my own business, and I hope that unnecessary battles will not happen without affecting the situation. Ronan has an innate fear of the name Earth. She was worried that she had really offended these Earthlings. At that time, the woman behind will be attracted. That woman is really terrifying. Just then, Hela appeared on the scene with his troops. The unique temperament of the goddess of death is amazing even among these desperados. Especially the group of death fighters behind her made many people scared when they saw it. It was a powerful aura that exuded the breath of death and could even affect the people around. Some people feel as if they are going to die when they are close to each other. Behind the goddess of death, the destroyer followed her with mechanical steps. Ronan turned his head to look, his pupils constricted. He was very jealous of the jewels on the tall robot gloves. Infinite gems, this is the information he obtained after passing the investigation. What surprised him the most was that there were obviously 3 infinite gems on the other party's glove. 3, he originally thought that it would be great if there was only 1 gem in the cosmic spirit ball. I never thought that I would meet 3 stars here. If he gets these 3 infinite gems, he himself will feel unimaginable. The next time they meet Thanos, they shoot Thanos directly. Who's Ronan here? Hainan came here and asked earnestly. When all eyes are on Ronan, it's natural to know that this is his goal. Who are you? Roland looked at the solemn face of the goddess of death. To be able to collect 3 infinity treasures, such ability and luck is definitely not an ordinary person. Asgard, goddess of death. Hela. Hela declared her name decisively. What Hela has to do is to make her reputation known throughout the universe once again. Goddess of death, Hela. Hearing the name, Ronan was stunned. Haven't really heard the name. But Asgard he had. Odin's name carries majesty throughout the universe. Even though he hasn't done much in these 1,000 years, but the name alone has terrified most leaders throughout the universe. He, Ronan, as the accuser, as the commander of the Kree Legion, has full knowledge of Odin. In all classes, there are lists of some of the mightiest of the universe, and Odin is one of them. But what exactly is the Legion of Asgard led by this woman? What kind of relationship does she have with Odin? Being able to be called the goddess of death shows that it has a certain reputation. But I have never heard of this name. Hela, it seems that your reputation has been completely forgotten in the past 1,000 years. At this moment, Qin Xiao spoke up. It doesn't matter, I can build my reputation myself, Ronan. I heard that your reputation in the universe is quite famous. Now I give you a choice, follow me, surrender to me, I will take you to ride the universe. Hela wasn't the type to sit around and stop some conflict between Ronan and Xandar. All she has to do is create an army led by her. Among all the teams, Ronan, who betrayed the Kree Empire, has his own army and has a powerful command ability, is her first choice. After all, it is impossible for her to lead an army to conquer the entire universe alone. In addition to the Death Fighters, Odin only gave a small number of Asgard fighters to Asgard. Ronan felt that he was hallucinating, that someone wanted to surrender himself. If he was willing to surrender, how could he escape from the Carry army? Zero ask for flowers. How could it be possible to choose to stand on its own? Although I don't know why you call yourself a goddess of death, let alone what ability you have to say such words. But I think you should do some research on my past before saying something like that. Do you think I'd be the kind to surrender to you? After Ronan finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the sky. Countless airships in the sky are targeting Hela, the goddess of death. When Hela saw someone resisting, instead of being angry, she seemed very excited. Use Ronan as a famous opponent in the universe as his comeback battle. This is definitely the funniest. Aren't you willing to surrender? Very well, the Death Warrior will take them all down. Hela gave orders directly to the Death Warrior behind him. The whole battle is on the verge of breaking out. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. Countless shells roared constantly directly in the nothingness. In the sky, Asgard's Asgard airship and Ronan's airship were constantly flying and fighting in the air. Every now and then a spaceship crashes to the ground. But Hela didn't care at all. She turned around by herself and walked directly into the destroyer armor. On the Infinity Gauntlet, blue, red, and purple lights flashed continuously. This is Hela bearing the power of the infinite gems. While Hela was getting ready, Ronan was still a little dazed. This guy who calls himself the goddess of death is a bit too stupid, isn't he? If you don't say a word, you will go to war directly. Could it be that she doesn't care about the casualties and who the opponent is? He has a lot of ideas, but at the moment has no way to tell. This, fortunately, we didn't offend the goddess of death. Such an idea of doing whatever we want is really too dangerous. Captain Rogers looked at the two sides who had started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He felt as if facing Red Skull had been a minor problem before. This sister of Thor is really too tiger. What do we do? Need help. Tony at the moment didn't know what to do. Just now I was talking about letting Ronan talk about the grievances with the Earth. As a result, before they could do anything, Hela did. Ronan won't be Hela's match anyway. The only question is how much Hela will pay. It would be interesting if you guys did something with Ronan. More than 10 years ago, he could see the power of the Earth people. You beat him for a reason. Qin Xiao obviously supported everyone's actions 10 years ago. What happened to the pill 10 years ago? What happened? Tony at the moment is still concerned about this topic. This question you really want to know, just ask Nick Fury. In fact, Phil Coulson actually knew part of it. Qin Xiao directly shifted everyone's target to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was taken aback when he heard that. I'm not very clear about this, but since we're all in outer space, I can tell you some things. In fact, we have seen aliens more than 10 years ago. One of them called himself a Kree, and another called himself a Skrull. However, I am not particularly clear about many things after that, because I was still a newcomer to SHIELD at that time. Phil Coulson doesn't tell much about these things, and he doesn't know if he should tell everyone. Hill Agent, Tony and the others probably know about it, and maybe they need to have a good chat with Nick Fury later. I used to be on the Earth. I didn't know that there were alien life in April 20. It's okay to say, now that extraterrestrial life is known, Nick Fury is still hiding it, and such a thing seems very bad. Forget it, let's not mention these things for now. Remember what I told you, we also need more alien technology when we go back. Now it's time to take down Ronan's fleet and airship, and it's enough to go back when the time comes. If we don't take it now, we will have to give money when the time comes, and we don't have any money. Tony said seriously. His money is only useful on the Earth, and he really has no money in the universe. A group of people probably understood what to do. At the moment, definitely the one who helped Hela take down the rest of Ronan's army. End the battle early, and you can clean up the battlefield earlier when you look back. Hulk. Smash tilde. Hulk shot first, fighting, that's what I like. Hatred followed, although I don't really want to do it, but since it's already like this, don't blame us. It's so interesting to fight aliens. A group of militants went straight to action. The vibrating fruit of hatred makes this space tremble constantly. Not only Ronan's airship, but Hela's death army is also affected. No one even wanted to come to him after that. And Hulk is constantly bouncing around in nothingness. His jumping ability is amazing, and this space is very suitable for the movement of a super strong player like him in jumping. These airships suffered from his devastation. Human Torch is an ability who can fly and has high temperature. He is like a missile, constantly flying in the air. When encountering Ronan's airship, it is directly trying to attack and melt the opponent with high temperature. Definitely, it was difficult to melt. These airships are all capable of navigating in space. They are surprisingly resistant to high and low temperatures, but the flames would block the pilot's view of the airship. Drivers with obstructed vision could easily bump into the contents inside. The Falcon Sam of Flight can also be transformed into a blue phoenix directly. After he got the phoenix fruit, he also got the strengthening of extremis. So his physical strength is also amazing. And after becoming a phoenix, it is even more immune to most attacks. Definitely, it might be okay to go to adults in his phoenix form, but it is still not enough to deal with battleships. However, the battle does not have to result in great results. After all, it's fighting aliens, so it's good to join in the fun. Winter Soldier, as the owner of the Snow Fruit ability, his arm was also healed by Zia in extremis. And his extremis is specially developed. Put an end to the situation that the general menopausal virus will cause the body to heat up. Otherwise, there will be a serious conflict between his Snow Fruit and extremis. As a natural system, the biggest feature is elementalization and expansion. With his ability cast, the temperature of a large part of the surrounding space drops sharply. And he himself is like a snowflake, constantly flying in the air. As soon as he gets close to one of Ronan's airships, that airship immediately faces hypothermia. But unfortunately, these airships can fly in the void of space. That is, they can withstand very low temperatures. Winter Soldier's Snow Fruit faced each other, almost without any effect. This made Winter Soldier feel very shameless. Other people's battles are very effective, but he alone has no effect. Angrily, he began to look for the weakness of these airships. Captain Rogers is holding a shield, bubble the air in the blob fruit. The shield crashes into these airships with a super speed of several Machs or even tens of Machs. His shield is one of the hardest substances in the universe. In the face of airships which can be regarded as sophisticated airships, they can be easily damaged, and he himself can move quickly under the effect of the blob fruit. So it is basically impossible to escape his attack. Tony's armor is very flexible here. To other airships, Tony's armor is like a fly, but in the face of this fly, it is very difficult for them to do anything. It is too difficult for a simple energy cannon to lock on to the opponent, but they also quickly found a way to deal with Tony, that is to hit him directly, no matter how advanced Tony's armor is. It is impossible to rely on armor to hit those airships. The pressure these spacecraft can withstand is also amazing. Faced with such an unreasonable attack from the other party, Tony really felt heartbroken. As for the others, at the moment's targets are all the Ronin Legion ministers on the ground. No way, these people can't fly, they can only beat the people on the ground. Ronin watched the group of Earthlings in action, his eyelids twitched. Fiery turned into a bird, turned into snowflakes. Ability, still ability, all are ability. This group of Earthlings has no ordinary people, each of them has different powers. Sure enough, the Earth is really not easy to mess with. However, his attention hadn't been diverted for long, and he immediately felt the danger of death. Hela went on the attack wearing the Destroyer Gauntlet, the Infinity Gauntlet. The purple infinite gems are shining brightly, which is the power gem working its effect. The Destroyer's knees bent slightly. Boom. Then it was like a cannonball, and suddenly it rushed into the sky, a Ronin's airship. Boom tilde. Under the violent punch of the Destroyer, the entire airship exploded completely. After one punch, the Destroyer landed firmly. This thing is for Hela, did Odin float away. If you are not willing to surrender, then you can die now. Who is Ronin? He stretched out his fingers and touched Ronin's body lightly. He is able to bend and stretch everyone. A seemingly light 0.3 finger directly knocked Ronin into the air and hit the ground hard. The terrifying effect brought by the power gem, even Qin Xiao's eyelids twitched when he watched it. The Destroyer kicked his foot off Ronin's body. Ronin suddenly felt a strong force in his chest. This force could crush his chest at any moment. It turned to look in one direction. I asked you to surrender, not to ask for your opinion, but to inform you. In the blink of an eye, he had made his choice. How about you? I am willing to surrender. Very well, you made a wise choice. Immediately afterwards, the Destroyer came to Ronin and stepped on his chest. It walked up to Ronin in a few steps. How about you? What the Destroyer looked at was Nebula. Hela saw right away that Nebula was Ronin's deputy. At the moment, after taking down the Master, I would like to ask about the deputy's attitude, by the way. Nebula looked at Ronin, who was barely able to fight back, and she turned to Hela. Will your opponent be destroyed? She asked a very strange question. The Destroyer walked to Nebula's side. I heard that he is also collecting infinite gems. Obviously, our two goals overlap. If he doesn't know how to stop, then he will definitely be my opponent. Do you want to serve him because you are his daughter? In the Destroyer, Hela's voice was full of disdain. For Thanos, for Nebula. No, you saw what he did to me too. If you really kill Thanos, I will fight for 1,000 planets for you. Nebula made her choice. She is constantly transformed by Thanos. Now there is hardly a speck of flesh left in the whole body. During these years, she didn't feel any love from Thanos. All she felt was pain and heartbreak. In fact, she is also constantly trying to escape and resist. But unfortunately, she can't resist Thanos by herself. Now this woman from Asgard who calls herself Hela may be a chance. Most importantly, she now has all 3 infinite gems. This is what Thanos has always wanted to do but failed to do. Very well, you made a wise choice, Ronin. Please stop your hands. Hela stepped out of the Destroyer. She started to arrange things for Ronin. And Ronin accepted the order. He and Nebula began calling to their fleet to stop fighting, and Hela, direct command of his army of the dead. The scene of the original battle suddenly returned to calm. The battle here was clearly seen by Collector and Gamora in the distance. At the moments, Gamora looked excited. Ronin was subdued, and in a sense she should be safe. Because she betrayed Ronin, also betrayed Grey Dam. The power of this goddess of death has exceeded her expectations. Perhaps Thanos' plan to collect infinite gems, which even Thanos could not do, will be realized by Hela. Collector at the moment also walked over excitedly. Ronin was subdued, fully proving that Hela, the goddess of death, is still a powerful and ruthless goddess. Then he and Asgard need to get closer next. Odin doesn't know how long he can live in case Hela takes over the throne of Asgard one day. The peace in the universe may really lie in Hela's thought. But just when they were excited, Qin Xiao suddenly appeared by their side. At the moment, Qin Xiao looked at his prey. Sure enough, Guardians of Galaxy are all those who can match devil fruit. When they appeared, Qin Xiao's system constantly heard the sound of a matching devil fruit. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Compatible with devil fruit. Musical instrument fruit. Compatible with devil fruit, everyone fruit. It can be matched with devil fruit, diamond fruit, allosaurus fruit, poison fruit. It can be matched with devil fruit. Scythe fruit, corruption fruit. It can be matched with devil fruit, Dowdo fruit, Rubik's cube fruit, magnetic fruit. It can be matched with devil fruit, lush fruit. A series of devil fruit matching sounds made Qin Xiao focus on them. The point is, these devil fruits are really beyond Qin Xiao's imagination. The fruit for Xingju turned out to be a musical instrument. I can't figure out this stuff. Xingju, a master of dancing, can match a musical instrument fruit. This is simply something that is completely unacceptable. Moreover, how bad Xingju's music ability is, I have already seen it thoroughly during Xia Lion IV. Wearing headphones, the whole world is his. It's a pity that Rhodes, the little prince who complained, called him a fool. Such a fool, if you give him a musical instrument fruit, how can he play well? Just rely on his musical ability, don't disgust people to death. Will he be able to play when his whole body becomes a musical instrument? Rocket Raccoon's human fruit is somewhat interesting. Human fruit is a form of animal devil fruit. Ordinary animals can get the same high intelligence, learning ability, and so on as human beings after eating this fruit. For ordinary animals, this is simply a fruit of enlightenment. However, Rocket Raccoon originally has a super high IQ. He also has a powerful learning ability. Even to some extent, he has surpassed many humans. After all, this is a super raccoon who can control a spaceship, escape prison 22 times, and assemble weapon bombs. Does Rocket Raccoon still need this thing? Moreover, even if this human fruit can develop some strange forms. But Rocket Raccoon is following the technological weapon flow. Originally, his individual combat power is not very necessary. I really don't understand. The fruit of Gamora is quite interesting. Sickle fruit, corruption fruit. The sickle fruit is a blade-like slash produced by highly compressing the air. The faster you swing, the more wind blades you release. And because it is air, this kind of attack is very stealthy. Generally, few people can escape. Give this fruit to Gamora, it seems a bit powerful. Gamora's combat awareness and combat ability are amazing. Coupled with the power of this invisible, it is very difficult for the opponent to guard against. Moreover, because this ability depends on the speed at which the hands are swung. So in theory, as long as the speed is fast enough and the body turns, it can even achieve the effect of AoE. As for the corrosion fruit, Lei Xiao didn't understand why this fruit was suitable for Gamora. This thing has a powerful effect on metal. It even works on the body. I don't know if it is because the body also contains trace elements such as iron. Nebula matching devil fruit is also quite interesting. Dowdo fruit, magic cube fruit, magnetic fruit, peanut fruit, and split fruit are somewhat imaginative. It's like being able to turn someone's body into a bean. The most important thing is that these beans have 443 offensive abilities. Give Xingyun this thing, her body will become even more peculiar. You know, she can be disassembled originally. Because she is a transformed machine. Dowdo fruit, which also has the ability to split, may indeed be very suitable for Nebula. Another Rubik's cube fruit is a bit magical. It can make the things it touches become cubes. Just turn everything into cubes. These cubes will be manipulated by users at will. These cubes can also float in the air. Offensive, defensive, and trapped enemies all have good power.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.